For Ryan and Grace, always believe in the magic. Chapter 1. Get off of me, the boy in the green hat said. He stepped away, but the very large police officer didn't let go after wrapping his massive hands around the boy's wrist. He leaned forward, his stomach almost touching the bowl of nuts that one of the lower class had displayed on his table. The boy pulled back, and the officer tumbled forward, his body crashing on top of all the stock. Bowls hit the concrete and shattered into little pieces. Bread rolls went tumbling, and nuts and seeds exploded into the air and rained back down onto the ground. The man who owned the stall they destroyed covered his face with his palms in devastation. I felt for him. Like all the other stalls in the border region market, he was a lower-class Region 1 who was just trying to make a living to eat and feed his family. "Call the commander!" the officer yelled into the crowd of shoppers. He rolled off the table on his back and struggled up to his feet, his white t-shirt covered in sauces and spillage. A sharp gasp hit the back of my throat, and my hands shot up to cover my mouth. Molly copied, finally paying attention. She rushed next to me, her curls bouncing on her narrow shoulders. All the people in the square seemed to step back and circle around to watch. "What on earth is going on?" Molly said. "The boy in the hat, he was trying to steal from that stall." I watched him shove bread inside the canvas bag on his chest. Molly shook her head in disgust. "They really need to get on top of these waifs. This is the third one this month that has been caught stealing." I nodded and dug around in my blue shoulder bag for my camera. "You little thieving waif." The officer wiped liquid from his balding head and scowled at the boy. He reached down into his holster and pulled out a long, shiny sword. The gasp from the crowds of people echoed around the square, and they all spread out into a circle surrounding the chaos. The boy in the green hat stepped back, but he didn't look scared. His lips grew up into a devious smile, and he slowly spread his feet wide apart like he was preparing for a fight. He leant down, reached into his boot, and pulled out a knife, much, much smaller than the officer's. I felt the heaviness of hot blood pumping through my body. It wasn't often I got to capture such bedlam on camera, so inside I was secretly excited. The boy in the hat twirled the blade in the air and sniggered, like he enjoyed it. I lifted my camera up to my face and snapped a couple of shots. Molly's dainty little hands reached out, and she wrapped her fingers around my arm tightly like a scared toddler. I understood why waifs carried such a bad name, and the boy in front of me was no exception. "Rather be a waif than a robot mod like you," he scoffed. He stepped to the side, and the officer copied. "Call the commander," he yelled again into the crowds, and one of the men from behind the stalls scurried away, tripping up over the laces of his old brown shoes. I couldn't pull my eyes away, and while Molly stared on in utter disgust, I wanted to laugh and take a seat to watch. It felt so dangerous, and that feeling was alien to me. I'd spent my life in Region 2, protected, privileged. We were all in for a show, and it had been ages since I'd felt so entertained. The last boy who'd been caught stealing had been whipped away within minutes, but this boy was different. This boy was fighting back. This boy I caught on camera. The little scruffy dog barked as the officer swiped the air with his sword. The boy jumped back and let out a laugh. My eyebrows shot up my forehead faster than the adrenaline rushed through my body as I peeked over my own camera. The officer swiped again, and the boy pointed and laughed. He had straight white teeth and an upturned nose in the center of his face. His eyes disguised by the green cap that cast a shadow on his face. A wispy red feather stuck up from the side of his hat. Just as we heard the sound of hooves galloping on the cobbled road, the officer stopped. He slipped the sword back into his holster and stepped back. I didn't know what was happening, or why the officer had just given up so easily. The boy turned away from the officer and looked up the street like he expected somebody. The galloping became louder, then louder, and finally a large black horse and carriage skidded up to a stop in the center of all the action. The horse sounded out a determined neigh and swung his head up and down. The straps that attached him to the cart slapped the defined muscle on his large body. The sound of voices broke out amongst the crowds of people, and everyone backed up some more. I pulled Molly's arm, and we slipped between two stalls, my camera eagerly snapping away some priceless photos. "Reed," a loud voice thundered. It went through me like electricity and made me stand to attention. The man the noise came from stood up from the front of the large black carriage, and I had to crane my neck to look up at him. He reached into the back of his carriage and pulled out a long metal pole with a shiny blunt hook on the end. He bent his knees and jumped into the air, and his large body landed with a thud onto the cobbles. On a flat surface, he looked even bigger, tall, with muscled arms almost popping out of his black tailored jacket. "Rocco Reed, you dirty little scoundrel, I have you now," he bellowed. His voice vibrated up my legs, and I retreated back 2 steps. My gaze ran over the crowds of people that surrounded them. The stall owners frantically packed up their items, and at least one woman fainted. "Never in your wildest dreams, Hook," the boy shouted. "I can fight you with one leg." The boy reached down and pulled off a prosthetic leg from above the knee. He held it proudly in one hand and leaned a shoulder against one of the stone columns next to him. Hook growled, and the boy deflected a swing of the hook with his prosthetic leg. Then again, with the tiny knife he held. The little scruffy dog barked, springing on its 4 paws, trying its best to look scary. It leaped forward and opened its jaw wide, and its teeth snapped down onto Hook's ankle. He cried out and frantically shook out his leg, setting the dog free. When it scampered back towards him for more, Hook shoved it with his big, black, shiny boot, and it yelped, but again went back for more. Hook jumped onto the side of his carriage and grabbed a net. With one quick scoop, the little dog was safely in the bag, and he hung it onto a large metal hinge on the back of the carriage, the dog still yelping and barking, as brave as its master. Rocco slipped his leg back on, and they continued their antics until they strayed further away from the square. Hook chased him, tried to swipe him up, but the boy jumped, bounced off walls, and at one point climbed a lamppost. "Dear me, we should go," Molly said. She turned away like she couldn't bear to watch what was unfolding in front of us. "But this is pure gold," I said, snapping away. "Bessie, okay, but the poor dog. I should get the dog," I said. I slipped my camera back inside my bag and nodded towards Hook's carriage. "You can't help him, he's a waif, and so is his yappy little dog," she stated. "But the poor dog, what if they, destroy it? You know as well as I do that waifs are not allowed to own pets." I took a hesitant step forward, and Molly grabbed my arm. "Bessie, you cannot help them. What is wrong with you?" I eyed the crowd around me, who seemed to be too enthralled in the comical battle that was unfolding on the street. "You should go. I'll catch up," I said. I didn't give Molly the chance to object. My pumps, what all children were required to wear, didn't make a sound as I padded over the cobbles and quickly slipped behind the carriage. I looked back at Molly, who hadn't left. She stood with wide blue eyes, looking at me, then to the people who crowded around the top of the lane. I turned to the dog. She yelped and moaned. She tried to bite her way out of the thick netting, but failed. She looked like a ball of fluff, scruff, and teeth. I looked back to Molly again. On her tippy toes, she waved her hands at waist level, gesturing me to hurry. My heart pounded so fast, I worried that at any moment it might pop right out of my chest. I hadn't ever done anything so naughty before. The shame pod and its bright light flashed into my mind, but I quickly shook it off with a quiver of my shoulders. I lifted the net off the hook and carried the weight of the dog in my arms. She stopped biting and kicking, almost like she knew I was trying to help her. I rushed back over to Molly and stood behind her, my eyes scanning all the faces to see if anybody had noticed my small act of rebellion. But all eyes were focused firmly on Rocco and the waif herder. It wouldn't be long before the boy would be captured, and I had to find something to do with his dog. Chapter 2. "I cannot believe you just did that, Bessie Bennett," Molly said. She crossed her arms across her blue dress and huffed. "If anyone finds out..." I couldn't just leave her. Look at that gorgeous little face. I slipped the net off the dog and tucked my arm under her. The dog looked up at Molly with one blue eye and one brown, her face slightly wonky, her tongue sticking out of her closed mouth. "It looks broken if you ask me," Molly said. I couldn't argue with the fact that the dog looked a little crooked, but she was still a dog, and although my father hated them, I had inherited my mother's love of animals. "What are we going to do?" If Molly wasn't my best friend, I would never have known how frantic she felt under her ice-cold exterior. I knew she was scared by the subtle way she twisted her fingers together and how, in the same matching pumps to mine, her steps were a little further apart. "Don't worry. I have this all in hand," I lied. I swallowed and looked up at the shame pod that soared up into the sky like a giant glass lollipop. Even in the light of day, its bright beacon could be seen for miles, reminding all citizens to behave. In our matching blue dresses, we quickly stalked through the quiet streets, back to my house, and we hurried inside. I tried not to show Molly how worried I felt, but when the door closed behind us, I let out a long breath of relief. We both kicked off our pumps on the marble floor and rushed through the foyer and into the kitchen. I quietly closed the door and put the dog on the floor. "What now?" Molly said. She held her arms out at her sides and stared at me through her huge, round eyes. "Well, it will need water and food." I rushed to the sink and turned on the tap. "Not that. What are we going to do with it? We both know your father will not allow a dog in here, and a waif dog." "Shh!" My heart sped up when she said those words. If anybody knew this dog was a waif, it would be taken and destroyed. I grabbed a bowl from the glossy white cupboard and filled it with the special filtered water that us Region 2 people were privileged enough to have access to. I grabbed some cured meat from the fridge and put both on the marble floor tiles. The dog went straight for the food and scoffed it like it hadn't ate for days. While Molly kept her distance, I slowly sat down next to it and crossed my legs. At first, I clasped my hands together and just studied it for a moment. Her long white fur covered her body in a big frizzy mess. What should have been a dazzling white and gray coat looked a dirty brown. She needed a bath. I slowly reached out and patted her tiny little head. She was no bigger than a football. She licked her lips, looked up at me with her wonky face and colorful eyes, then went back to her food. "If anyone finds out we have this waif dog," Molly whispered, "we'll end up in that pod and our family's shamed." She pointed at the crystal light that hung from the center of my kitchen ceiling, but I knew she was referencing the shame pod. "We cannot get involved in such antics as today." "That boy," she squeaked. I nodded. Molly was right. "Wait until she finishes her food and I'll take her back to Neverland." Molly gasped so hard even the dog stopped eating and looked up at her. She held her palm above her heart and her puffy pink lips hung open. "Bessie Bennett, you will do no such thing." "I don't mean go on the island. We can just put her somewhere on the outskirts and someone there will pick her up." "We?" Molly stepped back. "We won't talk to anybody." Molly crossed her arms and scowled at me. "You really think that boy was a Neverland child?" I pushed myself up off the floor and walked over to her, shrugging my shoulders. "Even if he is, I don't understand why you're wanting to go there," she said. "Well, how about you just keep watch and I'll take the dog. If it's true, I cannot pass up this opportunity. Not just for the sake of the dog, but for a little peek across the water. If I can get a scoop on Neverland or that waif boy, I can't pass it up. Or hand the dog over to the authorities. Do what you're supposed to do as an R2, she said, her tone exasperated. I looked down at the dog, and Molly copied. She uncrossed her arms, and her perfectly shaped blonde eyebrows slid back up to their place on her forehead. I knew she wanted to help, but Molly was scared. She'd spent her life under the rule of Region 2, like me, only her father was much stricter. Molly belonged to the Mayer family, who were well respected. They had their sights on getting to Region 3, but to do that, they had to be perfect. They had to attend all political meetings, follow the rules of the land, have no amber or red markers on their family name. And of course, if Molly was caught doing such a thing, they'd get at minimum an amber marker, and that would set the family back at least 5 years. The people of our land had a responsibility to keep it running smoothly, and that meant keeping the population down and keeping everyone in line. But me, as an aspiring journalist and doing work experience at the Region Weekly newsletter, I had an opportunity to spill some dirt. Even if I didn't find any dirt to spill, at least I'd satisfy my own curiosity. Or maybe my father will let me keep it. Wouldn't it be nice to have a pet? I'll tell him she has no home. Molly turned her head to look at me. She tucked a clump of curls behind her ear and shook her head. The grown-ups don't care, Bessie. They care about money, about reputation, and power. If you want to continue to live this luxury lifestyle in this beautiful home, I suggest you reread the Region 2 rule book. Again, Molly was right. Of course, I wanted to make my father proud. That's why I took the work experience to follow in his footsteps. And who wouldn't want to live in the luxury we lived in? I was 15 now. At 16, we were classed as grown-ups, and as long as my father continued in his political career, we had no markers, and I passed all my classes. We would move up. If I wanted to move up to Region 3, I had to screw my sensible head on. I'm going to get that book out again, I promise, right after I make sure the dog is okay, and I've had just the tiniest peek. Molly didn't answer. She shook her head and pouted. When the dog finished eating, I scooped her up and put her into the large square sink between our marble countertops and squirted her fur with warm water. She whined and shook her body. She even tried to jump out twice, but I was determined to give the scruffy little thing a wash. Murky black water ran off the dog's matted fur, and I lathered her coat in soap. She whined some more, and her claws made a tingy noise against the metal of the sink. I hosed her off again, and she looked as good as new. Almost. Her dirty coat at least looked the brighter color it was meant to, but there was nothing I could do with those eyes and that wonky face. In the eyes of politicians, she would be defective, and therefore destroyed. She shook her little body again, and droplets of brown water splashed up the white walls and silver blinds that hung at the window above the sink. "Bessie, I'm home," I heard my father's deep, distant voice from down the foyer. My back snapped up straight, and I turned my head so fast to look at Molly, I nearly broke my neck. She looked like she'd been zapped and turned to wax. I felt a stab of regret in my stomach, knowing I should have just minded my own business. "The bowls, get the bowls," I said in a shouty whisper. It took Molly a moment to pull herself together. I watched her shake her head, her blonde ringlets bouncing like little springs, and she leaped into action. She swooped up the two bowls. The water swished out and splashed all over the floor and up the silver fridge. Her bare feet scampered and slipped, and she chucked them both into the sink with a clatter. I grabbed the dog with both hands, and we went skidding across the shiny, wet floor, and our bodies slammed into the dining room door. We both grabbed the handle at the same time. The kitchen door swung open. "What on earth has went on in here?" my father shouted. His loud voice bounced off all the walls in the kitchen and echoed into the large dining room. "What is that?" he said, utter disgust in his voice. "It's a dog. Molly is dog-sitting her auntie's dog. She walked through the market and got it dirty, so we're bathing her." Dad looked at the blinds and the sink in horror, his upper lip twisted, then back to the dog. "Funny-looking thing, isn't it?" he said. He walked over to us and leaned in to inspect the dog. She barked, and my dad jumped backwards. He tried to pretend he hadn't been frightened. He cleared his throat and regained his composure. "Get it out. Come on. Out, out, out," he said, waving his hand dismissively. I nodded, and we both scurried away. I held a finger up to my mouth, gesturing for Molly to stay silent. Droplets of water fell from the dog and splashed onto the floor as we ran through the room, dodging furniture and shifting our weight between slippery feet. Molly grabbed our shoes and we slipped out the front door. Down the side of the house, Molly dropped our shoes onto the ground and dramatically flung herself against the wall. "Please remind me why we're friends," she said. "Look at the state of your dress. You cannot be seen like that." I slipped on my pumps and moved the dog to my other arm. Glancing down at my light-colored dress, I saw a large, wet, mucky patch all down my front. It was important to all regions to look respectable at all times. That was the biggest difference between classes. Region 2 children wore blue, Region 3 children wore green, and the regions below that wore black. It was how we told each other apart and how the rich boasted their wealth and power. Let's just get this over with. I huffed and tried my best at rubbing the marks away with my free hand, but that only spread the dirt further. Molly slipped on her shoes, and we hurried out the garden and down the street. I enjoyed the feeling of the summer sun blaring down on my cold, wet dress. All of Region 2's streets looked the same. Long, straight streets with large yards. Every house had a stone water feature in the center which signified their wealth. No grass, no trees. Wooden fences and tall, smart houses made from stone. Everything matched. Nothing looked out of place. The symmetry lined up perfectly, and each house spread far apart. "Don't make eye contact," I whispered to Molly. I kept my back straight and my head high, holding the dog tightly at my chest as we walked past a man and woman. I hoped by acting naturally they wouldn't notice that an R2 was soggy, wet, and carrying an illegal dog. I saw the man in his black suit, with the blue tie that matched my dress, stop and look over his spectacles. We hurried around the corner, and once out of his sight, we sped up again. We walked for a few minutes and finally reached the border town of Region 1, the place where the lower class lived and worked. A 10-foot fence was the only thing separating Region 2 and Region 1 borders. The working class were trusted not to trespass on the land where the upper classes lived, and for as long as I could remember, that law hadn't ever been broken. The threat of arrest and the shame pod were enough of a deterrent to keep everyone in their place. Molly hesitated to cross the border because neither of us had entered past the market streets of Region 1 before. I slipped through the fence, and she reluctantly followed. The difference was noticeable straight away. My blue pumps sunk into soft grass and dirt. Region 2, where I lived, didn't have grass. Everything had to be clean, modern, straight lines. No dirt whatsoever. The next thing I noticed were the people and the noise. They walked and talked, not like stiff sticks of steel, but like people. It felt alien to me. Molly and I stayed on the edge and walked until we reached the edge of Region 1, looking over somewhere I'd only heard about and never set eyes on. Neverland. Chapter 3. At the water's edge, large yellow warning signs told visitors not to enter the water and to never step on Neverland. Water lapped over dirt and rocks. The island raised up like a breaching whale. It looked overgrown, just a massive green rock in the middle of the water. "They say children never grow up on Neverland," Molly whispered. "That's ridiculous," I said. "A silly conspiracy theory." We stood shoulder to shoulder, mesmerized by the unknown. Of course, none of us had stepped foot on Neverland. We weren't allowed to. Word spread like wildfire among kids that Neverland housed criminals and society's worst. Or, to keep the population down, any extra children were sent there if a Region 1 family had more than one child. There was also the rumor of it being an island for secret experiments by the government, and that's why photos weren't allowed. "Looks like your camera isn't any use here either," she said. She nodded to a big yellow sign that had a picture of the outline of a camera and a big red cross over it. "No photos of Neverland," it read. The dog squirmed in my arms, and I put her down at my feet on the grass. Her little wonky wet nose lifted and she sniffed the air. "What in the name of Neverland have you done to my dog?" Molly and I both spun around at the sound of a voice behind us. The boy stood with his hands on his hips like a stern parent, glaring at us from under the shadow of his green flat hat that had a red feather sticking up on the side. The little dog ran up to him and he scooped her up with one hand. My mouth fell open at the sight of him. Molly squeaked and jumped behind me, cowering over my shoulder like I was her shield. He was an actual waif. I'd never seen one so close up in the flesh before. "First you steal my dog, then you ruin her," he said. He held the dog up to inspect her coat by balancing her belly on his palm, and she licked his face. "I didn't steal your dog. I saved her. And I didn't ruin her. The poor thing needed a wash," I stated. "Ruined you, Tink, hasn't she?" he said. He put the dog on the floor, and she hovered by his feet like a proper sidekick. "What kind of name is Tink for a dog?" I said. I couldn't hold back a snorty laugh that escaped my nose. "Well, I did originally call her Stink, but the lost children didn't like it, so Stink it was. Thank you for dropping her off." He tipped his hat slightly and then walked right past us. "Don't touch my dog again." I gritted my teeth as Molly's nails dug into my shoulders. She hid like he was some kind of savage. My eyes followed him as he seemed to glide away through the overgrown grass and squelchy mud without making a sound. "Hey, I didn't steal her," I said. I started forward, and to Molly's horror, I followed him. Yay. You should get back to your region, princess, before someone sees you looking all mucky." My mouth fell open, and I gasped. It felt like he was joking, but I couldn't be certain. I think what you meant to say was thank you. Molly finally let go of me and stayed a few steps behind. I followed him around the corner and to the edge of a road. Single horses and carriages trotted by us on a busy street, and two children across the cobbled road drew pictures on the side of a building in chalk. Little terraced houses ran in small rows. For what? Vandalizing my dog? My head flew backwards as I let out a laugh. You think getting a wash is vandalism? He turned his body to look at me, and we stood face to face. Well, more like face to chin, but I looked up at his face, noticing his cute upturned nose. He was at least a head bigger than me. You're wearing black, which signifies Region 1, but you're also wearing a green hat, which is Region 3. I put my hands on my hips. If you are an R1, you will get in trouble for wearing that hat. I'm neither, he said. Rocco squinted his eyes at me and leaned forward. Let me tell you a secret. He rested his hand on the side of his mouth, like it would stop the rest of the world from hearing. I'm a Neverland child, he whispered. And my hat is stolen. I gasped so loud I took a step back and Molly copied. You are not. Shh, he said. He lifted his finger and held it up to his lips. Excuse me? No, really. Shut up. It's Hook, he said, looking over my shoulder. He grabbed me by my wrist and dropped his whole body to the floor, taking me with him. He landed on his chest like he was about to do a push-up, and I fell onto his back. An earthy, pleasant scent drifted up my nose from his jumper. Molly, a few seconds behind us, bent her knees and crawled next to us. He rolled off the pavement and underneath a parked carriage on the road next to us. My chest hit the floor and I copied him, rolling underneath and into the shadows out of the sun. Molly crawled in next to us, her eyes wide with terror. What on earth are you doing? I said, my voice a few notches higher than usual. Molly lay beside me. I could hear her ragged breathing. It's Hook, the boy hissed. His eyebrows slid down his forehead and his nose wiggled. We lay in a row like a packet of sausages, Tink still by his side. Little stones dug into my forearms. I watched Hook's black carriage pull up to a stop, and the very large man with hulking arms jumped off. He pulled the long metal pole with a round hook on the end from the back of the carriage and walked towards the two children. I sucked in a gasp, and the boy pressed his palm over my mouth. They call him Hook because of how he captures waif children, he whispered. So why am I hiding? I'm an R2. I don't have to hide, I said, breathing into his hand. You think he cares? Once you're in this region, your cute little blue dresses mean nothing. All he cares about is getting paid, and each child is his paycheck. I gulped and turned back to watch Hook. I suddenly no longer felt safe. The two children who'd been happily drawing looked up at him and dropped their chalk. His huge shadow plunged them into darkness, blocking the sun. They couldn't have been older than 8 or 9. The commander swung his pole and hooked one of the boys around the neck. The boy used both his hands to clamp down on the metal and try to pull away, but the commander dragged him across the pavement and only let go of him when he fell at his feet like a fish on a hook. You little waifs are everywhere, Hook bellowed. The other little boy screamed at the top of his lungs and sprinted away. Hook flung open the back doors of his carriage and lifted the captured boy inside. He slammed the doors and snapped the metal clamp down, locking him inside. Hook darted away up one of the little streets after the other child. I gasped again behind the Rocco's hand. I couldn't believe what I had witnessed. Stay here, Rocco said. He let go of my face and crawled out from under the carriage. Bessie Bennett, Molly scalded. I swear, if we get out of here, I'm never doing anything you say, ever again. I didn't have time to argue. My eyes were too fixated on Rocco. He kept looking up the street Hook had disappeared up, and he sprinted over to his carriage, Tink following close behind. He unhooked the lock on the back and swung open the doors. He reached in and picked up the child and pulled him out. He knelt down in front of him and whispered something in his ear, and the boy sprinted away as fast as lightning, escaping to somewhere in the bushes near the water across from Neverland. I couldn't stop myself. I reached into my little bag and pulled out my camera, snapping a few pictures of the drama in front of me. Rocco left the carriage as it sat and stopped in the middle of the road. He looked up to the sky, and I watched his chest lift as he drew in a long breath. With all of his might, he let out a loud cock-a-doodle-doo. Tink barked and howled at his feet, copying her master, or maybe they were really best friends. I wheezed as my heart sped up, and Molly began to hyperventilate. "Come get me, Hook," he shouted. "What in heaven's name is he doing?" He held out his arms and shuffled his feet like he was dancing. "Reed," I heard Hook's voice bounce off all the brick walls and slam into my ears. "The name's Rocco, ladies," he said. He lifted a finger to the edge of his green cap and tipped it, looking at us under the carriage. Molly let out a noise that resembled a squeak, and my eyes widened. Rocco was insane. "Reed, you little scallywag, I've got you this time," Hook shouted. He appeared from the street, his hook empty, his arms bulking at his sides like he was carrying invisible carpets. I snapped another pic and tucked my little camera back inside my bag. Rocco skipped a few steps forward. "I'll distract him. You run," he said to us. Hook ran with his legs wide open, his long black hair flowing out behind him. As he got closer, I noticed a hook-shaped tattoo down his right hand. When he got 10 feet away from Rocco, he swiped his hook through the air, aiming for his neck. But Rocco sprinted away and jumped up onto the bonnet of the carriage we were lying under. Molly put her face to the floor and covered her head with her hands, as if it would somehow make her invisible. But I couldn't drag my eyes away. Tink pranced around Hook's feet, looking up at him with her wonky face and barking. My heart raced, and I felt that everyone in a 3-mile radius could hear my harsh, heavy breathing. The carriage rocked, and I heard the sound of Rocco's feet tapping against the metal. Hook made a leap with his long legs and landed right beside the carriage, his chunky black boots so close I could see my reflection in them. I didn't know what was happening to me or where my sudden rebellious streak had come from, but I reached out. My hands shook, and as he swiped his hook, I quickly tied both of his laces together into a knot. "You old dingbat, you'll never catch me," Rocco declared. Hook growled. The carriage tipped slightly as Rocco ran across the top and jumped into the air, landing behind us onto the cobbled street. Hook lifted one foot, and my heart fluttered in my chest when his laces pulled tight, and he tumbled over into a heap on the floor. His hook made a loud, clattering noise as it landed next to him. Rocco let out a loud, howling laugh. "Go, go, go!" I crawled out from under the carriage and pulled Molly with me. I hooked one finger onto the short sleeve of her dress and sprinted over to Rocco. I glanced back at Hook, keeping my head down so he couldn't get a good look at my face. He rolled over and sat himself up, furiously clawing at his boots, his breaths heaving, his bright white teeth flashing in rage. "See you next time, Hook." Rocco saluted as he pranced backwards, his lips lifted into an ecstatic smile. "Reed," Hook screamed, lifting his hand and shaking a fist. Molly and I ran as fast as our shaky legs would carry us, Rocco cock-a-doodle-dooing and Tink yapping not so far behind us. Chapter 4. We ran through the busy streets of Region 1, stopping at the border region where the marketplace was located, when I could barely take another breath. With my palms on my knees, I leant over and gasped in buckets of air, my lungs burning. Rocco smacked his leg and threw his head back in laughter. It was obvious he didn't tire fast, and there'd most probably been many times he'd been chased by Hook. "Did you see him?" he said. He leaned his back against the wall and lifted one foot up to rest on it. I couldn't help but think about the prosthetic leg under his trousers. I couldn't think of anybody I'd ever met who had a false limb. I wondered what had happened to him. "How weren't you captured today?" I said. I stood up straight and fixed my dress, pulling the skirt part back down to sit just above my knees. I wasn't used to running, and our Region 2 dresses definitely weren't made for it. Rocco crossed his arms and shot me a slanted, closed-mouth smile. Gosh, he looked so cool and calm. His demeanor screamed, "I don't care, I'll do what I want. The old dingbat has been chasing me for years. He'll never catch me. I'm a true Neverlander." "You're really a Neverland child," I said, my head and body leaning back slightly. "I've never met one of them before. In the flesh." He straightened his green cap and the red feather which stuck up out the side of it. "So it's true then? There are children on Neverland who don't grow up? Why don't you come see for yourself? Go to Neverland?" I said. Rocco nodded. "We need to go," Molly said over my shoulder. So soon? But I was going to get dinner, Rocco said. He stood up and walked away. Tink followed at his ankles. But won't any of these people tell Commander Hook that we're here? I said. I almost tripped over the front of my suede shoe as I hurried to follow him. I heard Molly hissing my name behind me. Nah, most of the people are good. They don't care. They're just trying to survive themselves. Rocco shrugged. His long, slim legs took big strides, and he had a slight limp. I guessed it was from his prosthetic. Come on, I'll show you the way out of here. Hey, Rocco. A group of 4 girls said in unison. They wore black dresses and leaned on the wall outside a little sweet shop. Ladies. Rocco tipped his hat. He spread his legs and slid across the cobbles as smooth as butter. He swiped up a blue wildflower from a bunch of weeds and spun around, holding the flower out for one of them. I stood still, watching him, almost enchanted by his charm. Molly kept whispering my name in my ear, but I couldn't concentrate on her trying to talk me into leaving. A real Neverland boy was right in front of me. I couldn't just leave. The girl with black, straight hair and a poncho over her small shoulders giggled. She took the flower from Rocco, and he bowed. I felt a twang of jealousy, and it weirded me out. I hadn't felt it before. The girl with blonde hair bent down and petted Tink, who, like Rocco, seemed to enjoy the attention. Because they needed to grow in earth, flowers were considered dirty, and therefore were banned in any region higher than 1. What I would have given to receive a flower. He walked away again, and I ran to his side. The girls behind us giggled and waved. But won't people see my dress and know I'm an R2? Looking at you, people will never believe you're an R2. They will probably just think you stole some poor girl's dress. He looked me up and down as we walked. I glanced down at the dirty chest of my dress and noticed long, thick streaks of dirt from crawling along the ground. With the dirty, wet patch from Tink, I was no longer recognizable. I looked back at Molly, and she had the same. When she noticed me looking, she frantically started patting her dress and trying to bat the mud away. We were going to be in big trouble when we got home. We walked along the little street that had doorways to shops and stalls of fresh fruit and veg outside. The locals, despite living in the lowest region of the land, seemed happy. They conversed pleasantly and strolled along like there wasn't really any hurry. Why are there so many posters up here of people's faces? I said, trying to keep up with Rocco, and at the same time look at the details of the many, many faces that had been printed on paper and stapled to tree trunks and nailed to buildings. Those are all missing children. Hook? I said. You guessed it. We all know it. We know he took them, but proving it is another thing. The whole thing gave me the creeps. He's allowed to just take children like that? Rocco leaned across me and swiped up an apple from a stall. My heart jumped in my chest, and I backed up slightly so that if he got caught, I wouldn't. Of course, he's not allowed to, but he does. But why? Well, that's the burning question, isn't it? You're a mod, you tell me. On the next stall, he took an orange and hid it up his sleeve, but he did it so smoothly that I wouldn't have even noticed if he hadn't made it so obvious by leaning over me. On the next one, he said a hello to the owner and swiped a little box. And finally, another apple. Bessie, we need to get out of here. We are going to end up in serious trouble, Molly whispered. She linked onto my arm as we followed Rocco. All I could think about was that giant lollipop-shaped pod in the sky. If we were caught, both of our families would be sent there, and nobody wanted that. We rounded a corner at the top of the road and Rocco stopped. I bumped into him, then Molly bumped into me. He pulled the pieces of fruit from his sleeve and tossed an apple at me. It came as a surprise, and I bounced to the right to catch it. It hit off my hand, and I dropped it, then caught it midair. I couldn't have looked more awkward. Molly caught the orange, and Rocco ripped a little box open and tipped the contents out onto the floor for Tink. I like you. You have guts. Come to Neverland with me, he said. He flicked the apple up into the air and caught it, not even looking. He rubbed it onto his black sweater and took a bite. You're probably going to be banished anyway after the mods see your dresses. Mods was a word used by anybody below Region 2. They said we lived a modish lifestyle and acted like robots. We had money and choices. We were considered perfect. Molly nudged me after I stayed silent for at least 10 seconds. running over his words in my head. Imagine going to Neverland? Could I? Neverland. No way. We couldn't. Please yourself. Next time, don't touch my dog or I'll teach her to bite. Smirking, he held a thumb up, took another bite of his apple, and walked away. Wait, you're supposed to be showing us the way back, I shouted after him. He turned and walked backwards, pointing along a big old empty road with his stolen apple. Go straight until you reach the border. He turned and ran, most probably looking for trouble. His little dog scoffed down the remaining chunks of meat and darted after him. They both turned up a lane and disappeared. I had to take a moment to recover. Molly grabbed my wrist and pulled me, and we ran towards home. Chapter 5. I hid my dress under the chunky mattress of my bed and stayed in the shower until every little speck and trace of Region 1 washed down the drain. Like Dad always did 3 times a week, he hosted a meet with all the male elites in Region 2. People from the Region Weekly newspaper attended, as well as my father's colleagues in politics. They ate fancy finger food, drank beer, and plotted out their ideas and what they would put forward to the committee to move up to Region 3. The committee accepted submissions from males and females who had worked their way up in local elections and proven themselves and their family to be outstanding members of their region with a squeaky clean record. My dad was lucky, in the sense his father had been a politician and a high-ranking one. While my father and his business friends conversed downstairs, I sat in my room, tapping my pen against the blank piece of paper that I'd been staring at for at least 20 minutes. In 2 weeks, I'd only worked my way through 2 chapters of the regional rulebook, and to my father, it was not acceptable. If we were to move up to Region 3 and have any kind of say in politics, I had to do better than this. But my mind just wasn't in it, or maybe it was my heart that wasn't. I dropped my pen and padded across my fluffy blue carpet in bare feet to my window. I couldn't stop thinking about Rocco Reed and the antics he pulled in Region 1. I couldn't believe I'd been part of it and risked everything. I unlocked the latch and pulled my window up, enjoying the slight summer breeze that drifted inside. Across the wide street, a matching house to mine sat looking perfect, and above it shined the bright orange light from the shame pod. It gave me a shiver up my back, and I backed away. My eyes averted west to where I knew Neverland was, and I couldn't stop the wanting feeling in my heart. I felt like I was missing out on something, like there was something there for me. I lived a life of luxury. I had everything a girl could ever want. A loving father, a big house, a best friend, and if money could buy it, I could have it. But there was something about Rocco Reed that felt different. He was poor, he was a rogue, he was like no person I had ever met, and he represented danger in ways I couldn't even imagine. So why did I want to slip on my shoes and go to Neverland? Why would a rich girl who had everything feel the want to go to such a place? I turned around and looked at the books on the large desk that stood in the corner of my bedroom. My shoulders dropped as I sighed and walked back over to it. I took a seat back on the padded cushion and picked up my camera. I thought about the pictures sitting waiting inside to be developed. I knew the Regional Weekly would love to do a story on another rogue waif who had caused chaos and was a menace to our society. But something stopped me. I picked up the gold photo frame that held a picture of my mother. Every single time I looked at it, my heart hurt. "Any words of advice, Mum?" I said. Of course she didn't reply. She was gone. Her big, bright eyes just stared back at me. The big smile that stretched across her face made crinkles at the sides of her eyes. A big blue bow held up her dark, curly hair. Guess not. Please, don't tell Dad what I'm going to do. I've got you looking after me, though, right? I said. I put the photo frame back onto my desk and pressed my palm against the solid silver locket around my neck that held the same picture. I knew when I wore it that Mum would be taking care of me, watching me from that place in the sky. Please forgive me, I said. I tensed my shoulders and felt a rush of excitement shoot through my body, not able to believe what I was about to do. Chapter 6. Over the course of 4 days, I told my father I was studying, or I'd be at Region Weekly learning the ropes and writing to my heart's content. Really, I made my way to the edge of Region 1 and hovered around the same place I'd come across Rocco Reed the last time. I tried at 10 in the morning and waited 2 hours. The next day, I tried at 2 in the afternoon, then 4. But it was on the fifth day at 6 that I met Rocco again. I bent my knees and crouched down. My fingertips grazed over the soft petals of a yellow wildflower. I found it absolutely fascinating, and I put a lot of effort into stopping myself plucking it from the ground. Of course, I'd seen flowers before. I'd seen them around Region 1 at the markets, but I'd never touched one before. Father would never let me, because once my fingers touched it, I'd be tainted and need to wash. Region 1 was dirty and unkempt. Region 2 was clean cut and less cluttered. Nothing grew in my region. I pulled the camera from my little crossbody bag and changed the f-stop and shutter speed to match the setting. I brought the camera up to my eye and leaned slightly to get better composition, and I snapped a photo. "And so we meet again," Rocco shouted. My body jolted forward, and I caught my fall with my palm hitting the ground, squishing the delicate flower I'd been admiring. Pushing myself up to my feet, I spun around, and he stood with his hands on his hips, the little red feather sticking out of his hat and the white cloth bag around his torso. Tink wandering around behind him like a true sidekick. "What is a Maud doing back in my neck of the woods?" he said. He stepped forward and walked straight past me. "I guess, in a rather weird way, I found it quite enchanting to meet you," I said. I stood up straight with my arms tucked around my back, like a lady, like I'd been taught my entire life. Wow, I usually get exciting, sexy, even sometimes jerk, but never enchanting. He let out a squeak of a laugh and walked behind the monstrous yellow sign that said not to enter the water. "Well, I thought maybe you'd like some food," I said. I stuffed my camera in my bag again and rushed over to the tree and picked up the handles of the paper bag I'd brought. "Food?" He popped just his head out from behind the sign, and Tink's ears pricked up. "Yes. I thought since you feel the need to steal to feed yourself, I should bring you something." I held the bag out, and he disappeared behind the sign again. I heard a dragging noise, and Rocco emerged, pulling along the ground a small wooden boat made of planks and rusty bolts. Without him having to say a word, Tink dashed through the grass and dived inside of the boat. For such a little legs, she made quite the leap. "Thanks, girl. Hey, I don't even know your name," he said. He kicked the boat to the edge of the water and wrapped the attached rope around his wrist. "Bessie. Bessie Bennett," I said. I walked forward until the tips of my shoes were a few inches from touching the water. I held out the bag, and Rocco leant forward and took it from me. He opened it and peeked inside. "That's nice, Bessie Bennett. They are going to love this," he said. He hopped in the boat and picked up a long pole with a wide wooden blade on the end. "They? Yes, the lost children." Lost children?" I asked. I tipped my head to the side. "Yes." He held out his hand and I looked down at it. I stood for at least 10 seconds until he pushed it out further, gesturing for me to take it. "Well, Bessie Bennett, come on." My eyes opened wider and I took a step back. "Go to Neverland?" I couldn't. I'm not allowed. "Come on, live a little. Who's gonna know?" I swallowed hard. He snatched his hand back and lifted one leg out of the boat. He pushed against the ground until the boat slid into the water. "Last chance. Take my hand," he said. He leant over the edge of the boat again and stretched his arm out further. The boat slipping further and further away from land. If I took his hand, I'd be risking everything. But at the same time, there was something about Rocco Reed that drew me in. There was something so intriguing about the little island across the water. There were answers right at my fingertips. The opportunity for photos nobody else on the mainland had the opportunity to get. All I had to do was take his hand. I reached out and our fingertips touched. His warm fingers slid up the skin on my palm and he gripped onto my hand like a clamp. He yanked me and I shot forward. Water splashed up my shin and I squealed, not so elegantly, when my shoe got wet, and I swung my leg over the side of the boat and tumbled inside. The boat rocked side to side and I clung onto the wooden edges and took a seat. I hadn't ever been in a boat before. It felt weird, like I was flying almost. It felt like my blood swished around inside my body and my head wobbled on my shoulders. "Before we go to Neverland, you have to promise me you will not tell anybody where our camp is." I nodded. "I mean it." He pointed the end of the oar at me, just centimeters from my face. "Nobody. At all. Your parents, your friends, nobody. Not a single person, I promise. I drew an invisible cross over my heart, hoping it would be a secret I could keep. Rocco used the long wooden oar and stabbed it into the ground, pushing the boat out further into the water. My heart palpitated wildly, and my gaze frantically looked in all directions around me. What was I doing? What was I thinking? The further away from land we got, the more nervous I felt. But when I looked at Rocco, he seemed as cool as a cucumber. He plonked himself down on the seat in front of me and lifted his hat slightly, giving me the first real look at his eyes. They were big and brown and bright. He dipped his hand inside the pocket of his trousers and pulled out a small wooden tool that had holes in a straight row carved out of it. I didn't know what it was until he lifted it to his mouth. He blew inside of it while he moved his fingers over the different holes, and music played. I forgot all about the large body of dangerous water we were floating on, and I leaned forward and snatched it out of his hands. It felt lighter than I'd expected, and I wondered how a small piece of wood could create such a sound. Hey, he sat up and swiped it back from me. Someone will hear. You can't play music, I said. Rocco rolled his eyes and stood up. He picked up the oar and pushed the boat faster, heading for Neverland. Oh, I forgot the stupid rule on music being banned, thanks to your people. What is that, and how did it play music? It's a flute, of course. You wouldn't know since you live the modish life where all fun is banned. He sniggered. He put one foot up on the side of the boat, balancing perfectly, like his body weighed nothing. I wasn't sure what he meant by fun. My life was fun, wasn't it? I leaned slightly and peeked over the side of the boat. The water looked murky and dark. It splashed up the side of the boat every time Rocco steered us further. I wanted to reach out and touch it, dip my fingers in it, but I didn't. Of course, I'd seen water millions of times, but I'd never been on water. Even the richest people of society didn't venture out onto water. Our job was to build our land and our future, and make it the best it could be. It didn't take long before we arrived on the shore of Neverland. The boat jerked to a stop as it hit land. Rocco jumped out, and Tink followed. I closed my eyes as he pulled the rope, and the boat bumped up over rocks. When I peeked out of one eye again, he wrapped the rope around a tree and tied it in a knot. I'd arrived on Neverland, and I couldn't wait to set my feet on its ground. There was no turning back now. I couldn't exactly walk back home. Chapter 7. I liked the feeling of my feet sinking into the earth as we trod through grass and dirt. I liked the giddy feeling I got when I looked up at the dizzying heights of the trees that surrounded us. It felt like we were in the middle of a jungle where wild animals lived and humans never ventured. What is this? I asked. I stopped at a structure that soared high up into the sky. It didn't fit the surroundings, being circular in shape and made of steel. At the very top, a large square beacon encased in a metal frame, kind of like a giant lamppost. That's the food siren, Rocco said. He turned around and looked up at it, copying me. Huh? I reached out and touched the cold metal with my fingers. Red pieces of rust crumbled off and dropped to the floor. Even though we're waifs, they still bring us food. We're supposed to get 1 drop a day, but they never come that often. Rocco continued on, and I followed, confused. I'd never learned about how Neverland people lived. I learned about the 3 regions and the rules we all had to follow. I was well educated on what I had to do to move up to Region 3, but as far as the lower-class people of Neverland went, nobody spoke of them much. Once a person was sent to Neverland, they just disappeared, or so they said. Why do they call you waifs? I said, skipping over twigs and overgrown bushes. My body moved awkwardly and clunky, and I felt like I made too much noise. You ever heard the term waifs and strays? Oh, I get it now. I couldn't help but the name was a little harsh. As we continued, the more overgrown everything became. I squeaked as a nettle stung my ankle. Then a fly flew into my hair. The sun was setting above, turning the sky to a mix of orange and yellow. I brushed away spider webs and ducked under branches from trees until we came to another siren, identical to the last. The same round body and large square light. Another siren for food? Nah, that one flashes red, and that's when we know to run. When that siren goes off, it's a warning that they're coming to round us up. And then what? I asked, swiping another spider web out of my face. You tell me. Nobody knows what happens after the disposable people leave Neverland. That's why we hide out here. So you're telling me all the conspiracy theories are true? The government send unwanted and extra children to this island? Yes. But what do they tell the parents of these missing disposable children? Nothing. If they find an illegal child, they just whip them away. No explanation. Never to be seen again. None of it sat right with me. I didn't like any of it. But it explained all the stories, all the missing people posters in Region 1. So, if people know their children are here, why not just cross and come and get them? People die trying. It happens all the time. Not only that, roundups happen often. Children are scattered all over this island, so the chance of finding someone is basically non existent. By the time they get here, the person they're looking for is already gone, and if they're caught crossing the water, they disappear too. I don't believe you. If it really is true, then why don't I know about it? It's like this thing that everyone knows is happening, yet nobody high up will acknowledge it's happening or admit it. Why? Oh, I don't know, maybe because it's morally wrong, he said sarcastically. He seemed to move through the bush like it wasn't even there. He sprang and he leaped and he jumped, not making a sound as he went. So, what happens after they are rounded up and leave Neverland? That's the scary part. Some say they sell them, others say they drop them into the ocean. Who knows? He stopped suddenly and my nose hit his sweater. Like a curtain, he pulled back a net of green leaves, revealing a void, an enormous old oak tree in the center. I stepped over the threshold and felt like I'd entered another world. My world was filled with stone and gold, straight streets and slabs, tidiness, perfection, luxury. But I'd entered a green haven. The wood of the old oak twisted and nodded in itself, big bushy green leaves hanging from its branches. The grass I stood on was overgrown, but enough to sit in. In front of the tree, a black circle on the grass where ash and chunks of wood lay. It was like no place I'd ever seen before. My eyes grew wide and my lips dropped open. With my hands at my sides, I turned around slowly, taking in all its beautiful glory. Wonderland, I whispered. All right, coast is clear. Rocco held his palms at either side of his mouth and shouted. It all seemed to happen so suddenly, like it had been infested. Out from the bushes that surrounded the fire pit in the ground, and out from a large hole in the center of the tree, came a gang of scurrying humans. I slipped sideways to hide behind Rocco as the herd of children trampled over everything to reach us. They each shouted something, but together their voices just made noise. I tensed my shoulders, embracing for impact, until they stopped right in front of Rocco. All right, I have food, Rocco said in a laugh. Sit down. The children crowded around him as he walked forward and took a seat on a log in front of the fire pit. He dipped his hand inside his cloth bag and began handing out pieces of fruit and bread. The children, who were of all different ages and sizes, each took something and sat down, making a circle around the fire that a boy in a tiger-striped top lit with a flint and some sticks. I sneakily pulled my camera a few inches out of my bag and snapped a few photos of the children and the surroundings. Tell us a story, a little voice shouted. The fire lit and cackled, and Rocco picked up the bag I had brought. The most prominent thing I noticed about the group of children was a white streak in the hair of their right eyebrows and a scar in the shape of a D on their skin underneath. I didn't want to be rude and stare, but I wondered what it was. They all had identical ones. The majority of them were boys. Some had long hair that flopped down over their foreheads and ears. Others had short hair. I found it odd that a random group of children, who all looked so very different, could all have the same white streak on their bodies and matching scars. In a minute, let's see what we have in here. He dipped his hand inside and pulled out a tea cake. All of the children stopped and stared at it. Rocco held it up into the light of the rising moon and inspected it like he hadn't ever seen one before. I hadn't realized he had a whole army to feed, and so I'd only packed enough food in there for 1 or 2 people to last a couple of days. I sat down next to Rocco on the fallen tree trunk. Excuse me, but what is this mark all the children have? I whispered, my voice drowned out by the sound of them chewing like wild animals. Rocco looked at the children, then at me, and I pointed at my own eyebrow in an attempt to not alert anybody else that I was asking such an intrusive question. That's their tag. All Neverland children are tagged by the government. It's how they know they're from Neverland. I couldn't believe it. But that doesn't make sense. Is it a bloodline thing? I leant to the side to keep them from hearing. No, they are freeze branded. Any child that is sent to Neverland is tagged with a D. The tagging damages the hair follicle and turns the hair white, and also scars the skin, so there's no way to hide it. They can always be spotted and can't escape. Tagged with a D? But why? D stands for disposable. A disposable child? I couldn't wrap my brains around it. It didn't make sense. It seemed barbaric. How could a child be disposable? What is that? A boy in a brown hat with floppy bear ears asked, pointing at the food I'd brought with me. Well, isn't it obvious? Rocco said. It's the treasure of Hook, he stated boldly. He raised it in the air like a trophy, and all the kids cheered and hooted. I didn't understand what was going on because that simply wasn't true. I leant forward into the crowd of little humans and held my hand up to speak. I'll get you, you wandering waif? Hook shouted, Rocco said. He waved the tea cake in the air. I swooped in on the wings of an eagle and snatched up this treasure. All the children hooted again excitedly. But Rocco, that simply isn't true, I said. It was out of genuine concern. Those are tea cakes. It's a treat. All the children stopped eating, and every one of them turned and stared at me. I felt nervous and shrunk back. Rocco dropped his arm and stared at me, and the whole camp fell silent. The only girl in the camp, sitting next to Rocco, tapped him on the shoulder and shook her head before she scowled at me some more. She had lovely long blonde hair and the same white streak and D scar as all the other children. A pair of tatty fairy wings hung from her shoulders. She glared at me, and if looks could kill, I'd certainly be dead. That's Bessie Bennett. She's a former R2. She was banished for stealing Hook's horse, Rocco stated, and all the children cheered once again. That isn't true. Why are you telling all these tall tales? I asked, genuinely confused. Life had to be filled with facts, not fairy tales. It's a story, Bessie. Stop being such a mod, Rocco said. But stories are banned. We must only speak of facts. I think you need to grow up, I said, and crossed my arms across my chest. Grow up! Rocco let out an unrestrained laugh, and the children copied. You're a kid. Why would you want to grow up and be a mod? I am not a kid. I stuck my nose in the air. Boo, all the children said. Ah, don't be too hard on her, guys, Rocco said. She comes from a land where they're stuck up their own butts. All the children burst out into furious laughter. I stood up and walked 2 steps away, like their stories would poison me if I heard them. Like music, fiction is banned for a reason, so that we know only facts, I said. How can we live in an imaginary world? If we are going to be our best, we must not talk of imaginary places and things. Boo, they sang again. Rocco stood up, my bag still in hand. He walked up to me and stared at me. The fire cast a dancing orange glow on the side of his face. For a moment, I thought he was going to chuck me out of Neverland, banish me for good. But his reaction was something else. You are a challenge, aren't you, Bessie Bennett? He said. I pressed my lips together and shrugged slightly. I used to love my mother telling me stories when I was little, but now I was 15. I was too old for stories. Come on, let's eat. He wrapped his fingers around my wrist and pulled me over to sit on one of the long logs in front of the fire again. I smiled at the little girl who was sitting at the other side of Rocco, but she scowled back. She couldn't have been more than 8 years old, but she looked tiny and fragile. Her long, knotted hair flowed over her shoulders and frizzed at the ends. I couldn't help but notice how clean she looked for someone who lived in the wild. In fact, when I made a point to look, they all looked pretty clean. Rocco picked up both tea cakes and opened them up. All the children who sat around the now raging fire leaned in awe. With his thumbs, Rocco split it in 2. Then he split those in 2. And again until there was enough of the tea cakes to be shared out. Each child had a tiny piece. I looked around as they stared at it, noses scrunched and squinting. The first child to taste the treat of chocolate was a boy with fair hair and round blue eyes. He licked it first. Then once he realized it definitely wasn't poison, He shoved it in his mouth. His eyes grew wider, and he looked around at all his friends and nodded in delight. They all scoffed their tiny piece down, and a hum of approval filled the air. I felt quite satisfied that they were happy. I noticed, though, that Rocco himself didn't eat anything. Every piece of food he had most probably stolen, he gave to the children. As I was saying, Rocco started, he shot me a look first and then suddenly turned back to the children, giving them all a fright. Hook appeared. He caught me red-handed with his treasure. All the children gasped. "What did you do, Rocco?" A boy in a zebra print t-shirt asked, the white streak prominent in his black hair. He leant forward, all their eyes wide, immersed in Rocco's story. "I pulled off my leg and I threw it at the old dingbat," he shouted. He reached down and pulled his prosthetic leg off and held it in the air. All the children gasped again. For at least 20 minutes, Rocco's story went on and on. He told them he flew on the back of an eagle. At one point, he even said he was captured by pirates, and for a moment of Rocco's story, I found myself listening and wanting to know what happened next. But I didn't understand my reaction. I knew his silly story wasn't real. I had given him the tea cakes and no pirates were involved. So why did I get a fuzzy feeling in my belly when I listened to him tell this fiction? And that's when Bessie turned up. She pulled her sword from her hip and swiped at Hook, Rocco said. I knew it wasn't true, but by now I was leaning forward, eyes wide, sucking on a slice of apple. I couldn't peel my eyes or ears away. "Then what happened?" one of the kids shouted. Hook grabbed her round the neck and dragged her towards him. We thought we were goners at this point. But Bessie kicked Hook right in the kahunas, and he cried out in pain. Bessie took her chance. She swiped up his hook, hooked him round the neck, and kicked him straight off of that cliff. All the children cheered like I was some kind of hero. Rocco jumped up to his feet, stood on the log I was sitting on, and did a loud cock-a-doodle-doo. The children copied. My shoulders tensed as the noise of their antics landed on my ears. They jumped up and down, and they high-fived each other. Rocco jumped off the log and ran to the edge of their camp. He disappeared into the greenery and overgrown weeds that were taller than me, and he appeared again a few moments later from the darkness. He walked up to me with a grin spread across his face, his hands behind his back. All the children stopped still and wheezed. The camp fell silent. Rocco made his way around the fire and stood in front of me. He went down on one knee, on his good leg, and produced a bright pink flower from behind him. My hands shot up to cover my mouth. I hadn't ever seen something so beautiful. Its round petals swirled around into a circle, overlapping each other, forming the flower head. I reached out and took it from him, my smile beaming. "For you, Lady Bennett," Rocco said, "for your bravery and courage in the face of adversity. I give you the honor of becoming a lost child of Neverland. Do you accept?" I looked up and all the children stared at me in waiting. I could have reached out and poked the tension that hung in the air. It felt like he'd offered me some kind of knighthood, some kind of invitation to join his cult. The children let out an ooh sound and all sat down. They took it so seriously. I glanced over to the little girl with the toy fairy wings, and she crossed her arms and scowled again. Even Tink the dog sat in front of me and stared with her wonky face. "Why, Rocco? This is a true honor," I said. I pulled the beautiful flower up to my nose and sniffed its sweet scent. I hadn't ever held a flower, so I certainly hadn't smelled one. There was something about the whole camp and the people in it that reeked of freedom, and freedom seemed rather appealing to me. "So do you accept?" "I do." That was it. The whole place exploded. The kids screamed in delight, apart from the girl with the fairy wings, who huffed and turned her back to us. They danced on their logs that were meant to be seats, and they cheered like there'd be no tomorrow. Rocco jumped to his feet and pulled me up by my arm. He spun me around and I shrieked when I stumbled, but he held his arms out and caught me. "You know why I like these flowers?" he said. He cupped the head of the flower in one hand. I shook my head and stroked the soft petals with my fingertips. They grow back from the ground every year, no matter what. It's magic. They're immortal. I stared up into his eyes and felt a funny flutter in my tummy. There was something about Rocco Reed that enchanted me, and I didn't want the night to end. I've never seen anything like this place. It is so magical, so beautiful. Rocco smiled. You think it's cool here. Let me show you the rest of camp. There's more? He took my free hand and led me away from the loud, boisterous children. Behind the big old oak tree, Rocco drew back more lacy ivy like he'd pulled open curtains. I took a step forward, seeing that Wonderland or Neverland, whatever they called it, could in fact become more beautiful. Water gushed down the side of a mountain and ran into a massive pool surrounded by grass and overgrown weeds. Two children pushed past us and sat on the edge with their feet hanging in the water. This is wow, I said. Nice, eh? There's 4 of these kind of waterfalls on the island. This is the smallest, he said. I craned my neck to look up. It soared about 30 feet up. Kids love it, and it's how we get clean. If you follow the stream over there, it takes you to a secluded part of the beach on the south of the island and runs into the sea. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Fancy a dip? He said over my shoulder. Don't be ridiculous. I can't swim. Boring. He walked past me and stood behind one of the boys. He put a foot on the boy's back and pushed, sending him sliding into the water with a splash. My hands flew up to cover my mouth, anxiety racing through my body when the child disappeared. I hurried over, trying hard to stay on my tiptoes as much as possible so that my shoes didn't get dirty. The other boy held his hand on his stomach, his head flung back, his mouth wide open as he howled out laughter. Rocco, he might drown, I said. I leaned over, looking through the film of water at submerged rocks in the shallow end. Visibility getting worse the deeper it went. He's fine. My boys are like fish. Just as he said it, the boy breached the surface. He spat water in a long, thin line from his blown-up cheeks in Rocco's direction before he took a breath and dived back under, seemingly enjoying himself. Just watching him in his wet clothes made me feel uncomfortable and like I needed to change. There was no way I was getting in there, but I did appreciate its beauty. Let me take a photo, I said. I dipped my hand in my bag, but as my fingers gripped my camera, Rocco stopped me by grabbing my elbow. Sorry, Bessie, no photos of my camp. But why? Because it's a secret. I won't show anybody, I promise. This is my camera. Nobody sees my boring photos. That's exactly why I wanted to take pictures of the beautiful sight in front of me. My usual photos were of stone buildings and posh R2s sipping wine and posing. I never got to take photos of natural beauty, of kids running around like wild animals and loving every second of it. No photos. Not now. I nodded and let go of my camera. I wanted him to trust me. Chapter 8. Maud Day always happened in the height of summer, and like every year, my father ran around like a headless chicken preparing for it. Are you looking forward to it? This is a stepping stone, Dad said. Some of the Region 3 committee are going to be there, and they're looking to be impressed. I rolled my eyes, then I sat up straight, shocking myself by my own reaction. So what can we do to impress them? I asked. He kept flicking his wrists, trying on the suit that fit his larger body perfectly. I planned to spark up a conversation and put forward some of our ideas. Like what? I asked. I spun my pencil between my fingers. Well, like taxes, payments. If we can squeeze an extra 1% from Region 1, then that would give a massive boost to our health care. But don't we have enough money? You can never have enough money, my dear. Dad laughed. He narrowed his eyes at the stitching on the sleeve of his suit jacket. But if you take more money from the lower regions, how do you expect those people to live? Dad stopped again and turned to look at me. I mean, we give them the opportunity to work, then we take a percentage from their wages too. What if they need to buy food to feed their children? Dad stared at me with an open mouth. He seemed flabbergasted that I was asking these questions. Well, that's why those in Region 1 are only allowed to have one child. Really? So what happens to any extra children? I wanted him to admit that Neverland was real. The stories were real. Those people are of no concern to us. Now stop it. We run things like this for a reason. There's plenty to go around for everyone. But was there? I thought about Rocco and the children I'd met, and how life for them didn't seem fair. Rocco had to steal food, and if that was down to the classist society we lived in, surely it was everybody's responsibility to do something about it. Right, I think that will do perfectly. He slipped the fancy jacket off and hung it on a velvet hanger on the door, while I thought about Neverland and Rocco and his stories and music. How's the work experience going at Region Weekly? I was speaking to Quinn yesterday. He says you're settling in well. He ran a lint roller over his jacket and inspected it again for any extra fluff. I nodded. It's okay. I mean, I get paid to take pictures. There's definitely nothing bad about that. Dad sat down at the table opposite me, his demeanor calm and happy. He straightened out his mustache with his fingers and smiled happily at his work. So you think it's something you want to continue with? You could end up writing for the newspaper. I shrugged again. I love taking pictures the most. I just wish I had something more fun to write about that wasn't how fantastic Mrs. Brunton looked at her birthday party, or how much the Williams had just spent on a remodel of their home. If I'm going to eventually write for the paper, then I need it to be more exciting. Like what? Dad snorted like I'd said the funniest thing ever. I shrugged again and gathered some courage to say what I felt. It had been years since I'd heard a story, and it made me want to write one. Do you remember when Mum would tell me stories? I said. I leaned my elbows on the table and propped my head up with my palms. Dad's eyes shot up from looking at the piles of paperwork he had in front of him to meet my gaze. I remember. I didn't usually talk about my mum with him because I knew that speaking of her broke his heart into tiny little pieces all over again, every single time. His happy, calm demeanor changed, his deep voice lower and reeking of sadness. His Adam's apple bopped up and down in his throat as he swallowed. So why don't we tell stories anymore? I miss it. I know this work is important, I said. I tapped my workbook. But the magic of stories can make us feel things like nothing else. It can take us places we have only dared to dream of. Enough, he said. That is exactly why stories are banned. He slammed his palm down on the tabletop and I jumped. Where is this coming from? I shrugged and sat up straight, like a lady was supposed to. I just thought it might be fun. All this silly talk of fairies and magical lands, poppycock, your mother shouldn't have filled your head with that rubbish. That will get you nowhere in life. This is what you need to concentrate on. He pointed at my books that were piled in the center of the table. Information, facts. Those are what will make your life fun. Time to grow up. Dad shook his head and scratched the frizzy mustache above his upper lip that made his large nose seem smaller. I smiled a small smile and nodded. Dad went back to his work. He sipped on Earl Grey tea and flicked through mountains of paperwork. I'm going to finish this upstairs, I said. I closed my Region 2 book and stood up. Dad smiled up at me. I won't be in for dinner. I have to make some arrangements for Mod Day. Are you okay to fix yourself something? I nodded and walked around the table to him. I bent my knees and he planted a kiss on my cheek. I carried my book to my room and left my door ajar. I tossed the book and pencil onto my desk and sauntered over to my window. The shame pod looked brighter since I'd been to Neverland. I wasn't sure if it was in my head or if it was actually brighter. Maybe I was just paranoid because I knew I had done something so wrong, so against the rules. In my whole 15 years of life, I hadn't heard of anybody in Region 2 or 3 sneaking off to Neverland and being crowned a lost child. It was ridiculous and exhilarating. It had been 5 days since I'd seen Rocco, and every day back in Region 2 seemed to drag. It crossed my mind a few times that I'd never see him again, and maybe that would be a good thing. I could go on to live my life and move up to the top. I'd have enough money to swim in. When I grew up, I'd have power and influence that somebody in Region 1 and Neverland could only dream of. I could write about what I wanted to and take photos of what I wanted to. I had to get my head in the game. It was my responsibility to build the life I wanted, to fill my brain with facts and intelligence. Neverland was behind me, and so was Rocco Reed. I had to grow up. I unlocked the window latch and dragged my window up to let some air in. As I sat back at my desk, I felt a slight warm breeze comfort my hot skin. Still in my blue dress, the dress every single girl under 16 wore in Region 2, I padded over to my closet and pulled the string to turn on the light. I needn't have bothered, though, because I knew where everything was, and everything looked the same. One long row of 6 dresses. It was meant to be 7, but my other one was hidden under my mattress, covered in mud stains and dog drool. All dresses were exactly the same, down to the last stitch. Under that, one drawer of blue underwear, a drawer of blue socks, and exactly 7 night dresses in the same color blue. I slipped out of my dress and into a nightie and pulled on my matching baby blue slippers. Everything was plain. Everything was perfect. I sat at my desk again and held my locket in my hand, looking at my mother's photograph in the frame on top of the desk. Dad may want to forget Wonderland, but I never will, I said to her photograph. Oi, Bessie? At the sound of a disembodied voice in my room, I tipped back in my chair and screamed as loud as my lungs would allow. Chapter 9. The chair tipped over with me in it, and I landed on the floor with a thud, hitting my head off the wooden frame of my 4-poster bed. My heart raced in my chest, and I looked up to see a floating head hovering at my open window. Okay, it wasn't exactly floating, but it looked like it was. And it was Rocco. He snorted and his head flew back in laughter. Not funny! I sat up and rubbed my head. Come on, that was a little bit funny, he said. My eyes sprung open when I heard my father's footsteps racing up the hardwood staircase. Hide! Like he was in a lift, Rocco's head ducked and he went completely out of view. At that moment, my father came running into my room. The door sprung back so fast it hit off the wall and bounced back, the handle hitting his hip. He rushed over to me and knelt down beside me. What on earth is wrong? He said. He sounded out of breath. I heard a scream. Are you okay? He scooped an arm under mine and pulled me up to my feet. I fell off my chair and hit my head. I rubbed my head again and pulled a face. Dad blew a breath out and shook his head. I thought something terrible had happened. Something terrible? In Region 2? Don't be silly. I let an awkward laugh escape my lips and I rubbed my head again. Dad held me by the chin and turned my face slightly to inspect where my head had hit the floor. He brushed my hair back and pressed down on my scalp in different places. A gasp escaped me when Rocco's head appeared back at the window. Is that where it hurts? He said. It definitely wasn't where it hurt, but my gasp led him to believe that. I nodded, and he went back to inspecting. I slyly tried to wave a hand to tell Rocco to disappear, but he seemed to find the whole thing amusing. He blew up his cheeks and crossed his eyes, then laughed silently behind my father's back. It looks all right. Do you feel okay? He asked. He let go of my face and stared at me with concern. I tried my best at a smile and nodded. Maybe I should cancel tonight, he said. No, you go. I'm fine. Dad pursed his lips and I raised my eyebrows and tried to stretch a genuine smile across my face. Are you sure? My sights darted from Rocco, then back to my father. Rocco continued to pull faces. I'll be fine, I promise. Go have a good time and woo them all. I'm going to bed. Dad hesitated before he eventually nodded. He patted me on the head like a dog and glanced over at my desk. I'm proud of you, Bessie. You're turning into a fine young lady. One day you're going to make your mother and me proud. Thanks. Good night. I had no time for talking. If Rocco was caught at my bedroom window, I'd be in so much trouble. If any of the neighboring houses saw him, we'd all be in even more trouble. Dad walked out and I followed him. I won't be late. I'll come check on you when I get back. Oh no, that's all right. I'm so tired. I'll be out cold. I lifted both my arms up in the air and opened my mouth wide into a fake yawn. Good night. Dad went to answer, and I slammed my bedroom door shut in his face. I put my ear up against the wood on the door and listened to him linger. I had no idea what he was thinking, but he sighed sadly. Then I heard his footsteps walk away, down the hallway, then onto the staircase. When I knew for sure that he'd gone, I ran across the room and stuck my head out the window. The ends of my ponytail slapped the side of my cheek. What in the name of all of Neverland are you doing? Rocco smiled at me. I leaned on the windowsill and looked down. He clutched onto the drain pipe on the side of my house, and below in my yard, a large brown horse. Whose is that horse? I don't know. I stole it, he said like it was an everyday thing. He shrugged and shuffled further up the drain pipe, holding on like his body weighed nothing. Rocco Reed, how dare you ride here on a stolen horse and put us all at risk by climbing up the side of my house like a monkey? You almost gave me a bloody heart attack. A cheeky grin spread up his face and he looked proud of himself. Aren't you gonna invite me in? He craned his neck, and his gaze ran around my bedroom at all my stuff. No, I am not. If you are caught, we will both end up in there. I pointed to the bright orange beam that soared into the sky from the shame pod. Not if they don't find out. Come on, come with me. Let me take you on an adventure. I swallowed hard and looked at him. I'd never had a conversation with a boy attached to my drain pipe who had rode here on his stolen horse. It made me regret letting him walk me home last week so he knew where I lived, because I wanted to go so badly. But something was stopping me. All of my responsibilities lay here, and I had so much to lose. But looking into Rocco's eyes made me melt. But I'm not dressed. You're fine. You'll do better in that than those blue dresses that make you all look like matching robots. I huffed, but I had to agree with him. My society was in desperate need of a splash of color. Come on, Bessie Bennett. Adventure awaits us. He held out his hand for me to take, and it reminded me of that time on the boat. I bit my lip and stared at it, wondering if it was worth the risk. I heard a creak from the hallway and spun my head to look back. I didn't know what it was, and I wasn't waiting around to find out. I hit the switch on my light and put my palm into his. He felt warm and inviting. I swung one leg out the window, then the other, and I sat on the window ledge, my feet hanging freely out the side of my house. It wasn't a massive drop, not like a mountain or anything. I was located on the second floor of my 4-story house, so I didn't have that far to fall if I did make a mistake and go splat. It's easy. You just do this, Rocco said. We let go of each other, and he put 2 hands on the drain pipe and 2 feet, and he slid down. He put 1 foot on the saddle of the stolen horse and held his arms out like he wanted me to jump into them. The horse stirred and blew air out of its nose. My heart beat so fast and adrenaline kept me from fainting. Think of a happy thought and just pretend you're flying. I will not. Where's Tink? I whispered, worried my father would hear us and at any moment come out and catch me. She's not here for this one, just us. I felt special. I felt honored. But why? He was a rogue, a waif, a little scoundrel. Why did I feel so privileged and excited to be around him? I grabbed onto the drain pipe and put 1 foot on 2. For some reason, I thought closing my eyes was a good idea. Come on, it's not far. I'm right here, Rocco said. I opened my eyes again and looked down at him. He had his arms up and open for me, and I knew I had to trust him. I took a quick look at the facing house across the wide street to make sure nobody was looking. When I was sure, I slipped out of the window and gripped onto the pipe like my life depended on it. I didn't stay put like Rocco did. I fell through the air, my palms making a loud squealing noise as they rubbed against the plastic of the pipe. My feet tried to scamper to try and stop my body falling so fast, and thankfully it slowed me down. I knew I was safe when Rocco wrapped his arms around me, catching me mid-fall. The squeal of my hands stopped, but my heavy breathing could have been heard for miles. My poor slippers had taken a beating, scratching the wall on their way down. For a few moments, it was like time stopped, and he kept his surprisingly strong arms around my middle. His chin rested on my shoulder as I tried to catch my breath. There's nothing quite like the excitement of doing something we know we shouldn't, he whispered in my ear. I felt like I could have just melted like a snowman into him. I stayed clinging to the pipe and put 1 foot on the saddle, then gently let myself go. I held on to him, trying to balance, and we both sat down, straddling the horse. I hadn't ever ridden on top of a horse before, but I'd thought about it. My dad did it every week with his buddies from work. Sat atop it now, my heart beat in my mouth. I felt much higher off the ground than I'd expected to feel. Rocco reached around me and took my visibly shaking hands and wrapped his arms around my torso. I really don't think I should be the one to drive this thing, I said. It's easy. I got you. He picked up the reins and gently flicked them, making a clicking noise with his tongue. I wanted to squeal when the horse moved, part excitement, part fear. His hooves clacking on the solid ground made me nervous. It felt like they were so loud, and at any moment the whole of Region 2 would be at their windows watching. To my delight, once we got past the gate and exited my property, Rocco slapped the reins of the horse, and I yelped as he sped up. It felt like I couldn't breathe, but it wasn't a bad feeling. It felt exhilarating. I felt like I bounced up high and then fell back onto the horse's back. The feeling of gravity kept my back pressed against Rocco's front. I liked the feeling of the air blasting my face. I liked the feeling of his arms around me, keeping me safe. I liked the feeling of freedom as we galloped over the border. "Where are we going?" I said, trying to shout over the sound of the outside and the galloping feet of the horse. "We've been invited somewhere. I'm taking you to let your hair down," he shouted back. I didn't know whether to be frightened or excited. Chapter 10. We rode through Region 1, left the horse near the market square, and Rocco took me down some old cobbled stairs that led into the ground. He kept hold of my hand and took the lead. We walked through a long tunnel with walls that looked like they were crumbling down around us, and I could feel a pumping vibration going through my body from my feet. I didn't realize at first that it was music, and when we reached a large wooden door and he opened it, the loud noises hit me like a slap to the face. I pulled back, and Rocco turned to follow me. "I can't go in there. If someone finds me here and there's music," I said. I covered my chest with my arms like it would somehow protect me and take me back home. "Come on, Bessie Bennett," Rocco said. "Nobody can hear, it's underground, that's the point." But it's so wrong. Who says? The mods? Let me show you something different. Let me show you something other than being a robot and living to follow stupid rules. I promise, you will love it. I debated. I leaned forward and looked through the open door. The room was heaving with many people, and the sound overloaded my senses. I reached out, took his hand again, and he led me inside. "Rocco!" People shouted like he was famous. Guys rushed up to him to shake his hand and ask how he was. Girls blushed and fluttered their eyelashes when he kissed the back of their hands. It was like I was in some kind of underground world where Rocco Reed was the star of the show. Nobody said hello to me. They only looked me up and down. I couldn't work out if their expressions were of disgust or if they were frightened. One thing was for sure. They knew I was a mod. The music felt like it surrounded me and suffocated me. I hadn't ever felt so on edge. The people around us moved their bodies and twisted and spun around, dancing. Others drank from bottles and chatted. There was even a couple kissing against the far wall. I looked down at the floor, uncomfortable at the sight. Public displays of affection where I came from were banned. They were banned in every region. All of them wore black and mismatched clothing. The brightest thing in the room was me and Rocco's green hat and feather. The whole place was like a giant rebellion against the mods, against my people. Rocco led me over to a bar area, and I shuffled myself up onto a stool. "Ah, Rocco Reed, the biggest good-for-nothing rascal this side of Region 1, a girl said. I thought she'd insulted him, but apparently I was wrong. "Rosie Rue, the slyest little devil of the land," Rocco said. He leaned over the counter, and they hugged. I was a little confused. If they liked each other, then why did they insult each other? I smiled slightly, rubbing my sweaty palms together between my thighs. I couldn't remember a time I'd ever felt more uncomfortable. "How have you been?" she said. "Good, good. This is Bessie Bennett." "Oh, a real-life mod at an R1 party. Never thought I'd see the day." The girl put her hand on her hip and raised an eyebrow. I wasn't sure if she was going to punch me or shake my hand. "So this is the girl you've been running around with?" "Well, I wouldn't exactly say running around." Rocco leaned an arm on the bar and crossed his ankles. "That's not what Lily says." The girl ran her fingers through her silky blonde hair and shook her head disapprovingly. Rocco rolled his eyes. She leaned over the bar and pulled me into an awkward, stiff hug. "The name's Rosie. Nice to meet you," she said. I perked up. My back straightened from slouching and I smiled. She straightened out her black vest and then slammed 2 empty glasses on the counter. "Now, don't be letting any of these intimidate you. You have to show you're not afraid," she said, pointing a finger out into the crowds of people who were looking my way. "They're just curious, some a little jealous." She poured us a fizzy drink and slid them across the bar. "Jealous of what?" "Well, that you're with Rocco, of course." I picked up the glass and sniffed the sweet contents. "Ignore her." Rocco took a drink and slammed his glass back onto the counter. I could definitely see why the girls liked him. It wasn't just that he was quite handsome, it was the way he carried himself and the energy that surrounded him. What? I'm only saying. She shrugged. She was a very pretty girl with delicate features and thin red lips. Especially Lily, she whispered. I didn't know who Lily was, and I didn't want to ask. Maybe Rocco had a girlfriend. Anything you need, Bessie Bennett, you give me a shout. Nice to meet you. She pointed at me, smiled, and walked away to serve more drinks. I gave her an awkward wave and tipped the glass up to my mouth. The fizz from the liquid danced on my tongue, and the sweetness made my mouth water. Rocco spent at least an hour socializing with the people in the room. They seemed to gravitate towards him and look at me like I was an alien. Are you really a mod? One girl asked. I like your outfit, another said, not knowing it was a nightdress. They seemed friendly enough, but they were weary of me. I knew it. But the feeling was mutual. I was used to order and routine. Everything about their world seemed messy and unorganized. Dance with me, Rocco, another girl said. Rocco took her hand. The music belted out from two black boxes at the other side of the room. The bass pumped up my legs and my body vibrated. I wasn't used to music. I'd been taught my whole life that it was nothing more than a distraction. But watching people dance and listening to the beat made me feel something. I just couldn't pinpoint what it was. Rocco spun the girl 3 times, and she dramatically fell into his arms. He didn't seem to notice her swooning. She flicked her long brown hair over her shoulder and looked on at a group of girls like the cat who'd got the cream. Rocco, however, didn't seem to bite to her flirting. He moved like his body was at one with the music. Come on, Bessie, he shouted. He waved his hand and I spluttered on the liquid in my glass. My eyebrows slid down my face. Then when I realized he wanted me to get up and dance, I slunk back in my seat, shaking my head frantically. He walked away from the girl, and as she scowled at me, he snatched the glass out of my hand and pulled me off the seat. He had a very beautiful smile, showing straight white teeth. I stood still, feeling mortified in front of all the faces in the large room. The lights were dimmed, but I was still very much visible. I wrapped my hands around my middle in an attempt to protect myself. The girl Rocco had danced with scowled at me with hateful eyes. She wiggled her hips and clicked her fingers, shuffling her feet closer to Rocco, like she was in some kind of imaginary competition with me. Come on, Bessie, feel the music. Dance, he said. He rolled his eyes and jumped to the beat of the music. I felt like everyone was watching me, when in reality they were all wrapped up in their own little worlds, enjoying what was supposed to be banned. No, I shook my head. Come on, it's easy. Just move your body. He danced around me. He looked ridiculous. Every single one of them did. Please, Rocco, I cannot, I laughed. I couldn't deny that music made me feel something that wasn't exactly bad, maybe even good. Ah, you mods are like robots. Enjoy yourself. Let loose. He waved his arms around and shook his booty. I lifted my hand up to cover my mouth, trying to retain my dignity and modesty as another laugh escaped my lips. My foot began moving, involuntary tapping in my slippers along to the beat. My fingers twisted in knots, and I bit my lip shyly. My brain just wouldn't cooperate with my body. It wouldn't allow me to dance. Hook! Somebody screamed into the room. The music stopped, and for a moment everything went still, like time had slowed for just a moment. Run! Somebody shouted. Uproar. Every person in the room turned and ran in the same direction. Drinks were left in their places, and I heard the sound of glass smashing somewhere. You disgusting little waifs. I've got you now. Hook's voice echoed around the room. All the teenagers screamed and ran past me like a bunch of wild animals. I was stuck in the middle of a stampede. Rocco, I called out, but I couldn't see him anywhere. An ocean of people bumped into me, and I hissed as they stepped on my feet. It felt like the walls were closing in, and I was being smothered and squished to the point I couldn't breathe. Just when I thought I was a goner, a hand reached out from the sea of people and grabbed my arm. I looked up from my cowering position to see Rocco looking down on me. Why is it that I'm always finding you in the middle of chaos? He said. Not the time for jokes. He shrugged, and still with a smile, he merged us with the crowds. The air felt heavy and hot, and beads of sweat trickled down my face and back. I was stupid. Stupid. What was I doing putting myself in danger like this? Rocco split off from the crowd that escaped in their masses through a basement door at the back of the building. and pulled me into a room to the side. He slammed the door shut behind us and walked over to a window across the empty bathroom. The floorboards beneath my feet squeaked as I scurried behind him. He lifted the latch and pushed a small window up and open. Straight away, the cold night air hit my face, and I closed my eyes. I hoped it would dry the dampness of my cheeks and underarms, because as much as Rocco was a waif, he was still a boy, and I'd spent my life being taught that appearance and opinions were vital. Rocco grabbed onto the frame of the window and pulled himself up. He slipped through the space like a cat and disappeared again. "Rocco! Rocco!" I said in a shouty whisper. I kept looking back at the door, then back up to the window again, waiting for Commander Hook to come bursting in at any moment. Then what would I do? Be carted off in the back of his carriage and thrown in the shame pod? My dad would be tossed in there too, and both lives would be ruined. I grabbed onto the windowsill and tried to copy what he had done. I pulled my body upwards and tried to walk up the wall, but I fell back down. I thought he'd left me, and my life would end in a dirty waif toilet. Then, like he had before, he popped up. "Give me your hand," he said. He reached in and I scowled up at him. "You know, every single time you've told me to take your hand, you've landed me in situations like this." I put my hands on my hips and Rocco snorted, finding it all amusing. A loud bang from the door behind me made me jump, and I slapped my palm into Rocco's. He pulled me up and I slipped through the open window and onto grass. I gasped in breaths, adrenaline pumping through my body in place of blood. A loud smash and crash from inside the bathroom made me jump, and I made firm eye contact with Commander Hook. My heart palpitated and I choked on my own breath. He ran across the old floorboards like a raging bull, hook in hand, and he leaped forward. His long, strong fingers reached out of the window and wrapped around my ankle. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, I clawed at the grass in an attempt to escape, but Hook was too strong. He pulled and my body slid back towards the window. Chapter 11. Rocco pulled my arms and it turned into a tug of war between them both. I felt like my body was going to snap in two like a cracker. I gritted my teeth and shrieked at the pain that tore through my shoulder. I kicked my legs and tried to scurry away, but he had his grip firmly on me and wasn't letting go. Rocco growled in frustration. He let go of me, and for a moment I thought he had given up and was going to walk away. But he didn't. He skidded down onto the grass and aimed his foot straight through the window and clonked Hook in the face. The commander let go of me and wailed like a madman, "Rocco Reed, I will get you." Rocco gave him the finger, but I didn't have time to gasp and tell him how rude it was to swear. He grabbed me by the scruff of my nightie and pulled while I scampered up to my feet. He kept his arm around my shoulders until I found my footing, and we ran. I glanced back over my shoulder to see Hook trying desperately to squeeze his large body through the small wooden window frame. He waved his hand and clawed at the grass. He stuck the long pole with the hook on the end out of the window and tried to swipe for us. He even tried to put a leg out first and finally gave up when he fell back into the room. "The old dingbat will be coming around to look for us. Let's go," Rocco said. We ran around the front of the building where we'd entered earlier on in the evening, and the horse blew a few neighs out and trotted back and forth. He shook his head up and down, trying to break free from the ropes that Hook must have used to tie him up. I knew because we'd let the horse roam free. With our knees bent, we scurried under the window and then ran as fast as we could towards the horse. "Wait," Rocco said. He stopped mid-run, and my feet kept going. When my legs caught up and stopped, I had to balance and hold my arms out like a bird so I didn't fall over. "What are you doing?" My heart raced against my rib cage and my lungs burned. "Rocco!" I looked over at the shoddy wooden doors we'd walked through earlier, and I knew Hook would be storming through that tunnel as we spoke. "One sec." To my dismay, Rocco went the other way. I stopped in the middle of the cobbled road. I shook my hands out, my feet prancing side to side. I hadn't ever felt edginess like it in my whole life. He jumped up a curb and knelt down, picking something up from the side of the road, before he ran back and over to Hook's big black carriage. It had gold trim and large black wheels. At the sight of Rocco, Hook's jet black horse neighed and shook its head side to side. It was like the animal recognized him. Rocco stood in the middle of the road and held one arm up behind him. With one quick motion, he threw a brick through the air. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. It went smashing through the side window of Hook's carriage, and his horse went mental. He jumped and kicked out his front legs, and he neighed loud enough for the whole street to hear him. The glass shattered inside and sprayed the outside road. The odd stray waif who'd been at the party ran past, looking for somewhere to hide. One of them stopped at Rocco and high-fived him for his criminal act. Rocco stood next to the horse and made a neighing sound, and like the horse knew it was being mocked, it jumped up into the air again and kicked out its legs. "Rocco!" I shouted. My heart couldn't take much more. Rocco's love of mischief was too much for me to handle. "Ha!" he said in a laugh and came sprinting back towards me. He took my hand and we ran to the stolen horse we'd arrived on and mounted it like a pro. I, however, scrambled and climbed and scampered up on top like a frantic chicken. I wrapped my arms around Rocco at the same time. Hook came barreling out from the doors. Rocco slapped the reins and our horse galloped away and into the night. Rocco, he saw my face. "I'm in so much trouble," I said, my chin resting on his shoulder. The wind blew through my long ponytail and short wisps of hair caught in my mouth. "Don't worry, he thinks we all look the same. Unless you know him personally, he won't know who you are." I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't help thinking my blue nightdress, the one all children in Region 2 owned, would give me away. He'd seen my face close up, he wouldn't forget me in a hurry. Chapter 12. As I sat in class and listened to my professor talk about Region 1, my interest was piqued more than usual. That place had never really crossed my mind until I'd met Rocco. The people there were just part of the system, part of how society worked. Before, all I needed to know was 3 basic regions and the basic rules we had to abide by. What happened to the little people really didn't matter. To summarize, it is the job of the lower class to work, and the more they work, the more money goes inside the pot, which in turn goes towards our lifestyle and healthcare. He pointed to bullet points on the board with his ruler. I put my hand up and Professor Pip pointed at me with his ruler. "Yes, Miss Bennett?" "So you said it's the job of the lower class people to work in order for us to live how we do?" I said. I dropped my arm and twiddled with my pencil on my single desk. Can a lower class person move up to Region 2 if they work hard enough? Professor Pip held a palm on his overhanging belly and laughed. "Of course not. We were born into this region. We are full-blood R2s, he said, and all the kids in the class clapped and nodded, proud of their heritage and superior bloodline. I looked around at each of them. The girls sat so prim and proper in their matching blue dresses, hair pinned up with a blue bow. The boys in white shirts, black pants, and a blue tie to match the colors of the girls. They were like robots. Now, let's move on. "Sir, can I ask about Neverland?" I said. Professor Pip's bushy white eyebrows slid down his forehead. "Neverland? Why on earth? You mean the island across the water?" People are saying things, like the government sends all the extra waifs and criminals to that island. The government is taking extra children and shipping them out. They even tag them so they are branded disposable. Molly, who always sat in the desk next to me, glared at me, silently telling me to shut up. The professor stared at me too, but I didn't see what was wrong with the question. "Don't be silly, young lady. I have no time for conspiracy theories." He shook his head and blew lip bubbles. "But sir, people are saying that Neverland children are tagged and branded disposable?" Professor Pip stopped still, and his smile disappeared under his twirling mustache. "Where on earth did you hear that?" he said. I shrugged and eyed up my fellow pupils. While Molly scraped her jaw up off the floor, I shuffled in my seat. "Just people talking," I shrugged. "Silly conspiracy theories. Any more of this silly talk, and I will be contacting your father." I smiled and put my head down. I wanted to ask more. I needed to know what happened after the people there were rounded up and shipped somewhere. My foot scraped against the leg of my desk, and I bit my tongue. "Now, as for our regions, you'll all learn the ins and outs of things in good time. You still have another year yet before you turn 16. Then you'll decide what you want to do with your future. Based upon that, The answers will come. Now, as we all know, Mod Day is coming up tomorrow. Professor Pip placed his ruler on his desk and leaned a hip against it. This is the biggest celebration of the year, celebrating us, all of you. He pointed at us, and when I looked around, all of my classmates smiled proudly. Mod Day was something I used to look forward to. Every single year we celebrated it by socializing and eating fancy food. But now I wondered if being a mod was something to be proud of. Was it okay to celebrate superiority over a whole class of people while others suffered? What are you all doing for it? My mum is going to the ball at City Hall, Brian said. I'm going there too. Elsie said, Right, well, I guess I'll see most of you there, Professor Pip said. He looked at the expensive watch strapped to his wrist and sat down at his mahogany desk. You're all excused. Happy modish day for tomorrow, and I'll see you next class. He smiled out into the room as everyone stood up. We all tucked our chairs in and left the room in an orderly fashion, in rows of two. We marched down the hallway quietly, and once outside, everyone split up and branched out in their own directions. Please don't tell me all that in there was down to your new friend, Molly whispered, leaning over to whisper the word friend. I rolled my eyes. What is with everyone around here? Can't I just ask questions? Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know why they're lying about Neverland? Sometimes, Molly said. She nodded and wrapped her arms around two textbooks at her chest. But as the professor said, what information we know will be based on what we decide to do next year. I had plans. I wanted to move up. I wanted to learn all about how things were run, and when I got to the top, I knew I wanted to change things. I just didn't know how yet, or what I would change. I just knew inside that things needed to be better for everyone. Are you walking? Molly asked. I have some more studying to do. I'll see you later or tomorrow. Is your dad still helping host Mod Day at City Hall? I sighed and nodded as we walked. He has talked about nothing else for the last 6 weeks. Oh, he's just excited. Let him have his fun. There's going to be some high ranks there to charm. Are you coming? Yes. Wait, where's your locket? Molly pointed at my chest. I knew there was something different about you. You look bare. I swallowed and shrugged. I lost it. Molly stopped me by grabbing my elbow. Please tell me this doesn't have something to do with that waif boy? I stayed still and silent. Bessie, she stomped her foot, eyes wide. What? You told me not to tell you. I shrugged and started walking again. That boy is going to get you into trouble. Stay away, Bessie. I'm not joking. I swallowed and nodded, knowing I wasn't going to stay away from Rocco. It wasn't his fault. We were at a party and the commander found us. I think in the middle of the commotion, I lost it. I didn't realize until I got home that it was missing. With every word I said, Molly's eyes grew bigger. Or one of those waifs stole it. I shrugged, knowing that could be a possibility. You've wore that locket every single day for years. I shrugged again. She couldn't make me feel any worse than I already did. I'll talk to you later. Stay away from him. Molly gave me a nod before she speed-walked away out the iron gates and into the busy street. Horses and carriages trotted by as people went about their daily lives. Most people in Region 2 did some kind of work, if it could be classed as that. It consisted of meetings and discussions of how to make life even better here. They'd do public questionnaires, and people like my father answered any concerns of residents in writing and took it up with the higher tiers in Region 3. Everyone else enjoyed things like horse riding and the most popular hobby, eating fancy foods and tasting expensive wine. I stalked towards the library, noticing how robotic I felt. Back up straight, legs swinging straight forward, never slouch. Being with Rocco wasn't like that. I could walk like a gorilla and he wouldn't care. The library was located on school property around the back. It was made up of white stone and had 2 giant pillars guarding its double wooden doors. After taking a look over both shoulders and making sure nobody was watching, I slipped off to the side and headed toward the border region to see Rocco. There, at the high border fence, Rocco waited with Tink, and as soon as he saw me, his face lit up. I have something cool to show you, he said. That's why I'm here, and I can't wait. We headed off through the streets of Region 1 until we reached the water line on the east coast of the mainland. The music you hear, this is where it all comes from, Rocco said. We pushed through a large metal door that peeled and rusted. The flaky floorboards beneath my feet felt like they'd collapse at any moment. He led me through a couple of rooms and through another door, before opening a brown wooden door, revealing a staircase. I hesitated, looking up at the stairs that seemed to disappear into a black abyss. I turned to Rocco, and he gestured for me to keep moving. I'd asked him to take me to all the places he loved, to show me the real world, the other side. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut because I had no idea what I would walk into. "You lead," I said. "I don't know the way." I swallowed, not wanting him to know how uneasy I felt. It was like he already knew, though. He shot me that slanted grin and slipped past me. I stayed close behind him. Every step squeaked and dipped as we crept up the stairs. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face until Rocco pulled open one last door, and we stepped into a dimly lit room. The first thing that stood out to me was the tech. Tech even I, as an R2, didn't have access to. Headphones, boards with lots of buttons and sliders, black boxes and a microphone, all on a tabletop. In front of the tabletop, a man sitting in a swivel chair smiled at Rocco and patted him on the arm in a friendly gesture. When he noticed me, he frowned in confusion and looked me up and down, my dress a glaring, bright beacon that I did not belong here. "Right, so that's all for now. I've just had an unexpected visitor. For the next 30 minutes, I'll play you a few of my favorites," the man said into a microphone. He hit a couple of switches on the bass in front of him and turned back to us. Music played faintly from a speaker on the desk. "A mod, in the flesh, here in my illegal setup," he said. He lifted an eyebrow to Rocco. "Relax." Rocco waved his hand dismissively. "Bessie might wear that god-awful dress, but she's no threat." "The famous Bessie, eh? I've heard so much about you from my little pal over there." The man pointed his thumb at Rocco and stood up to shake my hand. I couldn't believe Rocco had been telling people about me. "Bessie, this is my friend Oliver. He runs this pirate radio." "So you're the man who makes all the music." I smiled, and Oliver wrapped his long fingers around my hand and gripped tightly. "A mod who hangs with a Neverlander? Never thought I'd see the day. Maybe Rocco was right about you." He flashed me a white smile before sitting back down in his seat. "Right about me?" I stepped forward, and Oliver sat back in his seat. Rocco rolled his eyes. "Oh, yeah. Never shut up about Bessie this and Bessie that." "Oh, stop it," Rocco said, and flicked one of the switches on his board. Oliver's music skipped and jumped, and he quickly flicked the switch back the other way, giving Rocco the glaring eye. "I just wanted Bessie to see where the music comes from." He slid himself up onto the table and swung his legs back and forth. "I didn't even know pirate radio was a thing. You bring so much joy to the people of the lower regions," I said. I sat on the chair next to Rocco, curiously eyeing up all the buttons and gadgets. "Oh, but it's not just about bringing joy and music. This helps me spread a message. It helps bring us together." Oliver plucked a grape from the small bowl in front of him and popped it in his mouth. "People like to feel like they're part of something, part of a movement." "What kind of movement?" I said. "Oliver has 6 illegal kids at home. He wants to make a difference. He wants the hierarchy to end. He wants Neverland on the front pages of every region newsletter." Oliver looked annoyed that Rocco had spilled another one of his secrets. "Really?" I said. "But what if you're caught?" "Very few people know where this broadcast is coming from. I change location every few weeks so they can't catch my signal. I have several places, old properties that were my grandfather's. I use them and switch between all of them." He grinned, the skin at the sides of his eyes creased and wrinkled. "And as for my family, well, same goes." I smiled, impressed at his ability and his guts to defy the rules of the society we lived in, but also saddened that a person had to live like that. "So if you ever get any funny ideas on ratting me out—" "Oh no, please. I would never." Oliver smiled and offered me a grape. "Shall I show her?" Rocco said. I turned my head both ways to look at both of them, my hand hanging over the bowl Oliver held out. "Show me what?" I picked a grape and rolled it between my fingers. "I don't know. Do you think she can keep a secret?" Oliver said. Rocco pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes, while I slipped to the edge of my seat impatiently. "All right, go on then. Take her through," Oliver said. Rocco smiled again and grabbed my wrist. I tossed the grape into my mouth, and he pulled me up to my feet and out of a little side door at the back of the room. We walked through a hallway and up some small steps, stopping at a doorway that had been nailed to the frame, blocking us going further. "Before we go further, I want to ask you something," I said. Rocco waited patiently. "Why me? Why show me this? Why trust me?" He took a moment to think about it. He looked to the floor, then his eyes met mine again. "There's something about you. You aren't like the rest. I do trust you, Bessie, so don't let me down." I nodded, feeling honored that he saw more to me than my dress and my status. "Follow me." Rocco got on his knees and pushed the old rotting wood so the panel at the bottom flapped, and he slipped under it with Tink close behind, leaving me out in the dark, damp hallway on my own. "Come on," he shouted from the other side. After ruffling up the skirt of my dress so it didn't get dirty, I pushed the bottom flap of wood and slithered underneath it. Chapter 13. I couldn't believe it. I pulled myself up to sitting, and with my mouth hanging open, I looked around me. The foistiness of old books lingered in the air, and the bitter taste landed on the tip of my tongue. More bookshelves, like a whole library, stood before me. But the books weren't the mundane blue and gray colors the ordinary library housed. Color leaked from every spine. It made me think of Mum instantly. "Screw all this learning," she'd say. "It's our little secret." She'd toss my workbooks and sneak across the room. She'd open a little panel on Dad's bookcase above his desk and pull out another book. "This was mine when I was little," she'd told me. She'd snuggle with me on the sofa and show me the pretty cover that had flowers wrapped around text, wildlife, and shrubbery. She'd open it and start reading of a land filled with fairies and trolls, talking rabbits and flying cows. A place where kids went on adventures in castles and climbed mountains. It was a world away from our own. She called it Wonderland. "Be brave, my Bessie. Have courage. This world is a cruel one, so we must be kind." She'd stroke my hair and hold on to me. My mother brought magic to my life, and I couldn't help but think about all the children who missed out on it. I missed her. After she died, I never had the guts to open that little panel and hold the book again. I scampered up to my feet and slowly reached out to touch one. I wondered if they were some kind of booby trap to catch naughty teens such as myself. I plucked one from the shelf and opened it. My eyes feasted on all the written words it collected inside. I pulled it up to my nose and sniffed its faint yet distinct smell of vanilla and old wood. The feeling of mystery, of elation, of rebellion overwhelmed me. It was a room filled with emotion and fiction. I pulled another book and held it at my chest, wondering what adventure it held inside. It made me angry that society had become so uptight, so strict, so classist. This room was like a time capsule, and I didn't want to leave. "This is magical. It can't be real," I said to Rocco, who was patiently watching me, leaning a shoulder against a bookcase. "Oh, but it is, Bessie. It is very real." "How is this here? What is this place?" "This place is history from a time before the hierarchy. These books aren't supposed to exist." I walked up and down the aisles, pulling books and flicking through them. On the bottom shelf of the last aisle, I bent down and pulled out a book filled with information about flowers. I made myself comfortable on the floor, crossing my legs and opening the book in my lap. I wanted to live here. I wanted to crawl inside each book and go on each adventure. I wanted to fill my head with information that wasn't just political or for gain. "We don't have long before I have to go to get food for the kids, but you can take one home," Rocco said. "I can. Yes, one at a time, but you have to hide it. Nobody can know we have been here. Nobody." Okay, I nodded and stood up, smiling at the thought of opening the pages in bed and taking in every letter. I headed for the door, and Rocco grabbed my elbow. "Seriously, Bessie, nobody can know, nobody can see these books. This is our history. This is important. We cannot let the mods take what little we have left." I swallowed and nodded. "I understand. I promise. I will take care of it, and your secret is safe with me." Rocco smiled and let go, and I felt grateful that he trusted me so much. "I think you could be the start of something new, Bessie, a new breed of R2. I smiled proudly and stuffed the book down the front of my dress to disguise it before heading out and saying goodbye to Oliver and thanking him for accepting me. My heart hammered in my chest and my knees quivered. I hadn't done anything physical, but I felt out of breath. I couldn't run home, but I walked as fast as socially acceptable, clinging on to my bag at my chest, hiding the book. It felt like society used to be normal. Then one day, everything changed and went backwards. Or maybe it was gradual, and slowly over time, people in power became more controlling. "Afternoon, Father," I said. I walked straight past my dad, who was sitting at the table with mountains of paperwork. "Oh, hey, Bess." His voice faded as I ran straight up to my room and closed the door behind me. I pulled the book from under my dress and let out all the breath I'd been holding. I'd done it. I'd gotten away with it. I hurried over to my bed and dropped to my knees. I crawled halfway under and lay on my tummy. The sun blasting in the sky flooded my room with light through the open window. I reached out and grabbed the glass that held my flower from Rocco, and I shuffled myself back out. I put the flower on the windowsill like I did every day so it could get a dose of sunlight. It still looked pink and fresh, and every time I looked at it, I felt a flutter in my belly. I grabbed the book and sat on the edge of the windowsill. Rose, lily, daffodil, bluebells. None of the pictures matched until I reached page 23. There it was, in all its pink glory. But the book showed white ones and red ones and different shades of pink. Peony. Peony, I said out loud, looking up from my book. Peonies need 6 to 8 hours of sun a day. I looked back up at the flower and felt guilty that I had to hide it under my bed. I wanted it to thrive and live forever. Generally symbolic of love, honor, and happiness. I couldn't stop a smile spreading across my face. I lifted the book and rested it on my chest, thinking about Rocco. Wait. Stop. What was I thinking? Pretty, isn't it, Mum? You'd love it, I said to her photo. I lifted the flower from its glass of water and held it at my nose. The fresh scent would be carved into my brain and filled me with happiness and adventure. I put my palm on my chest where my locket once sat, forgetting it had gone, and my heart fell. That locket had been passed down generations through all the women in my family. At least I still had her picture on my desk, though. Chapter 14. You always look forward to Ma Day. Why the miserable face? Molly said. I looked at her in the mirror in front of me as she twisted my long hair into 2 Dutch braids that ran down my head like tracks. I shrugged. I guess when you see life from another perspective, things change. I'm wondering why we celebrate our superiority. Molly stopped pulling my hair, giving my scalp a rest, and stared at me in the mirror on my dresser. Please don't tell me this is about that Neverland boy and his scruffy dog. I shrugged again. Bessie Bennett, you have everything you could ever want right here. Why are you trying to mess with the way the world works? It worked out good for you. But just because I was all right, was it okay to just accept that that's how the world worked? But no, you can't say but. Your father works hard for both of you. He slogs his guts out from morning till night to build up a reputation solid enough to move up to Region 3. He kisses the butts of those higher than he is. He listens to the whining of every selfish twit around here. Maybe when you're up in R3 you can push for a change. Right now, Bessie, behave yourself, or you'll regret it if you're caught. I wanted to roll my eyes, but Molly was right. She had her head screwed on firmly, and she'd always been the same. She was perfect, inside and out, but I was lucky enough to know her under that cold, hard exterior. She was the sweetest, and only me and her parents knew she suffered horribly with anxiety. But she was the perfect face for Region 3. It was how the world worked. It was how the world worked. It was how the world worked, I had to keep telling myself. For us, it worked well. So I heard my dad on the phone to your dad yesterday, I said. I sat up straight and tried to brush the previous conversation off my shoulders. He said your father has sent the application to move up to Region 3. Molly smiled and nodded. She looked proud. She went back to twisting my hair. He certainly did. We should hear back within a few weeks. They only accept applicants once a year, and the chance to be accepted is quite small, as you know. But I will miss you when you leave. I won't have you just a few houses away. Molly pressed her lips together and tied the end of my braid with a blue band to match my dress. Her shoulders lifted as she took in a long breath, and she placed both palms on my shoulders. We stared at each other in the mirror. Don't worry, we will see each other all the time. It's not like R2s are banned from Region 3. You can come over, or I'll come here. We can go shopping to the borders like we always do." I nodded and smiled sadly. I had a horrible feeling that once Molly moved up, she'd change, and I'd never see her again. She'd been my best friend since birth. Our mothers were best friends. We took our first steps together. Our first everything was together. Anyway, enough moping. We have a party to go to soon. She patted me gently on the shoulder, and I stood up. I pushed my stool back under the dresser and stood next to Molly, both of us looking in the mirror. Our event dresses were similar to our everyday blue dresses. They hung to just above the knee, had slight sleeves with a round neck, only these ones were covered in sequins. Molly's curls were twisted into braids that I'd done earlier, and so would every other girl's be. We looked clean cut and precise, not a hair out of place. "I'm traveling with my mother. I will see you at City Hall." I nodded and put my arms around her and pulled her into a hug, but like always, she barely hugged back. She gave me a little pat on the back, but I didn't take it personally. It was how she'd been raised. Maybe that's why we got on. We were alike, yet so different. "See you soon." Molly disappeared out my bedroom and closed the door behind her. I walked over to my desk and picked up the photo frame that held my mother's picture. My other palm rested on my chest where her locket once sat. "I wish you were here, Mum. I feel like I'm torn. You always knew what to say to me." I dropped down into the chair and sighed. Something just feels off? I don't know. If Dad finds out what I've been up to, well, you know what he's like. I laughed a little and then jumped at the sudden sound of knocking on my bedroom door. "Bessie?" Dad said through the wood. I put the photo down and looked around me like I'd been doing something wrong, like I had evidence to hide. But the flower was tucked safely under my bed, as were the rest of the items that would land me in the shame pod. "Come in." My door creaked open, and I stood up to my feet, my fingers laced together at my stomach. Dad had a smile so big it stretched up and around his face. His eyes crinkled, and his tash twitched. But when he saw me, his face fell flat. His eyebrows slid up his forehead. My heart beat a little faster, and I froze. "What's wrong, Father?" He stepped into my room and shook his head. "You look absolutely beautiful. You look just like her," he said. He nodded at the photo I'd been holding only moments before, and I swallowed a large lump that had quickly formed in my throat. "Don't make me cry," I said. But if anyone was going to cry, it looked like it would be him. He walked up to me and wrapped his strong arms around me. The smell of his woody cologne pierced my sinuses, and my cheek pressed against his chest. My father was a huge man in build and height, and he filled out his black suit perfectly. "You look very handsome, Dad." He patted my head, squeezing every last second from our hug that he could get. "Right, I'm feeling all emotional. Soppy old sod, aren't I?" He pulled back and wiped his eyes. "If your mother was here, she'd be just as proud of you as I am, Bessie. You've grown into a beautiful young lady. You make me proud every day." Guilt pierced at my chest as I looked up into his soft eyes. I smiled small and nodded. If only he knew what I'd been up to. "Where's your mother's locket?" he asked. My hand instinctively went to my chest. How would I tell him I'd been sneaking off to parties in Neverland and socializing with disposable children, even taking chase from the commander? "It keeps catching on the sequins of my dress. I'm not wearing it tonight." He looked down at me with a frown. He knew as well as I did that I never took it off. Knocking on the front door saved me. "My carriage is here. See you in a couple of hours," he said after leaning to the side to look out the window. I nodded, and he kissed me on the cheek. It was tradition that the men arrived first, the ladies an hour later, and because my dad was helping organize and host, he had to leave an extra hour earlier. "Have fun, Dad. I know how much you've been looking forward to tonight. Knock their socks off." "Love you," he said. A smile stretched across his handsome face. "Love you too." I leaned out of my open bedroom window and watched my father climb into a black carriage. When the chauffeur snapped the reins of the horse, Dad leaned and looked out of the window. He looked so smart and handsome, like royalty in his suit and dicky bow. We all knew he was rising up the ranks without ever hearing it, because only important people got to help host the biggest night of the year. I felt proud of him, And if we ever did move up to R3, I hope my edginess would disappear. I waited around for a while before I went downstairs and into the kitchen. I grabbed my backpack from the closet and opened up the double fridge. Color filled my vision, from all different packaging of meat, cheese, vegetables, fruits, and one whole shelf devoted to sweet treats. Both of us had a mega sweet tooth. I thought about Rocco and how last time I'd taken the tea cakes, he didn't eat. Even the food he had stolen, he didn't eat, so I planned on taking extra. I packed up 4 apples, 2 bananas, a chunk of cucumber, some tomatoes, and a half a block of cheese. From the sweet shelf, I tried to take a little piece of each thing, from tea cakes to luxury biscuits. The clock in the living room struck 6, and I knew I was already late. I hoped Rocco would wait for me. I dashed out of the house, my backpack strapped to my back, and made my way towards Region 1 and Neverland. Chapter 15. When I got there, I was expecting Rocco to be waiting by the boat, ready to take me across the water and over to Neverland. But I was surprised to see a lot more bodies. "Bessie Bennett!" one of the children shouted. All the children stopped still, even the dog did, like she knew my name. A couple had been kicking up twigs and pieces of plastic that lay around. 2 were splashing on the water's edge, and the little blonde girl with the fairy wings stood at Rocco's side, her arms crossed over her chest and her piercing eyes glaring at me. I didn't know the kid, hadn't ever heard her speak a word, but I got the feeling she hated me. "You're all on the mainland? Isn't that dangerous for you guys?" "It's Mod Night," Rocco said. "The one night of the year we can run riot. Hook is up in Region 2 or 3 celebrating with the poshies." Oh, I wondered if he thought of me as a poshie. I hoped he didn't. "You ready? Let's go," he said. He held out his hand to help me through the prickly bush I had to climb through. I reached out and almost fell forward when the little girl snatched his hand away. She clung onto him and gave me side eyes. She looked like a little tyrant, and for a moment she almost scared me. I hopped forward and skipped over the thorns. I was in my best dress and didn't want to get dirty. "Ah, Lily, Bessie is our friend. Don't be jealous," Rocco said. He knelt down to her level and picked up her glaring face with a finger under her chin. Her eyes glared at me, then back to Rocco, the D scar on her fair eyebrow prominent. Her blonde hair looked messy and dry. I looked at Rocco and wondered why, as a Neverland child, he didn't have any kind of tag, not that I could see anyway. "This is Lily?" "The girl at the bar said Lily." I stopped, not wanting her to hear that I'd been told she was jealous. "Yes, this is Lily, my little sister." My eyebrows flew up my forehead. I had no idea they were related. "I'm not going anywhere, I promise." Rocco held out his hand again and smiled at the little girl. She eyed me up suspiciously once more, and her lips twitched into a small smile. Not at me, though, at her big brother. She put one of her tiny little hands in his, and Rocco stood back up. I wanted to know more about them. Where did they come from? Why had they been sent to Neverland and been tagged disposable? Why did Lily have a tag and Rocco didn't? "Come on." Rocco smiled at me, and we trod through long grass and dry dirt. I tried to do my best to tiptoe to keep myself clean. We walked up the same street we'd run up when Hook chased us, but something was very different. The further into Region 1 we got, the more people I saw. Crowds of humans filled the little streets, and children ran wild. They kicked footballs and played chase while the grown-ups laughed, drank from little plastic cups, and talked. The main thing I noticed about them was how different they looked to the people I was used to. I didn't mean skin color, haircuts, or the different body shapes, because we had many of them in our regions. I meant their clothes. I was used to uniform, clean-cut, and color categories. Green R3, blue R2, black R1. And Neverland? I guess they just wore whatever they'd get their hands on. I could look at a person in a green dress and know they were from Region 3, and therefore had more money and power than I did. Society taught me that that woman was better than me. But was that really true? Region 1 were supposed to wear black, but tonight they lit the streets up in a diverse ocean of colors. A feast for my eyes, the colors made me feel things, and in my light blue sequin dress, I felt plain and dull like every other girl in my region. The children followed close behind us. They shouted and screamed and laughed and ran like wild animals who'd been let loose. Rocco Reed in the flesh, a girl said. She had a short skirt hanging from wide hips and a white shirt that showed her belly button. I hadn't ever seen so much flesh. I didn't know if I felt uncomfortable or proud of her rebellion. Maybe a little jealous that Rocco stopped and grinned at her, seeming to like what he saw. Looking as gorgeous as ever, Zara, he said. I looked at Lily, and she didn't scowl at this girl like she scowled at me. Rocco took the girl's hand and kissed her knuckles. The girl flushed and fanned her face, and Rocco tipped his hat. I didn't feel distracted by the sea of people who chanted rhymes and pushed past me. I was more confused at the feeling of jealousy that ate away at my brain. See you around. He winked at her and she giggled. Still holding Lily's hand and Tink at his feet, he carried on, and I scampered behind him. The sun had already set and the sky turned to navy blue. Dim street lights illuminated our path, but not so bright as to dull out the string lights that the residents hung up on the buildings. Missing person flyers still flapped in the breeze. Why is Region 1 celebrating Mod Day? I asked, trying to keep up with his long strides. I worried that the children would get lost in the crowds of people, but they always reappeared somewhere again. One night of the year they get freedom. No hook, no mod looking down on them. You say them as if you aren't one of them. Because I'm not. I'm a Neverland child. We don't even get the luxury of even one night of freedom. Hey, look, they're ready. He pointed at brightly colored bunting that hung from building to building, across the sky above us in zigzags. I heard the chime of the clock on the main square, signaling that Mod Day was in full swing. But their tags are in plain sight of everyone. How can people still say this is a conspiracy theory? Because the higher people, who won't acknowledge what every single R1 has been screaming for years, have money and power and influence. They also have speed and the ability to cover things up. Nobody listens to us. Nobody cares. He carried on walking when my body jerked and I stopped still in the middle of the road. The person behind me bumped into me and knocked me forward, but I couldn't move at the sound of music playing from a large building up from me. The building itself was made of red bricks and decorated with bunting, flashing string lights, and a banner saying "Freedom for Waifs." People poured in and out, and the music drifted down the street. At first, Rocco didn't notice I'd stopped. He looked to his right where I'd been, then realizing I wasn't there, he spun around, his eyes scanning the crowds. When his gaze met mine, I wanted to turn and run, not from him, from the situation. "What's wrong?" Rocco asked after approaching me, Lily still strapped to his wrist. The music. Someone will hear. Someone will come. I picked at my perfectly polished blue nails and curled my toes inside my shoes. "Nobody is coming, Bessie." He shook his head. "This happens every year. Hook is up there somewhere." He flicked his head towards my region. "But the police, someone will see me. I didn't realize it would be so full." Rocco shook his head. His eyes narrowed like he was trying to work me out. "Look, you see that man over there in the blue top?" Rocco pointed to a group of men. A chubby one in a hoodie held a drink in his hand and laughed with his friends. "He's a police officer. Is he taking notice of all the obvious Neverland children who are running riot with bright white tags and D's on their faces? You think Mod Day is just for you? It's not. I'm sure you're aware that police officers are R1s. They have no freedom either. They have no choice either. I guess they get more choices than the rest, but they certainly aren't free. Tonight, we are all one. We're all the same. Nobody's looking. Nobody cares. Hook isn't here. I can guarantee that the only mod here is you. So while your people celebrate your superiority, my people celebrate our togetherness." Rocco held out his other hand, and Lily scowled. The girl who stole my dog wouldn't be afraid of music. My lips slowly rose into a smile, and I looked at his hand. How could I say no to him? The truth was, I wanted both lives. I wanted my freedom and my family and everything my region had to offer. But I also wanted excitement, difference. "Rocco." I placed my palm against his, and he clasped his strong fingers around mine. I looked up at him, and he smiled, his grin a little slanted under his upturned nose. He was so very handsome. He turned and pulled me with him, leading me up through the sea of people and into the large house. The music was louder than I had ever heard before. It vibrated through the floorboards and up into the muscles of my legs. I didn't know what the song was or whose voice it was singing along to the beat, but I couldn't imagine myself ever getting used to it. My nerves were shot. Rocco let go of me to shake the hands of a few different people. They all smiled and greeted each other with handshakes and hugs. Despite their lower quality of life, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. When one of his male friends wrapped an arm around me and pulled me against his chest, my body froze. I wasn't used to such public intimacy. I'd been taught it was wrong to show emotions, whether happy or sad. It had to be put in a box and saved for later when in private. But these people didn't care. They didn't mention my dress or discriminate against me in any way, even though I was a mod. Rocco had something about him, and the people around him seemed to notice it too. We made our way through the crowds with a line of children and a dog following. Rosie, the bartender from last time, gave us a wave, and I waved back. Rocco took us up a creaky flight of stairs and into a dark room across the hallway. It was all very basic. A small bed sat against the wall, and a set of drawers in the corner. The windows didn't even have blinds. I wondered at first if anybody owned this room, until I noticed a small makeup case on top of the drawers and a pair of raggy slippers near the bed. It made my heart ache. Who was the girl who slept in this room? I bet she had hopes and dreams like I did, but our lives were so different. He led the children over to the window in a line and lifted it up. The noise from the streets below poured into the almost empty room, and Rocco lifted Lily onto the sill and she climbed out. "What are you doing?" I stepped forward in haste, and Rocco looked back at me like he didn't know why I felt so on edge. Lily disappeared, and then the little boy with the tiger top on scooped up Tink and climbed out of the window after Lily. Eventually they all did, and I had no idea where they were going. Rocco jumped up onto the sill and climbed out of the window. For a moment I thought I'd be left on my own in the middle of this waif party, but I saw Rocco's hand from outside wave, gesturing for me to follow. Of course I hesitated, but I went anyway. I leaned out and saw people line the streets below. The ground looked so far away that it made me a little dizzy when I stepped up and out into the open air. My heart hammered in my chest as my fingers gripped tightly onto the wooden window frame. "Come on, Bessie, you're almost there," Rocco said. This was stupid, 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 stupid. Chapter 16. My body swayed as I shimmied along the ledge, trying not to look down. The children climbed up the side of the roof like wild little monkeys, while I struggled with basic footing. Rocco jumped up onto the next part and turned around to help me. I took his hand and pushed myself up, but I lost my footing. My flat, blue pump slipped on the edge of the ledge, and I went backwards. A scream escaped my lungs, and Rocco grabbed onto my hand as I caught my footing again. I felt like my head was going to explode with the sudden rush of blood around my body, and my lungs could barely catch a breath. Rocco pulled, and I pushed myself up, scraping my knee on a roof tile as I went. I looked up at Rocco, who seemed to find the whole thing funny. "I could have died, and you're laughing?" I said, inspecting a small cut on my knee. It wasn't bleeding, but it had scraped a layer of my skin. "Your face." Rocco slid down a row of roof tiles and sat next to me. He straightened his hat with the little red feather on, and I jumped slightly when he placed his hand on my leg. He squinted at the cut and pursed his lips. "Well, it's official. You're going to die." He looked up at me, his expression blank. "Rocco." His lips lifted into a smile, and he shook his head. "It's a tiny little scrape. I'm sure you'll live. Now come on, I have something I want you to see." He didn't give me the chance to respond. He grabbed my hand and pulled me up to my feet. Still not recovered from my near-death experience, we climbed the slope of roof tiles until we reached the height of the flat surface of the roof, dizzying heights up from the ground. The children made me nervous as they played chase, and Tink sniffed the ground near Rocco's feet. I kept having visions of one of them toppling over the side and plunging to the ground below. With my mouth gaping open, I walked over to the chimney that stood taller than me, and I took in the views around Region 1. I could see for miles. I pulled my camera from my bag and snapped a few photos of the beautiful view. I hadn't ever looked down on anything higher than my own windows, But up here, I could see all the houses that ran for miles in rows. I could see splashes of color in certain parts of the region and twinkling lights below a million stars in the sky. A large moon hung above the region. It was like something from one of those old books in the hidden library in Oliver's pirate radio tower, something beautiful from Wonderland. "Why are we here?" I asked. I turned to Rocco, who walked slowly towards me. The moon cast a glow on one side of his face. "We're waiting for the show, of course." "The show? What's in your bag?" I slipped it off my shoulders and swung it around to my chest. "I brought food. It isn't a lot, but it's something." "Ah, the kids will love this," he said, peering into my backpack. "They haven't eaten since this morning, and even then it was only bread. But you have to eat too. I brought extra." Rocco looked back at me and smiled. I liked how grateful he was. I knew that he appreciated every last crumb. "All right, you little rascals. Take a seat, it should be starting soon," Rocco yelled through his cupped hands. None of them listened. They barely heard him over the music blasting out of the house we stood on top of, mixed with the crowds of people below. "Bessie brought treats," he shouted. All the children stopped running and screaming, and Tink's ears pricked up. Her little wonky face looked up at me, like she knew exactly what Rocco had said. I felt the tiles beneath my feet vibrate as the children ran, and all of them skidded to a stop and sat down in a straight line. I counted 8 of them. They all looked grubby and dirty, but surprisingly happy. Like the people down on the ground, they were a mix of different faces, from long, straight noses to buttons, from tall, slim legs to chunky ones. Between all 8, there was every shade of hair color I could think of, and all of them were different in height. But they all did have one thing in common: a little D tagged on their eyebrows with the white streak in the hair. Some scars looked more faded than others, but all prominent on their faces. "I think that's the quietest I've seen them," I whispered to Rocco. He stared at them like a proud father and smiled. "Only on the promise of food," he replied. I held out the bag and Rocco took it. Like soldiers, all the kids sat up straight and stared at him. Even Tink sat at his ankles and licked her lips. "Whoa, a whole treasure trove," Rocco said. He shared out a piece of everything from the bag and the children looked at it in awe. I watched a boy in a zebra t-shirt sniff a cube of cheese and scrunch up his nose in disgust. He proceeded to lick it, then smack his lips together before he decided he liked it. It hurt my heart watching them. How could a child not know what a piece of cheese or chocolate was? I just couldn't wrap my head around why that was fair. "Eat, enjoy, thanks to Bessie," Rocco said. The children smiled at me. Their little faces lit up. I snapped some photos and stuffed it back inside my bag. "I hope Bessie comes to visit more often," one of the boys said, and a hum of agreement sounded out from the line of little people. Besides Lily, of course. While Tink demolished her chocolate, Lily sucked on a segment of an orange, ignoring their praise. "Here," Rocco said. He handed me a snack-sized chocolate bar to match the one he'd taken for himself, and we sat on the edge of the roof and looked out over the city. We opened up the wrappers, and Rocco just dropped his over the edge, and it fluttered like a butterfly down to the ground. I felt like such a little rebel when I copied, and we held up our chocolate and smashed it together in a cheers motion. "To making memories," he said. "And new friends," I said. We both smiled at each other for a little too long, and I felt my face flush hot. I looked away first, because I couldn't control the circus that went full swing in my tummy. I chomped down on my chocolate bar, and by now I'd gotten used to the feeling of the bass vibrating against my body from the music below. I could hear the song like it was playing from a speaker right next to me. The sound of her sweet voice reminded me of my mother and how she would sing to me every night when I was little, even though she wasn't supposed to. Maybe that's where my rebellious nature came from. But Mum never made it feel like we were doing anything wrong. She made it feel magical and like it was our little secret. While we waited for whatever was going to happen, I could feel eyes burning into me, and I knew they were Lily's. I gave her a few side glances and tried to smile, but she continued to stare. She looked at my hair, then with her thumb and finger she picked up a few strands of her own. It looked like her mind ticked over. Her eyes narrowed, her small pouty lips parted. "Do you like my hair?" My friend did it. It's called a braid, I said, touching my 3D plate. Lily nodded. I can do one in your hair too, if you like. She sucked her bottom lip in, her eyes giving the impression she was deep in thought. She looked up at Rocco, then she stuck her nose in the air and looked away from me. Why does Lily hate me? I whispered to Rocco. He looked at her, then at me. She doesn't hate you. She's just scared you take me away from her. I gave that a moment to sink in. A loud bang, like some sort of bomb going off right in front of me, sent a bolt of shock through my body, and I jumped. The sound stabbed my ears, and I grabbed onto Rocco's arm, burying my face in his chest. When he laughed, I could feel the vibration, but I didn't understand what was funny. My hands shot up to cover my ears, and my body braced for something bad to happen. Chapter 17. I kept my eyes closed tight, every muscle in my body tensed. It felt like there were too many things going on around me, the music pumping, the people down below talking and singing, the children munching on their snacks, and then a bang that made me feel like the end of the world had begun. Oh, Bessie, don't be afraid, Rocco said. I felt his hand against mine as he slowly pulled my palms from my ears. He held my chin and turned my head. If you don't look, you will miss the beauty. Keeping one eye squeezed shut, I peeked from the other, and my heart felt like it stopped for a quick moment. Both eyes sprung open, and my jaw dropped at the sight of a colorful show in the sky. Pop, bang, sizzle. Every sound made me jump, but I couldn't pull my eyes away. What is that? It's magical fairy dust, Rocco said. It comes from Lily's wings. I looked at Lily, who had the tatty pair of fabric wings around her shoulders and sitting at her back. For the first time ever, I saw her little smile, and her blue eyes lit up. The light from the magic show in the sky cast different colors on her face. They are called fireworks, he whispered in my ear. Bang! Glittering red lights exploded in the sky. Pop! A spiral of green whirled and burst into a dazzling bunch of orbs. Boom! A glittering of purple shot up, coiled around itself, and spiraled into a blaze of twinkling lights. It felt magical, and I wasn't at all surprised that Lily believed it was from fairies. How is this allowed? I asked. When something is banned, there'll always be a market for it, he whispered back. But if someone hears or sees, don't worry about the ifs, just enjoy the moment. Rocco put one arm around Lily's tiny shoulders and the other around mine. I felt a bolt shoot up my spine, and I gasped in a breath. He felt warm, and my body leaned into him as we enjoyed the show. I needed to capture the moment forever, so I slipped my camera from my bag, and for a few quick moments, I watched the show in the sky through the lens of my camera as I hit the shutter button. Do you carry that camera everywhere? He asked. I do, mostly. I shrugged. I dropped it from eye level and held it on my lap. Why? I shrugged again. My mother loved photography too. This was her camera. Math. She used to tell me that catching moments in time was important and a privilege, and one day, the photo would be all that's left of that moment before it's lost to time. Rocco seemed to mull over my words before he nodded. Do you mind me taking photos? I promise I won't let anybody see them. Just as long as it isn't of camp. I slipped the camera back inside my bag, satisfied that I'd caught this special moment. The sky burst into colors as fairy dust exploded across the dark skies in a spectacular show. I was mesmerized by its beauty. I hadn't seen or heard anything like it before in my life. Even my mother hadn't spoken of it before, and certainly not my father. After a while, speckles of rain splashed down onto my face, and I wiped them away with my fingers. The kids jumped up to their feet and scrambled away to look for cover, their screams of excitement bashing my eardrums. It always rains on Maud Day, I said. Do you know why? Rocco asked. I shook my head and squinted through the darkness as the rain got heavier. Legend has it that Maud Day was cursed by a Neverland child. They wouldn't let him off the island, so he snuck around and onto the mainland regularly. Like you, I said, and he smirked. He was eventually caught, shipped off, but not before he cursed it. He swore that every Maud Day after, the heavens would open and the land would be flooded. Wow, really? Rocco smirked again. I couldn't tell if it was true or just another one of his stories to keep us entertained. He sprung up to his feet and held out his hand. Bessie, may I have this dance? He said. I looked up at him, my eyes squinting as pellets of rain splashed down onto my face. I swallowed, and my two front teeth bit my lower lip. But I don't know how to. Rocco tilted his head and grinned. My delaying didn't put him off. He waited, one arm around his back, the other waiting for me. I reached out and we touched again as our palms brushed together. He pulled me up to my feet, and I straightened out my dress, making it flow to my knees like it should have. I clasped my hands together at the small of my back and timidly put my head down. The way Rocco looked at me wasn't in humor. It was more determined. He stepped up to me, my forehead level with his little upturned nose, and he reached around my back and parted my hands. For a moment, we stared into each other's eyes, our palms gently touching together. The skin on his fingers felt tough and calloused, like he did a lot of manual work. He laced his fingers between mine and put my other hand up to rest on his shoulder. "Listen to the music and let it influence your body," he said. I closed my eyes and let the melody drift up into my ears. I imagined it as a glowing blue light, entering through my feet and whirling up the muscles in the back of my legs. It swished up into my hips and traveled through my arms. My shoulders swayed, and I opened my eyes to see Rocco smiling back at me. "Now step with me," he said. He took a step to the right, and I copied. We did it again and again, until our bodies moved together as if we were one. I enjoyed the sound of the girl's voice singing about Neverland as fairy dust exploded in the sky and rain splashed down on our skin. "I can't understand how something so magical could be so wrong," I said, "because music makes you feel things," Rocco said into my ear. The feel of his breath against my skin gave me tingles. "The mods want robots, not people. Music spreads a message those in high places don't like. They banned it because it's an expression of hope and joy. No creativity, no distractions, just power. Every year on Mod Day, we celebrate, but it's nothing like this. There isn't music or dancing or fairy dust. They say if you can't hold an intelligent conversation, then you're doomed. Wait till you grow up, you will be just like them." I didn't know how to reply to that, because he was right. I had been raised to end up like that, but something in me wasn't sure if that's what I wanted. In reality, I have to. I was born into Region 2, and it's only now I'm beginning to feel trapped and alone. Please don't hate me because of where I was born. "Come with me, Bessie Bennett. You don't have to grow up. We'll be young forever and live free on Neverland. I promise you'll never be lonely." I swallowed and leaned back to look into Rocco's dark eyes, and at that very moment, for just a second, I was willing to throw everything away and never go back home. "Ooh, look at Rocco and Bessie. They want to kiss," one of the kids shouted, ruining our moment. I felt my face heat up, and I wanted to run and jump off the roof so nobody could see me. But Rocco didn't seem to care. He continued to look at me with a slanted grin. He stopped and lifted my hand, spun me around, and I laughed in delight. As we swayed and spun and danced on the roof with rain lashing down on top us, I had never felt more free. I'd waited a lifetime for a moment like this, and I wondered if I could ever live happily as a mod again. Chapter 18. "What is that thing?" Rocco asked. We walked up a little side street in Region 2 and looked up at the glowing orange light from the shame pod. It shot up into the sky like a beam from the large glass circular pod. "It's for disgraced individuals, like me, I guess. Those who break the rules. Most importantly, those who get caught breaking the rules." "What happens when people go in there?" I swallowed and shrugged my shoulders. Although it was summer, the night had grown cold, and I could see my breath. My dress still felt damp from the lashing rain on the rooftop. "None of us know. My father knew someone who went in there, and he never seen them again. I guess it's just as big a mystery as After Neverland is." "Mod thinking." He rolled his eyes and shook his head. "You lot may think you're free, but you aren't." His words bounced around my brain. He was right. We hurried along the pathway and turned a corner that led straight to City Hall. Thankfully, there wasn't a soul in sight. Everyone was inside celebrating their superiority and fabulousness. The building was old and made up of large white stones, one of a kind. It had been built many years ago and was the only building in Region 2 that had any real character. Two large white columns stood at either side of the main door, and statues of different people from Region 3 had been built and spaced apart around the whole perimeter of the humongous building. Shadows of people moved at the glazed-over windows from the people inside, and we snuck around the back. Rocco climbed up onto the fence and pushed a little side window open. He helped me climb up, and I pulled myself up onto the window ledge and tumbled inside head first. "Are you okay?" Rocco said in a whisper. I pulled myself up from a heap on the floor and straightened out my dress, pretending I didn't hit my head and that I wasn't really that embarrassed. I leaned my elbows on the windowsill and let out a nervous laugh. "How will I ever go back to normal now, Rocco?" I said dreamily. "Keep the song in your heart, Bessie Bennett, and know that I'll always be back. So wait for me, always." He stood on his tiptoes on top of the fence and planted a kiss on my cheek. I had to stop myself from keeling over. I felt a rush of butterflies in my tummy, and for a moment it felt like I'd stopped breathing. He jumped down from the fence, and I stood up straight. I watched him run across the square slabs and disappear into the darkness. Part of me wanted to jump back out and run after him. "Take me with you, Rocco." But my place was here, and I had somewhere to be. I blew out a breath and patted down my body, making sure there wasn't any sign of dirt or dancing, or eating chocolate on rooftops and watching fairy dust exploding in the sky. I did have a cut knee, but I could just lie and tell Dad I'd fallen. I pulled the end of my braids over my shoulders and made my way through piles of sealed up boxes in the dark room, and I opened the door. I walked out into the corridor and over a red carpet with golden metal hooks. Up on the plain white walls, giant painted portraits hung of what were mostly older people. I knew they were Region 3 toffee noses by the green blazers they wore. I followed the faint noise of voices until I reached a set of white double doors that soared all the way up to just below the ceiling. Another breath. Another check of my appearance. I closed my eyes and tried to wipe away the magic of tonight. I felt certain my smile would give away the whole story. I opened the door and slipped inside. I sauntered into the room, surrounded by people, trying my best to look like I'd been there the whole time. Everybody looked so beautiful. All the young girls wore matching sequin dresses to mine with their hair in Dutch braids. The women wore a darker blue, and the men in black suits with dicky bows. Everybody was uniform and clean cut. The only noise in the room was the loud hum of people talking. They formed in groups and scattered the room. Some stood with their champagne glasses, others sat at round tables dining on fancy miniature food. But I couldn't help noticing how, despite looking beautiful in uniform, they all looked boring and the same. I smiled at the people I walked past, keeping my back up straight and my strides the same length apart, my hands clasped together at my back. My eyes scanned the room for anybody I knew, and finally landed on Molly. I stood near a table filled with older people who were deep in conversation about somebody being sent to the shame pod, and it made me quiver. I looked around to make sure nobody was looking, and I waved to grab her attention. Molly was beautiful. She looked like a porcelain doll I owned as a child, with her big blue eyes, poreless skin, and chunky pink lips. She was the perfect poster girl. Standing next to her mother, it dawned on me how tall she'd grown, how tall we'd both grown, from being little baby mods playing with dolls to almost adults now. She smiled and nodded, in conversation with a skinny man from Region 3. He threw his arms around a lot like he spoke with his hands, and when Molly noticed me, her face dropped. I snatched my hand back and shot her a smile, but I knew she wasn't happy with me. She spent a few more minutes charming the man, alongside her parents, before she excused herself and stormed up to me with a flaring glare in her eyes. She snatched up my arm, taking me with her to the side of the room. "Where have you been, Bessie? Your father has been looking all over for you." "I've been here all night." I shrugged and grimaced. She rolled her eyes. "Bessie Bennett, I forbid you from seeing that waif boy ever again." She pointed at me and gave me her best stern expression. Even when she was angry, she still looked pretty. "What? I haven't. I have known you all your life. Do not lie to me. You do that thing when you're lying." "What thing?" I held my hands out at my waist. "Well, if I told you, you would stop doing it. Then I wouldn't be able to tell when you're lying. You are risking everything, Bessie. Don't be silly." I huffed and dropped my shoulders. "I wasn't gone that long." Molly shook her head. "Your dad wants to introduce you to someone." "Oh?" She linked onto my arm, and we smiled at the people in the room as we walked. The floor looked as glossy as the water I'd floated on inside that boat with Rocco. I told him you were in the bathroom. Then when he asked again, I said you were talking to an R3 about your plans for political power, which, by the way, you won't ever achieve running around with a waif. Just fill me in on what I've missed. Apparently, he's a high-ranking member of society and community services. He and your father have hit it off quite well. When my gaze landed on the person my father was speaking with, I knew I recognized him. I just couldn't place him at first. He stood at least 6'5", with shoulders as wide as a house, long black hair pulled back into a ponytail, and a suit matching my father's. A tattoo of a hook on the hand that held a champagne flute. Hook. My father's eyes met mine, and his mustache lifted when he smiled. He raised the glass he held, gesturing to say he wanted me over there. Pronto. Just as Commander Hook turned around, I jumped to the side and hid behind a group of people. Molly let out a little yelp as I pulled her with me, and the grown-ups in the immediate vicinity stared at us like we'd just stripped naked. "Bessie," Molly growled. She straightened up her dress and stuck her nose in the air, trying to recover from faltering. "I can't go over there." "What on earth are you talking about?" "You remember the guy we ran from in Region 2? That's him, that's Hook, and he knows my face. If he sees my face, this is over and I'm done for." Molly's mouth dropped open and she leant to the side to catch a proper glimpse of Hook. "What if he notices me too?" she whispered. "He won't. He didn't see your face. Me, on the other hand, he's seen me up close. He actually grabbed me." "Bessie, what have you been up to?" Molly's eyes grew so big they nearly popped out their sockets. "Just tell them I'm sick and I went to vomit. I'll sneak home. Tell them I got my period. Tell them anything. I don't care." Molly gritted her teeth and closed her eyes for a quick moment. I felt bad for dragging her into my drama because I knew how people looked at her, and the grown-ups always had high expectations of her. I didn't want to get her in trouble. "Okay, but please, please stop this. You'll regret it when you see your father thrown into the shame pod," she said. She shook her head and walked away. Molly had never looked at me like that before, like she was ashamed of me, and the feeling of guilt stabbed at my chest. I had to get the hell out of here. Chapter 19. Rocco pulled his prosthetic leg off and fell to the ground dramatically. That was it. Hook had taken my leg with one sweep of his sword, and I was done for, he said. All the children sat around the fire with wide eyes, leaning forward, immersed in Rocco's story, while I fiddled with the knobs on his beaten-up old radio, trying to find Oliver's channel. Tink sat at my feet in a huff because one of the boys had shoved her into the waterfall earlier on, and she didn't like water. He wrapped the hook around my neck and dragged me across the ground. "Help me out, Ricky," he said. One of the little boys with red hair rushed towards him and wrapped his tiny arms around Rocco's good leg. His face flushed red, and his eyes closed as he tried to drag Rocco across the grass, acting out his story of how Hook had taken his leg. "But last time, you said something different about how you lost your leg," I said. Together, all the kids sighed and rolled their eyes in exasperation with me. I sat up straight, feeling self-conscious. I didn't understand why Rocco told a different tale every time he told the story of how he lost his leg. I gathered up every last ounce of strength I had in my body, and I ripped that hook right off my neck. With only half a leg left, I dragged myself up and grabbed Hook's sword right from his waist. Rocco leaned forward, still acting out his story with little Ricky. He grabbed a stick from next to Ricky's foot, and the two proceeded to have a fake sword fight. All the children gasped like they were watching a real fight. "Slice!" And down Hook went, Rocco shouted. He did a stabbing motion between Ricky's chest and arm, and the stick remained there as Ricky dramatically fell to the floor. "Victory over Hook! Burn Hook, burn! Burn Hook, burn!" Rocco chanted. He pushed his prosthetic leg back on and jumped onto the log next to me. All the children sprung up to their feet and wailed and howled. "Burn Hook, burn!" they chanted along. Rocco pulled his sweater over his head, revealing his bare torso, and for a moment I looked away and blushed. It wasn't proper to just randomly strip down to bare skin, so I didn't know where to look. The kids copied, apart from Lily. They pulled off their shirts and swung them around above their heads, chanting and singing, running around over the logs they had put there to sit on. When I managed to gather enough nerve to look up at him, I sat back and my eyes grew wide at the sight of Rocco's skin. All around one side of Rocco's body and up his back were large scars, his skin as it should be unrecognizable, like it had been melted. He hooted and cheered, and they all walked around the fire in a circle. I wanted to ask him what made the scars. I wanted to know everything about him. I had to stop myself from pointing it out and asking out loud in front of everybody. But something had happened to Rocco Reed, and I wanted to find out. The energy around the camp was one I wanted to be around. I wanted to grab hold of each moment and hold on to it forever. I took a few sneaky photos and slipped my camera back into my bag. I didn't see what harm it would do, besides giving me the opportunity to go back to this moment for the rest of my life. Nobody else would see the photos. "Hey, Lily, I brought something for you," I said. As the boys danced around the fire and made a racket, I pulled my crossbody bag to rest on my knee and opened it up. At first, Lily ignored me, but then her eyes began to wander and her sights set firmly on the bag. As much as she clearly hated me, I felt sorry for her being the only girl amongst a group of boisterous boys. I pulled out my little blue hairbrush and Lily sat up straight. She twisted her body around to face me and leaned forward like she'd never seen a hairbrush before. I held it out for her and she slowly reached out to take it. She looked at it, sat in her palms like it was treasure. "I also brought some of these, and if you like, I will do some braids in your hair." Her blue eyes looked up at me, and for the first time she didn't scowl. She pulled her hair over her shoulder and looked at the brush again. Her little mind ticked over like she was working out how to use such a contraption. I pulled out some blue baubles and a bow, and she shuffled closer along the log towards me. "Would you like me to do your hair?" I asked. Lily nodded eagerly, but stayed silent. "Come sit on the grass in front of me." She did it instantly. She hopped over the log and dropped down in front of me. She was so tiny, and I stared at her hair, scared to brush through the masses of knots and tangles in case I hurt her. She gave the brush back, and I started at the ends. The brush made a crunching sound as it slid through her mass of hair, and she barely flinched. I tipped her head back and began to weave 3 strands into a Dutch braid down the back of her head, and surprisingly, she sat there still and silent, watching the boys run riot like wild animals. They had sword fights with sticks, and at least twice one of them almost fell into the campfire. I did the other braid, so they sat symmetrical, and I tied them with bands at the ends. I weaved in the ribbon from the bow, and the messy, unkempt little girl was done. "All done," I said. Her tiny little hand crept up to her head, and she gently placed her fingertips on the braids and felt her way down the back of her head, pulling them over her shoulders so she could look at them. I dipped my hand in my bag again and pulled out a little round mirror and held it over her shoulder to take. She looked at herself, and I watched her mouth fall open. She felt all the way to the ends of her hair and stared in awe. Then her fingertips went to her face, and she touched her nose and cheeks. Maybe she hadn't ever seen herself in high definition via a mirror before. "You can keep the mirror and the brush. Do you like it?" I asked. She didn't look me in the eye. She leaped up to her feet and flung her arms around me. Startled, I froze, then I hugged her back. Her body felt so tiny and fragile under my touch. I could feel her shoulder blades pointing through the skin on her back. Maybe Lily didn't hate me anymore. "Whoa, look at you," Rocco said. He'd put his sweater back on and landed from a jump in front of us. "So you're the fairy princess," he declared. Lily pulled away from me and her tiny lips pressed together, trying her hardest to suppress a shy smile. She looked much smarter with a basic tidy hairdo. "Quick, if Hook knows we have a real-life fairy princess, he'll be on his way. We must hide." Rocco picked her up like she was weightless and threw her up onto his shoulder. She squealed with laughter, her tatty little wings flapping against her white t-shirt. "We must cross Alligator Ridge." He jumped up onto the logs that were around the fire in a circle. He stood on one leg and pretended to waver and keep his balance. All the children seemed to love it, and they copied. I quite enjoyed it and found myself on edge, hoping they crossed without falling into imaginary water. A loud wailing noise sounded all around us, like an alarm going off, only much, much louder, just as noisy as the fairy dust explosions in the sky from the other night. My heart hiccuped and my eyes sprung open. I froze and waited for something awful to happen. I'd been on Neverland a few times now, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was the kind of noise that wailed and made my eardrums feel like they were about to explode. Flashes of blue light shone on and off onto the trees all around us and up into the sky. All of the children and Rocco stopped and looked up into the air. I wanted to leap up off the log and hide behind Rocco. "What is that? What's happening?" I said. Thoughts kept running through my mind of Hook appearing from the thick bushes and trees. I thought about my father, and Molly's words bounced around in my brain. "You'll regret it when you see your father thrown into the shame pod." "It's the food drop. This is the first one in a week," Rocco said. "Right. You guys know what to do." Rocco put Lily down and jumped down from the log. All the kids stopped what they were doing and ran in the same direction. A couple dived into the hole in the big old oak tree, and the rest disappeared into the thick greenery around us. Rocco tipped a bucket of water over the fire to put it out and pulled out that white canvas bag I'd seen with him on our first ever meeting. I tried to bring as much food as possible in the hopes he didn't have to steal to eat, but I got a bad feeling that he was going out to do it again. "I'm going to see if I can get some food. They sometimes use food drops to bring waifs out of hiding, so lay low until I get back," he said. He pulled the bag over his head and it sat around his chest. "But wait, where are you going? Can I come with you?" I shouted over the noise of the siren. Rocco stopped and stared at me, blue light flashing on his face. "You really want to see what Neverland is like?" I hesitated before I nodded. "Follow me." Chapter 20. Twigs snapped under my feet and branches whacked me in the face as I followed Rocco and Tink through the thick bushes of Neverland. We headed north and walked for 5 minutes, not seeing another soul until we reached what felt like the center of the island. Rocco stopped and held his arm out to stop me. He put a finger over his lips, gesturing for me to be silent. We bent our knees and peeked out onto deserted land. Trees and overgrown weeds hung around a large, desolate piece of land. The siren continued to wail and flash blue for miles. In the center, I saw what looked to be old, random pieces of wood, some rotting, some fresh. Looking in the bush straight across, I thought I saw a person, but I wasn't sure. Then I saw movement a few feet along. I definitely saw a face, then another, and as my vision adjusted to the dark and flashing blue, more people came into view. They all seemed scared, and I wondered why we had to hide. A monstrous sound from the sky made me jump, and I reached out and clung onto Rocco's arm. He pulled away, and for a moment I felt silly and needy, but then he put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me to his chest. It felt comforting, and I felt safe, which was probably stupid, considering where we were. But Rocco was brave and fearless, and I trusted him with my life. To our left, I heard voices, and a large crate carried by giant wooden slats on wheels rolled into the empty space. 2 men in black guided it in, and then gave the thumbs up to someone I couldn't see. The crate slid off the slats and fell onto the ground. The wood splintered and cracked. One of the men in chunky black boots pried open the front panel with a metal crowbar, and it fell to the ground at his feet. They jumped onto the slats, being pulled by something hidden in the bushes, and disappeared as quickly as they'd appeared. Rocco let go of me. He leaned out slightly and looked both ways. "We have to be careful. Sometimes it is just a food drop. Other times they use it to bring children out to capture them and ship them away. They have numbers to meet." I swallowed and tried to ignore the burn in my leg muscles as I squatted. "Wait here." I didn't want to be left alone, but I also didn't want to go out there and be captured. Nobody knew what happened after Neverland, and I didn't want to find out. It was like all the hiding children were waiting for someone to go first, and once Rocco carefully crept out from the bush, others did too. He watched in the direction the men had went, and he hurried over to the massive pine crate, Tink at his ankles. I rested my knees on the softness of the earth and watched through the long grass. Other people began to emerge, and before long it was a frenzy. They rushed out of the bush from all directions and dived inside the crate. They ran back out with arms full of something. Their t-shirts used as carry bags, some just using their hands. Rocco disappeared inside before emerging again, the white canvas bag on his chest looking plumper and filled. The rest of the children did the same, and after only a minute or two, the crate was completely empty and being ripped apart and destroyed. Rocco helped. He kicked and pulled until planks fell to the ground, and in no time there was no sign of there ever being a food drop. Kids picked up the planks and scurried away. I guessed they'd use them for building, or maybe even fires, but I didn't know. The more time I spent with Rocco, the more I realized how much I didn't know about lots of things. Rocco headed toward me, and the sirens stopped wailing. The blue lights stopped flashing. Kids ran in all directions. Some had food, others didn't. "Oi, kid," Rocco said. I looked to where he was looking and saw a little boy on the sidelines. He had a cap like Rocco's, but his didn't have a feather. He wore brown trousers and a long-sleeved shirt that looked old and worn. The boy looked lost and shy. His eyes reeked of fear. The darkness didn't disguise the freshly shaven patch on his eyebrow and the tagging of the letter D. It looked sore and red and bulging, and it sent a bolt of anger through my body. I hadn't ever seen one so fresh before. Rocco tossed an apple through the air towards him. He didn't catch it, but scrambled around the ground to find it after it landed. "If you're new and you're lost, if you have nowhere to go, follow us." Second siren to the right, straight onto the big old oak tree. With his head tilted down and holding onto the apple like his life depended on it, the boy shrunk back into the grass. I wanted to chase after him and ask if he was okay, if he needed food or warmth. "Let's go," Rocco said. My legs felt like jelly when I stretched them out to stand up, but eased with each step I took back towards camp. Tink ran in front and Rocco at my side. The atmosphere felt rushed and heated. There was some kind of tense energy floating through the air. I cringed on each step I took. I seemed to step on twigs and branches that weren't there a second ago. Every move seemed to make a noise, yet Rocco moved silently. Behind us, I swore I could feel someone watching us. And the snap of branches, the bristling of bushes. But every time I looked back, I couldn't see anybody. We made it back to camp, and all the children gathered around us. "What was there this time? What did you get?" "I'm starving," they shouted. I sat on the log next to Rocco, feeling a little flustered and sweaty, and he pulled the bag from around his middle. He lay it on the floor, and it naturally opened up. "Oats," I said. "2 apples. A rotten banana, is this it?" I asked. "This is the food that's meant to nourish your body? This is supposed to be shared between all of you?" Rocco shrugged as the children shared out the fruit, and I couldn't stop myself understanding why he went to the mainland to steal food. We cooked the oats on the fire with water from the waterfall. I loved to visit Neverland. In fact, it had become one of my favorite things to do. But I got to go home to my comfy bed and my clean clothes, a kitchen filled with food and water. Real life on Neverland really wasn't so appealing, and I had to kick myself to remember that as fun as Rocco and the children were, their lives, according to the upper classes, were disposable. I wondered if it actually came to it, if I'd enjoy living such a life. Rustling in the bushes that we'd emerged from made us all stop still and look in the same direction. The children leaned forward, their ears pricked up. More rustling made them jump, and Rocco stood up. He took a step forward in a protective pose in front of the children. He reached down into his boot and pulled out that little knife he'd had on the first day I'd seen him at the market. I wanted to run away and be the wimp, but I couldn't. I got up to my feet and stood at Rocco's side. Well, almost. Maybe a slight step behind him. Rocco looked ready for a fight. He narrowed his eyes and held his weapon out in front of him. More rustling, the sound of a twig snapping. Then, out popped a person. I'd been expecting Hook, or somebody who wanted to harm us, possibly take me away and throw me in the shame pod. But I recognized him. The hat like Rocco's, but missing the feather. A half-demolished apple in his hand. It was the boy from the food drop. Rocco blew out a breath and tucked his weapon safely back inside his boot. I knew we were being followed. I'd sensed somebody behind us. Maybe there was more to my brain than being a robot mod. "Come on, get warm, light the fire, Jimmy," Rocco said. He waved a hand as the boy hesitated. He couldn't have been older than 7. He looked at every single face, and I tried at a welcoming smile. Rocco rummaged through the bag I'd brought earlier and pulled out a chocolate cookie. Little Jimmy, who was smaller than Lily, scurried over to the fire pit and, like a pro, lit it. "You're new here?" little Ricky asked. All the children dispersed and slowly walked over to the new boy. He looked terrified, like at any moment they'd gobble him up. He nodded and clutched at his half-eaten apple. "They sent me here because I stole food from the mainland," he said in a tiny voice. "But my parents, they couldn't afford to buy any food." Ricky and Lily put their arms around the boy's shoulders and led him up to our fire. "What is your name?" Rocco asked. The boy took a seat on the log, and the children all sat around him like he was a new fascination and something to watch. "Evo," he said. He lifted his feet up onto the log and crossed his legs when Tink sniffed his old brown shoes. "You're safe now." Rocco handed him the cookie, and the boy scoffed it down like he'd never eaten for days. I loved how welcoming they were, how despite our differences they had welcomed me without judgment. They had absolutely nothing but each other, yet their kindness and acceptance burned brighter than the fire we were sitting around. These children really were lost children. Chapter 21. I stayed for a while and watched the children eat and listened to another of Rocco's elaborate stories. Then we left for the boat so I could get back before Dad finished his duties at City Hall. "What is wrong?" Rocco asked. I shrugged, feeling nauseous at the boat bobbing along in the water. "I'm just thinking, and I realized something." "Oh? I don't really fit in anywhere." "Why do you say that?" he asked. He jumped down from standing on the wooden plank that was the seat and sat down facing me. I held on to both sides of the wooden boat as it rocked when he made such sudden movements. "I don't fit in with the other R2s, and I never have. I've always felt different." I shrugged again and my shoulders lifted as I sighed. "I try, but that's the point. I have to try so hard to be like them, and they don't need to put so much effort in. Like Molly, she's so perfect." "Don't compare yourself. What's the point in that?" "The point is my father, Molly, the kids in my class, and everyone we know have expectations of me, and I just can't seem to get a grip. I want to do those things. I want to move up to Region 3. I don't ever want to disappoint any of them, but there's something else inside me." Rocco leaned back and blew into his little pocket flute. This time I didn't get nervous, because I knew nobody could hear us out in the water, and even if they did, not many R1s would actually care. In fact, on my regular boat trips to Neverland, I enjoyed listening to him play it. He seemed to mull over my words, and the sound that flowed from his flute traveled across the boat and enveloped me. It felt like it moved through my body in place of my blood and made my heart bloom like a peony. His eyes narrowed, like he was trying to work me out. "What else is inside you?" he asked. He stood back up and propelled the boat with the big wooden stick. "I'm not sure. I feel like there's something more. I can't figure out what it is, just something inside me wanting to escape." "Like a burp?" he said, and we both laughed. Tink walked around in circles before she lay down under the seat Rocco was standing on. I sat up and leaned over the boat, looking back at my reflection. Who am I? What did I want? Why did I feel like something was missing? The water looked glossy and dark, and I did the unthinkable. I reached out and I touched it. By the color of the water, I expected it to leave some kind of trace on my fingertips, but it didn't, just wet. I did it again, and my palm glided through it with the speed of the boat. I wondered what was under the murky water. We didn't learn about the world around us. We learned about a hierarchy and how to reach the top of it. Maybe that's why our streets were missing trees and nature. It was less to focus on, more time to groom us into robots, as Rocco said. Then guilt stabbed at my chest. Those were my people, and I felt like I'd been betraying them somehow by sneaking around and lying. The thought of Hook almost catching me and then seeing him talking to my father on Mod Day made me want to vomit. I remembered my dad coming home, and I lay in bed and pretended I'd ate something bad. He believed me, and his trusting me so much made my guilt worse. "Maybe I just need to have some fun. Get it out of my system," I said. "I like fun." "This is fun," he said. He spread his legs wide and swayed his hips. The boat began rocking side to side in the water. Tink sprung to her feet, and her wonky eyes looked around like she didn't know what was happening. My hand dipped further in the water, and my body swung side to side with the motion. He dropped the oar and played a song on his flute. The boat rocking matched the rhythm, and I enjoyed it. I felt like I was on a ride, midair, my body getting flung all over. Splashes of water hit me in the face and landed inside the boat. "Come on, see how long you can balance," he said. My first thought was to refuse immediately, but I couldn't, not after what I just said. Maybe doing these things would help me on the road to being a better me. I smiled at him and pushed myself up to my feet. I held my arms out at my sides like a bird, and Rocco slowed down. I stepped up onto the seat, and we were face to face, 6 feet of space between us. He rocked a little harder, and I concentrated on my ankles undulating, keeping my body balanced. It was just as fun as it looked. I'd spent my life with my back up as straight as a plank, chin in the air, perfection. It felt freeing being able to move my body and not care about people watching and judging. It felt good, but not as good and as freeing as dancing did. Rocco rocked a little too far to his left, and I lost my balance. It felt like I stood for too long, flapping my arms and leaning both ways. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. My body jerked too far to the right, and I fell through the air. I felt a sting as my body connected with the water. I couldn't remember a time I'd been fully submerged underwater. Or was I wrong? Did a shower count? My eyes stung, and I blew out bubbles from my mouth when the water went up my nose. I kicked my arms and legs frantically, and my skin prickled with the icy cold. When my head popped up out of the water, I gasped in a breath that stung the back of my throat. Rocco was already kneeling down and looking over the side of the boat, but what surprised me was his laughing. "Help!" I shouted, frantically thrashing around, my heart pumping so fast it was about to burst out my chest. "You're at the shallow part. Put your feet on the ground," he said. He threw his head back in laughter. I went under again, surrounded by darkness, and surprisingly, my feet landed on soft ground. I pushed up and grabbed onto the boat. Standing up, the water reached my shoulders. I spluttered and spat, and saliva ran down my chin. "You're really bad at that game, huh?" Rocco said. "How am I supposed to go home like this?" I shouted. The feeling of letting out a loud voice felt good. I didn't think I'd ever shouted like that before. When Rocco continued to laugh, I pressed my lips together tightly. I felt a mild surge of anger, and I wanted to make him pay. I pushed myself up, and the water held my body like I weighed nothing. I grabbed onto the shoulders of his shirt, lifted my legs, and let my body fall backwards, pulling him in on top of me. We went under together, and both scrambled to the surface again for air. I braced, expecting Rocco to be mad. He laughed, though, wiped his face with both his hands, and reached up to his head for his hat. When it wasn't there, he stopped laughing and he looked around us, his hands dipping back into the water. Little droplets hung off his eyelashes, eventually dropping back into the water. He lunged forward and swiped up his hat from behind me. He seemed to visibly relax after checking the red feather was still attached. Before I got the chance to ask him about the feather, he gave me a look. His eyebrows dipped and a small smirk lifted up his lips. He dragged his hand through the water and sent a large slick of it through the air, and it hit me square in the face. My body automatically flew backwards and the water caught me. I enjoyed the feeling of floating in the calm, murkiness. It felt like the next best thing to flying. I'd already been soaked from head to toe, so as a water fight broke out between us, I didn't think about the consequences I'd be facing when I had to walk home drenched. Chapter 22. The doorbell rang as I carried another box of my dad's files from the study to the hallway. I plunked it down onto the hard flooring and stood for a moment to catch my breath. I looked down at my dress and brushed off flyaway pieces of dust that had gathered from the year's worth of papers, books, and files my father had built up from his time in politics. In bare feet, I padded over to the front door and turned the large brass handle to open it. "Molly, wasn't expecting you," I said. I pulled the door open wide, and she stepped inside. She slipped her shoes off and placed them neatly where we kept them. "Sorry to drop over unannounced. How are you doing?" I rolled my eyes and dropped my shoulders and arms lazily. I'm still being punished for last week when I fell in the water. I've done all those boxes, I said. I pointed near the wide staircase, and Molly's curls bounced as she turned to look. He's made me file all his paperwork for the last 2 years and fill boxes of all his older work, ready to store. My fingers are nearly bleeding, and I swear I'm going to die of boredom. Help me, please. I dramatically fell forward against her, putting my palms on her shoulders and shaking her slightly. Should I go? Maybe he'll get mad if he sees me here. Molly fixed the little blue crossbody bag that hung around her chest. No, it's fine. I'm just about done. He's calmed down, thankfully. He was so mad. What happened again? You just fell in the water? Molly asked as we stalked back to my dad's study. Yeah. I was going to the market and I got lost. I tripped and fell. And you walked all the way home soaking wet? Yes. I saw one of the neighbors on the way and he told my dad. Molly nodded, but she wasn't her usual self. I felt like she wanted to say something else. I walked over to a corner of my dad's study and began filling up the last box of remaining books, which contained loads of boring rules and regulations. Molly looked around at the 3 empty bookcases which filled 3 of the walls. My dad's study was anything but tidy, and my misbehaving was the perfect opportunity to have it cleared without him having to do a thing. So, you say you fell? She asked again. I nodded while I taped up the top of a box. I felt bad lying to my best friend, but I didn't want to get her in trouble, and I knew how much she disapproved of my new antics and my new friends. So, you wouldn't happen to know anything about this then? I stood up straight and pulled a face as I stretched out my back. Molly opened her bag and pulled out a small square of paper. She unfolded it, and I realized it was an emergency news flash from the regional weekly. I'd almost forgotten they existed. I usually went in once a week and sold them photos of our region to put into the weekly paper. Every R2 read it. It was rare to have a new flash that only happened when something major was going on, like a step down from an R3 or the death of a high-ranking R3, if a major new law was passed. Ours was posted through the letterbox this morning, but I'd never even opened it. I'd put it straight on the kitchen table for my father and never given it a second thought. She placed it on my dad's large mahogany desk, and I walked around to her, eager to see what she had to show me. The page was white, and in large black letters the heading read, WAIF and R2. And right under the headline was a pencil drawing of a girl in a blue dress, holding the hand of a boy that looked just like Rocco. It even had his little red feather in his hat. I gulped and looked at Molly. She stared back with disapproving blue eyes. The commander is on the lookout for a Region 2 girl who has been seen numerous times in Region 1 with a waif boy. The boy is well known to community services. Anyone with any information must contact the commander or any person from community services immediately. Know anyone this could be? Molly said. She tapped the page, her short, polished nail landing on the back of my penciled head, and I swallowed again. Have any information? Hook, I growled. Molly stamped her foot and slapped her palm on my dad's desk. Bessie, I told you this would happen. I closed my eyes and sighed. You're not going to tell on me, are you? I asked. Molly made me wait much longer than she should have. She put her hands on her hips and stared at me with pursed, pouty lips. Molly? No, I'm not going to tell on you, but this can't last forever. And how dare you lie to me, Bessie? We are supposed to be friends. I'm sorry. I did want to tell you. But you already said you want no part of it, and if you don't know about it, you can't get in trouble. Molly dropped her shoulders and rubbed her eyes like she felt exhausted. Is it out of your system yet? This rebellion? When will it end? Please tell me this is over? I plonked myself down into my father's cushioned, chunky seat that matched his desk, and I nodded. I won't see him again, I promise. I lied. I didn't want to stop seeing Rocco. He lit up my world. He brought me magic. He made me happy. You better mean it, Bessie, or it won't be long before you and your father are thrown in that pod. She pointed towards the window where thick velvet curtains hung. I pictured the shame pod in my mind, shooting its beam up into the sky, and guilt ate away at me. But why did I have to give him up? It wasn't fair. You're right, I nodded. Well, make your choice. Us, your father and me. This luxury life, a future in Region 3, or that waif boy. Choose, Bessie. My stomach knotted and I felt nauseous. If I never saw Rocco again, it would break my heart, and the thought of my father in the shame pod, I didn't even want to think about it. Well, Molly pushed. My dad, I choose my dad, and you, okay? I felt a twang in my chest, like it physically hurt to say that, to give Rocco up. I plucked a pen from the holder and opened the top drawer of the desk, looking for paper. What are you doing? I'm writing a letter. To who? Rocco. I will explain that I'm sorry, but I have priorities here, and my father must come first. I will leave it where he keeps his boat. Then I won't have to face him. It will be easier. I lied, hoping she would believe me. Molly waited patiently while I scribbled down how sorry I was, and that maybe, hopefully, we'd meet again someday. When I'd finished, I sat up and sighed. Molly looked at me with sad eyes after reading what I'd written. I didn't feel that upset, because I knew that as soon as Molly left, I'd tear up that piece of paper and head straight to Neverland to see Rocco again. I'm home, Dad shouted, and we heard the slam of the front door. I hope you're finished in there. Our heads swung around and we stared at the study door. Molly frantically crumpled up the newsletter, and I stuffed my letter into the small pocket of my dress. We picked up a box each, and Molly wavered, her knees buckling, not realizing how heavy the boxes actually were. I turned the key in the top drawer of Dad's desk, unlocking it, and tipped everything into a box and sealed it shut with tape. That was it, my punishment done. We ran as best we could across the room. Then as soon as we crossed the threshold and into the hallway, we smiled and slowed down, like we weren't hiding anything. Evening. I see you've been hard at work, Dad said. He'd just taken his shiny black shoes off and placed them next to Molly's. Molly and I dropped the last two boxes down next to the rest and blew out a breath, smiling innocently. Done. I just need to take them upstairs. So, have we learned our lesson? He asked. He walked over to me, eyeing me disapprovingly, but to show me he still loved me, he planted a kiss on the top of my head and headed for the kitchen. The newsletter, Molly whispered. My eyes almost popped out my head, and like I'd been kicked into action, I stalked behind him and we followed. Dad went straight for the kettle to make a cup of tea, like he always did, while Molly and I hung around near the table, trying our best to be inconspicuous. Dad boiled the kettle, and a spoon rattled around the ceramic cup when he tossed it inside. I stood shoulder to shoulder with Molly, both smiling, our backs to the table. Dad opened the fridge and stuck his head inside. I could have sworn I'd bought tea cakes. And meat. Where's the meat? He said. He stood up and looked over his shoulder at us. My smile spread further up my face, so big it hurt. Sorry, Dad, I was hungry. I lied. I'd given the food to Rocco. You have been very hungry lately. I don't know where you put it all, Bessie, he said. He shook his head quickly and his eyes rolled like he was puzzled, and he turned back to the fridge. Molly covered me while I picked up the newsletter and kept it behind me. We're going to finish the boxes, Dad, I said, still smiling like a pair of loons. Dad mumbled something and nodded, and we scampered out of the kitchen. In the hallway, it took Molly a few moments to recover, and I felt guilty watching her clutch at her heart and fan her face with her other hand. I just wanted the whole thing over with. I wanted to go back to what I knew as normal, before Rocco, but I also wanted to be okay with doing that. And inside, I wasn't. So I couldn't give him up. I just couldn't. I stuffed the newsletter in my pocket with the letter I'd written for Rocco, and Molly offered to give me a hand with the boxes. She agreed to carry one at a time to the top of the stairs, and from there I would take each one up into the attack. I pulled down the stairs and entered the attic through the hole in the ceiling. I pulled the little light chain, and the large space at the top of the house dimly lit up. Our attic was just as anybody would expect. Floorboards, no windows, cobwebs hanging in places, old boxes with my old toys and things I'd grown out of. I dropped the heavy box of books onto the floor in a bare corner and wiped my damp forehead. It was hard work, and definitely enough punishment to stop me going swimming with Rocco again, and my dad felt satisfied enough that he'd killed off any more curiosity I had. By the third box, I felt dizzy and tired. I moved a few boxes and rearranged some old pictures in frames to make room for Dad's work things. Then I noticed something I hadn't ever seen before, and I wondered why such a big, beautiful trunk had been hidden away in a dark corner of the attic. I blew a layer of dust away and ran my fingers over the lid. My eyes widened when I noticed that it had my mum's name engraved on it. My knees dropped to the floor, and I hovered over it like a bad smell. I swallowed and pulled the metal lock over the hook. I lifted the lid, and my jaw dropped open at the sight of what was inside. "Bess, these boxes are piling up down here," Molly said. She sounded out of breath. I slammed the lid closed and took a moment to gather myself. I had to leave it. I had to forget. I could not let Molly see what I had come across in that trunk. Chapter 23. After Molly left to get ready for my dad's birthday dinner, I grabbed a few of the old photos I'd taken in Region 3 from the dark room on the top floor of my house, and I headed across the region to the regional weekly offices. When I walked into the tall, modern building that flooded with people daily, I felt self-conscious. I felt like all eyes were on me as I walked past the reporters and photographers sitting at their desks, sipping on coffee and gossiping. I felt like if they just looked into my eyes, they'd know it was me on the front page with a waif boy. They'd know about all my antics on Neverland and dancing on rooftops and sailing in little wooden boats with illegal children and animals. "Bessie, hello, stranger," Quinn said. He swung around in his swivel chair when I entered his office. I handed him the envelope that contained my photos, and he smiled. "Where you been hiding?" he said. He leaned forward and took them. It didn't take him long to rip it open. "Been busy with Mod Day, I guess. My dad's birthday today, too." "Ah, I know. There's a shout-out in the newsletter for him tomorrow." "That's nice," I smiled. "I saw the news flash yesterday, too. That must be quite the juicy scoop, huh?" Quinn flicked through my photos, smiling. He couldn't have been much older than me, and already top of his game, chief editor and main man at the regional weekly. "We've never really had anything like it before. I mean, which R2 is silly enough to risk her status? I can't wait until they catch them. Is it some kind of illegal underground world, or just a heartwarming, forbidden romance? I mean, can you imagine an R2 running around and falling in love with a waif? Now that would be the story of the century." Quinn laughed and shook his head. I liked him. He was sweet and friendly. I let out an awkward, half-baked laugh and cringed at the same time. "Stupid girl, right? Do you have any leads yet?" Quinn shook his head. "Hey, these are great, Bessie. I love the composition. You're talented. I hope next year you'll come and be part of the team for real." "Sure, if I haven't been shipped off to Neverland or tossed in the shame pod. I'm looking forward to it." Quinn smiled. He smacked my photos off the palm of his hand and pulled out a wrapper from his drawer to put them in. I'd usually be super excited of the regional weekly to come through the door so I could see my photos in print, but right now I didn't really care that much anymore. "Hey, while I'm here, why doesn't the Region Weekly do a story on Neverland?" Quinn stopped still, like he had been frozen in time. "Neverland? That island? Yeah, all the conspiracy theories around it. Don't you think it would be exciting to investigate?" "Nah, Bessie, we wouldn't do a story on Neverland. No point. I could get some photos, look into it." "No stories on Neverland, Bessie. That's the end of it." Quinn's fun, friendly demeanor changed to cold and stern. "I just thought, I have to get these off to the printer. Seriously, Bessie, leave well alone. That's not something you want to dig into." Quinn got up from his seat and walked out, leaving a trail of his sweet cologne in the air behind him. Why didn't anybody want to investigate Neverland? Expose what was going on? I walked out of there feeling defeated, but grateful there were no leads, and hopefully none of the R1s I had met would dob me in. When it came to my father's birthday, he liked to have dinner and drinks with friends. It had been a tradition for as long as I could remember. This year was no different, and when the bell rang, I skipped to the door excitedly and swung it open. "Nana," I squeaked. She held her arms open wide, and I jumped into them. Pressed against her chest, I'd never felt happier. I only got to see her on special occasions when she visited and stayed for a weekend. "Let me look at you," she said. She pulled back and stroked my hair, then my face, and held me at arm's length. "You've grown. Oh, how I've missed you." She pulled me into another hug, while my father picked up her bags from the step. I followed her upstairs and helped her unpack her things in one of the spare rooms we had on the floor above mine. I'd missed her loads, and she hadn't changed a bit. She still had the same curly dark hair my mother had, and the same small frame. Her dress was a darker blue to mine, but the best thing about my Nana was the happy atmosphere she carried with her. "What have you been doing since last time I seen you?" I asked. I opened her wardrobe ready to fill it. "Oh, you know, spending my retirement relaxing, baking mostly. I brought you some cookies." She rummaged around in her carry case and pulled out a plastic tub filled with cookies. "You are the best. What have you been up to?" I shrugged. I couldn't tell her what I'd been up to. She was a classy woman. If she knew I'd been wandering Neverland with a waif, well, I didn't know what she'd do. "No mischief?" she said. I looked up at her from sliding a dress on a coat hanger and she shot me a grin. "Me? Mischief? You clearly don't know me." I smiled, thinking of Rocco and how I'd had my own little world away from reality. Actually, that's exactly why I asked. She shot me a grin, and I smiled. If only she knew. Downstairs, I wore my special sequin blue dress and greeted all of my father's friends, male and female, from work. Molly came too, with her mum and Dad had hired a few people from Region 1 to cook and serve. I tucked into my food and enjoyed listening to my Nana praise me and tell me how much she'd missed me and how much she thought I was a great photographer, and the feeling was mutual. As we listened to Molly's father talk about his application to Region 3, I couldn't help but think that the party would be much more fun with music. We could eat dinner and dance the night away. One thing about Region 1 was they knew how to party. They weren't uptight in the slightest, and if they wanted to ugly dance, then no one was going to stop them. "John says we are shortlisted along with 5 other applicants. Only one will be approved," Molly's father, Ethan, said. Everybody around the table hummed in approval and nodded their heads. Moving up to Region 3 was a massive deal. Although most Region 2 people were quite happy to live here for the rest of their lives, others, including my father and Molly's, were born to be in politics. They were leaders. Region 3 was where they belonged. "I have my fingers crossed for you guys," I said, smiling at my best friend sat beside me. Even the way she chewed her food looked sophisticated, her jaw barely moved. "And hopefully you next." Ethan held up his glass and everyone else copied. I looked at my dad, who sat at the head of the table looking as handsome as ever in a dark blue suit, his mustache frozen on his upper lip. "Excuse me, sir, we have a late guest." One of the girls my father had hired popped her head through the door. "The more the merrier." Dad waved his hand, gesturing for her to send them in, and she opened the door wider. I heard a squeak escape, Molly's perfect pink lips, and I looked up from my plate, mid-bite of my vegetables, and saw Rocco standing in the doorway. Chapter 24. I dropped my fork and it hit the porcelain of my plate with a clatter. I sucked in a huge breath through my nose and tried not to choke on my gasp. My father looked at Rocco and smiled. He looked different, but I could spot him anywhere because I liked him too much. He wore a dark blue suit the same color as my dad's, the same as every other man in the room, matched with a blue tie the same color as my dress. "Come on in, lad," Dad said. I stood up, knocking my chair back with the back of my legs, and I almost tripped over my own feet as I hurried around the gigantic mahogany table that took up most of the even bigger dining room. I didn't bother looking back at Molly because I worried that at any moment she'd keel over. "Why, thank you, sir," Rocco said. He didn't have his hat on to tip, like he usually did, so he bowed his head. I grabbed him by the arm and pulled him out into the hallway. "Excuse me, sir," Rocco said in a raised voice. "What in the name of Neverland are you doing here?" I said. We stopped near the front door, and Rocco snorted and laughed. I pranced between both feet, nervous that someone in the room would recognize Rocco, and the whole thing would be over. "Your face! Why do I love to watch your pretty little face every time I shock you?" he said. I leaned back and stopped myself from twirling my curly hair and blushing when he called me pretty. Rocco thought I was pretty? "Where did you get that suit?" I looked him up and down, but I was too flustered to tell him how handsome he looked. He really did scrub up well. He'd even brushed his short hair to the side, so it didn't hang over his forehead. "I stole it. Do you like it?" He held his arms out at his sides and looked down at himself like he was proud. Although he did look very handsome and had scrubbed up very well, I couldn't ignore the fact that he was a waif and he was standing in my house. I shook my head and growled, "Rocco!" "There it is again, that look," he said. His lips had grown into a smile that spread across his face, and it made his eyes somehow shine brighter. "I came to join you for dinner. I heard there was a party." When I'd told him my father was having a birthday party, the last thing I expected was for him to turn up in a stolen R2 suit, ready to party. "It's not that kind of party, Rocco. You have to go." "Don't be silly. They will never know who I am or where I'm from." He made to walk back down the hallway, and I grabbed him by his elbow. "But they will. They will see. You know." I looked down at his prosthetic leg. Rocco did the same, and it took him a moment to realize what I meant. "Don't worry. No one will know. It's hidden under my trousers and my shoe." "But it's not that. It's—" I cringed and gritted my teeth as I tried to think of the right words to use without possibly offending him. "Oh, I get it. You mean my limp?" he said. His face dropped flat from smiling, and he had a look of disappointment in his eyes. "Wow, Bessie Bennett, I never thought I'd know the day in which you judged me." I wasn't expecting that look on his face and his words to hurt me so much, but it felt like it beamed from his eyes and shot lasers at my heart. It wasn't just his limp, it was his mannerisms, the way he carried himself, the way he spoke. He just didn't fit in with us R2s, and I knew my dad would notice. "I'm sorry, it's just you're not perfect like you?" I swallowed. "What's going on?" I heard my dad from behind me, and I turned to see him standing in the hallway near the doorway of the dining room. The hum of voices drifted up past him and landed on my ears. I didn't know what to do. I felt trapped. I wanted Rocco to leave, but I also wanted him to stay more than anything. I panicked. I pulled the fake letter I'd written him from my pocket and handed it to him, along with one of the newsletters. His eyes skimmed over it, and I watched his neck bulge slightly as he swallowed. "Sorry, sir. Change of plans. Happy birthday." Rocco bowed his head and then looked at me at the same time. The devastated look he gave me felt worse than my father's. Guilt tore away at my insides as I watched him walk to the front door and close it quietly behind him. I tapped my feet and shuffled uncomfortably. I lifted my hand and went to call for him to come back, but I stopped myself. I ran to the door and opened it, rushing out onto the step. He wasn't rushing to get away, and he didn't have that joyous spring in his step like he always did. He seemed determined in his walk. "Who is that boy?" Dad asked, appearing beside me. I swallowed, guilt eating away at me. Why was Rocco Reed my weakness? Maybe because I'd stared into his eyes and danced with him on rooftops. I'd been accidental swimming with him, sat round fires and listened to stories, listened to him play sweet music with just his fingers and a slice of wood. I'd seen his kindness when he took on another Neverland boy, an extra mouth he couldn't feed. Just a boy I know from class. I invited him, but he just remembered he had to do something, I lied. I looked up at my father and smiled. "Does that boy have a limp?" he asked. "Yes, father, he has a limp. He isn't perfect. He is disabled. He isn't an R2. He isn't prejudiced or stuck up his own butt. He's flawed like every single person is. Like every R2 and R3 is under that fake exterior they hide behind." So what? I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to run into the dining room and scream it at all of them. At least Rocco wasn't fake. "Yeah, he fell and twisted his ankle," I lied again. Dad nodded, narrowing his big round eyes as he watched Rocco disappear into the darkness. "Come on, love, back inside. Any more unexpected visitors due?" he asked. I stepped back inside and shook my head, trying my best to muster up a smile, so Dad didn't guess how heartbroken and guilty I felt. I started to close the door, and the sound of click-clopping against the cobbled road stopped me, and I looked outside. It wasn't unusual for horses to trot up and down on our street, although it was definitely rare for them to be out at this hour. I thought maybe it had been called by one of my father's guests for them to get home, but my heart felt like it stopped when the giant jet-black horse came into view. My eyes widened, and I sucked in a breath. At my clear discomfort, my dad stepped back up to me to see what had upset me, and we watched the horse, followed by the carriage, pass our door. Hook sat on the front of the carriage, the horse's reins gripped in his enormous hands. He lifted a hand and held it up, in a still wave at us, and I ducked under my father's arm and hid behind him. It's just the commander, Bessie. What on earth is wrong? I cleared my throat and stood up straight. My father waved back to Hook as he passed before he turned to look at me. Don't they teach you anything at that academy? He asked. He closed the door and put the latch on. He is the guy who protects us from those waifs. The academy did, in fact, teach us about the commander. They taught us he kept the streets clean of criminals and waifs so the higher classes could thrive. I used to think that was great. We had a protector until I got chased off him and saw the life that Neverland children endured. Why is he in our street? I've never seen him around here before, I said. Community services have put on extra patrols. Let's get back to dinner, Dad said. He was looking for me, the R2 who was hanging around with a waif. I just knew it. Dinner went slow after that. I felt like I couldn't take in anything anybody was saying, including my Nana. I couldn't get Rocco off my mind, and the guilt I felt tore me up. I was a horrible person. Horrible, horrible, horrible. When everyone finished their dinner, the children were excused while the adults had drinks. I was glad, because the last thing I wanted to do was sit and listen to more boring talk about upper-class idiots in green suits. I was glad to see my father having fun, though. He did look at me like he was concerned every so often, but went back to enjoying his party. My father had many friends and was well-liked in the community. After losing my mother, he found it very hard to cope. I remember him giving up on everything, and he sat around in black slacks and a big bushy beard for at least a year. I remember sitting outside of his bedroom door and listening to him cry at night. I felt sure the same happened with my Nana, who sat before me right now, smiling and laughing and charming my father's guests. I never saw her for a long time after my mother died, but I never really knew why. All of the children, 6 of us, went out into the garden and sat below the stars. We all knew each other well, and most of them were in the same class at the academy as me. They were the ones who had laughed when I asked questions about waifs and Neverland. What was he doing here, Bessie? Molly asked. Don't start, Moll. Please. Don't worry. He's gone. I gave him the note. I won't be seeing him again. We took a seat on the swinging chair under the kitchen window, and Molly put her hand on top of mine in an attempt to comfort me. Rocco was never supposed to see that letter. The night felt warm, and the huge moon hung above us like a giant ball of light. I watched the boys from our class huddle around and laugh about something, probably me, the freak who's interested in Neverland. I shuffled around in my seat so I faced her, keeping an eye on the other well-dressed kids around us, making sure they couldn't hear. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. Molly scrunched up her nose. What? In the attic, when we were moving boxes. I didn't see anything, because you didn't come up. I can't stop thinking about it. Can I show you? Molly hesitated. It's nothing to do with Rocco, I swear. I held my hands up like I was surrendering. Okay, show me. Chapter 25. We snuck away and made our way past the dining room without any of the grown-ups seeing us. We went upstairs, and I pulled the rope attached to the attic door, and the stairs clattered down in front of us. Once up there, I turned on the light and led Molly over to the corner where I'd discovered the trunk. I moved the boxes that I'd placed there to hide it again and stood back up next to Molly, both of us staring down at it. Well, she pushed. Well, don't you see it? It has my mother's name on, see? So, your mother lived here. Of course she has things with her name on. Okay, yay, I guess, but wait until I open it. I knelt down in front of it and lifted the lid, leaning it against the wall. Molly's eyes widened, just like mine had, and she took a step forward, her jaw dragging across the floor. She copied me and knelt down next to it. Why did your mother have these? She asked. I shrugged and looked back inside the box. I reached in and pulled out the shiny discs. We both looked at them like they were gold, and in a way they were. I put them down next to me and pulled out another item, a bright pink sparkly dress. It had more sequins on than mine did. Then a pair of pink shoes, but these shoes were different. They had a long, skinny, high heel. Molly twisted her face like I did, and I pulled off my shoes. What are you doing? Molly said, fear in her voice. They are shoes, aren't they? Molly looked at them in disgust as I slid both of them on my feet. I grabbed onto a pile of warped cardboard boxes to help me up, and I wobbled side to side and back to front, trying to balance in a pair of high heels, a kind of shoe I'd never in my life seen before. They lengthened my height by at least 5 inches. "They are hideous," Molly declared. I laughed and took a few steps forward, holding my arms out at my sides for balance. "Why on earth would your mother have those monstrosities? Maybe she liked to wear them? Or maybe she liked to look at them. They are pretty." By Molly's face, I knew she disagreed. "But your mother was an R2, like us. Maybe she had a secret." She picked up the pink dress and stood up, holding it against her body. "Where would she even get stuff like this? Well, I don't know what it is." I wobbled over to her and carefully took off the funny high shoes. I placed them near the colorful discs and pulled out another item. It was round, like a big plastic blob, and it had buttons on the front and the top. "What the heck is that thing?" Molly said. I shrugged and reached to the bottom of the trunk. I pulled out a brown envelope and a bright red lipstick. I hesitated opening the envelope, but I had to. I couldn't just leave it. I carefully tore back the sticky flap of paper and reached inside. Molly's gasp was loud and sharp, and my mouth fell open. I held photographs of my mother, but she looked different. She had on the pink dress, the funny high shoes, bright red lips, her curls long and shiny, her smile beaming as bright as a star. She was young and slim, and other people were with her. "What? How? Is that your mother?" Molly said. I nodded, and then I smiled as I flicked through them. She looked like she was dancing and having the time of her life as she did. There were only 3 photographs. This was Mum. This was the side of Mum I loved, the side who read me that book, the side of Mum who sang to me as I fell asleep. Nobody else's parents did that, and that's what made my childhood and my mother so magical. "Shall we go and plug this in?" I said. I stuffed the photographs back inside the envelope and picked up the round plastic thing that had a wire and a plug attached to it. I'm not sure, Bessie. Maybe this stuff was hidden up here for a reason. Come on, it's only my mum's, not like it's our 3 secrets. I gathered everything back up into the square trunk and picked it up by its handles. We scurried downstairs, making sure to lock up the attic again, and went to my bedroom. I hurried over to the plug and we both sat on the floor near my bed. I shoved the plug into the socket and a small black screen lit up blue on the round plastic ball thing. It made a whirring noise, and then the number 1 appeared. Suddenly, it blasted out music. Molly and I both pounced on top of it, and she pulled the plug from the socket on the wall. I felt like my heart was beating in my ears, and Molly's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of her face. Every muscle in both of our bodies stayed frozen for at least a minute while we waited for the sound of footsteps. Gathering courage, Molly got up and ran across my room, opening my door and listening for the next few moments for someone to come up, and we'd be in big trouble. "Oh, look, there's a volume button," I said with excitement, pointing at the little silver dial. "It says volume right there. It's just music box, bit of a weird-looking one, but it plays music." "Bessie Bennett, don't you dare turn that thing back on," she warned. I ignored her and did it anyway. I turned the volume key all the way down and plugged it back into the wall. It did the same thing. I saw the number 1, heard the whirring, and we didn't hear a thing. I turned the volume up a tiny bit, and I heard the music. Molly gasped and closed my door. She crept back over to me and sat on the edge of my bed. "I'm not listening," she said. She put her hands over her ears and closed her eyes so tight her face wrinkled up. I ignored her dramatics and turned it up a little louder. I liked the sound of it. It was upbeat, and a lady sang. It was just what I imagined my mother to like. It sounded happy, just like she always was. I opened up the trunk, and while Molly peeked out of one eye, I pulled on my mother's bright pink dress over my blue one. It fit perfect. It hung off my body just like it did hers in the photos. I walked over to Molly and pulled her hands from her ears. "Listen, it isn't poison. Just listen to it for a minute. I promise you will love it." She pulled a face and began nervously picking at her thumbnail. I waited patiently for the song to kick in. My foot tapped against the floor and my head nodded up and down. The bass traveled from the speaker, up into the air, and told my body to move, just like a puppet. I swayed my hips and lifted my hands in the air, letting the music guide me. Molly stared at me with parted lips, and so she didn't continue to kill my vibe. I closed my eyes and used all of the floor in my room to dance. I rushed over to Molly again and grabbed her hands. She recoiled as if I'd just slapped her. Wow, is that what I was like when Rocco asked me to dance? Come on, Moll, dance with me, I said. I turned it up a little higher and grabbed her hands again. I spun and I bowed and I wiggled my hips. I even acted like a chicken at one point just to make her laugh. Just let your body sway and match the beat. Molly always looked prim and proper and rarely had a hair out of place. She was a robot, the perfect little thing Region 2 spat out. She put one hand across her chest and cupped her elbow. I turned around and shook my butt, and she finally giggled. I took her hands again, and I spun myself around, and then her. It made me sad seeing so much fear in her eyes, fear that our society had thrust upon her. Why is this music banned? What is so bad? She said. Music makes you feel things, and mods want robots, I said, repeating Rocco's words. He was right about a lot of things. Although I'd made the decision to stay away from him and try my best at being a mod again, I didn't see why I couldn't indulge in music and bits and pieces here and there. What was so bad about that? It did make me feel things, good things. We danced and we swayed and we spun, just like I had with Rocco, but just as I noticed Molly loosening up, my bedroom door swung open. "Dad?" I said. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to dive on top of the music player, then jump out the window so he couldn't see the dress I had on. His large eyes grew wider, and I watched his chest grow as he sucked in a breath. "Get that off right now, young lady," Dad scalded. I'd never seen such horror in his eyes before. I didn't know if he meant the dress or the music. Molly pulled the plug from the wall, and I slid the dress up over my head and straightened out my blue one. I quickly folded it, and we stuffed everything back inside the square trunk. Dad stormed across the room and looked down at the box, his nostrils flared wildly. "Where did you get this?" "In the attic. I found it when I moved the boxes," I said. I shrunk under his hostile gaze. It was rare Dad got angry, so I wasn't used to it when he did, and I didn't like it. "Get back downstairs," he said. I swallowed and licked my lips, my tongue like sandpaper. "But Father?" "Now!" Molly and I both jumped at his raised voice, and we quickly scurried across the room, while Molly walked down the hallway, and I stopped at my door. I put a hand on the door frame and peeked inside. I watched him sit on the edge of my bed, and for a few long moments he just stared at the box. He reached inside and pulled out the dress, making a deliberate effort to run his fingers over the material. He brought it up to his nose and breathed in deeply. His head tilted to the side, and he ran the material over his cheek. I missed being able to talk about her, but my dad didn't like to. It was like he'd erased her from our life the last few years, and she hadn't existed. But my memories of her were so different. I remembered them very much in love, the way they stared into each other's eyes, the way she laughed at his horrendous jokes. They held hands and did everything together. "Julia," he whispered. I hadn't heard my mum's name uttered in such a long time, and watching my dad's grief clutched at my heart. I wanted to run over to him and wrap my arms around him. We could cry together and mourn our loss. But I didn't. I walked away, towards the stairs, with tears burning in my eyes. Chapter 26. I hadn't made a habit of going back to the library where Oliver broadcasted from because I didn't want to draw attention to myself or Oliver's hideout, and I definitely didn't want to get caught crawling through bookshelves to discover lost worlds. But I'd been back twice since last time, just to make sure I wasn't dreaming, and I always took Oliver a cream cake. I ran my finger across the spine of the books, seeking one that would tell me about the water that surrounded our land. Nobody was allowed to go out to sea. Humans were made for land, and the only thing R2s had to worry about were living a perfect, worry-free life. If I'd been taught anything throughout my life, it was that the simplest life is the best life, but I didn't fully agree anymore. I knew the government, high-ranking Region 3 people, had boats, but I never knew what they did with them. It made perfect sense for me to stick in and behave myself, to move up to be an R3 and discover all their secrets. So why did I find myself doing these things? I stuffed the book inside my backpack and headed out. See you next week, eh, Bessie? Oliver said. He'd been telling listeners about how people had to hide their kids in fear of the government snatching them and shipping them off for who knows what and to where. Same time. I smiled. I marched home and couldn't wait to get in and read my new book. A large blue wave covered the front page, and it had the title, Our Oceans. Dad, I'm home, I shouted, going to do some homework. I kicked off my shoes and ran straight upstairs, knowing Dad would be busying himself with work or eating. Dad sure did like to eat. I flew along the hallway and swung my door open. My feet skidded to a stop, and my ponytail whipped around and slapped my face. I inhaled, and my heart sped up as I looked at my father and my Nana. My room looked like it had been ripped apart. The mattress from my bed leaned up against the wall, my sheets and blue bedding in a pile under the open window where sunlight streamed through. Even my clothes that once hung perfectly on hangers in my closet were piled up near my father's feet. All my pencils and pens, my books from the academy, were strewn all over my desk. Dad, what's going on? I took a step forward. The air felt tight and heavy, and I didn't like it. Dad stared at me with rage in his eyes, and my Nana crossed her arms over her chest and pressed her lips together. Where have you been? He asked. I swallowed and tightened my grip on the backpack straps on my shoulders. I told you I was going to the library. What's wrong? Check her bag, Dad said. My Nana walked over to me and I leaned back. No, I have private stuff in here. I pulled a face like I was disgusted, wrinkling my nose and my eyebrows slipping down my forehead. You mean stuff like this? He said. He turned around and picked up something from behind the big pile of clothes. I felt my eyes grow wider and my heart palpitated when he held out my little half-wilted peony in the glass, half filled with fresh water from this morning. Then he swiped up my book, the one with the flowers on. My Nana looked at the ground, while my father placed the items on my desk, near my mother's photograph. I thought he was finished, and I took another step forward and opened my mouth to speak. He bent over again and held up my dirty blue dress, the one from the first time I'd met Rocco, and in his other hand, the other newsletter I'd hidden the other day. Then, to top it off, my scuffed slippers. My body jumped when he slammed his palm down onto my desk, and the photograph of my mother wobbled. Well, explain yourself? Wow, I wasn't used to my dad shouting, and I already felt tears burning my eyes. Charlie, calm down, Nana said quietly. She continued over to me and gently slipped my backpack off my shoulders. I was cornered. What else could I do? She zipped it open and pulled out my new book. Where are you getting this stuff from? What has gotten into you lately? I swallowed and shrugged. I was curious. That boy, he is a waif, isn't he? He shouted, his voice a little louder and booming every time he opened his mouth. That boy at my party. The R2 running round with a waif is you. I shook my head. Then I shrugged. Then I shrunk into the corner. He's nice, Dad. He isn't like what they say. My father's eyes grew wide, and his chest lifted as he sucked in a breath, trying to contain his anger. I couldn't remember a time I'd ever felt afraid of my dad, but right now I did. His face flushed a shade of red, and he crumpled the newsletter in a clenched fist. Don't you talk about those waifs like that. They are trouble. He pointed at me. Do you know what you could have done? Everything I've worked for, everything you've worked for. Charlie. Don't you start, Dad said, cutting my Nana off. You know just as well as I do the trouble she could be in for doing something so stupid. Dad, I didn't. I mean, the kids on Neverland, the conspiracy theories, they're all true. Dad gasped so hard and he took a step back. Are you telling me you've crossed that water and been on Neverland? Oops, I'd said too much. Nana covered her mouth with her hand and closed her eyes like she was pained. That's it, Dad yelled. He grabbed my illegal items, including my little wilting flower, and he stormed past me. I stood still for a few moments, staring at my Nana, not knowing what to do. She moved first, and I followed her out the room. Her dress puffed out and bounced at her knees as she stalked down the stairs after my father, her bare feet not making a sound against the bouncy carpet. Dad pulled my mother's trunk from the cupboard under the stairs. So that's where he'd hidden it. He hadn't mentioned it to me since he caught me wearing the dress and dancing with Molly. I'd expected to be punished and grounded and forced to clean something. but he said absolutely nothing about it and went on as normal, like he hadn't caught me doing it, like the trunk never existed. I hadn't mentioned it to him either, because the last thing I wanted to do was get into trouble. "Dad, what are you doing with that?" I asked cautiously. "What I should have done a long time ago," he said. He put the items from my room on top of it and carried it by its handles on each side. He hurried out into our yard and tossed everything, including the contents of the trunk, into our fire pit. "Charlie, no," Nana said. "I knew something was wrong. You have crossed the line, Bessie." I felt like I'd lost my breath as I stood on the step and shook my head frantically. "Dad, please, no," I cried. I held out my arm as he struck a match and held it above the pit. "Dad, please. Mum's photos. Please don't do this." "Charlie!" Dad squirted lighter fluid and soaked all the items, and he dropped the match. I let out a loud wail and covered my face with my hands. My Nana wrapped her arms around me as I wept into her shoulder. "How could you?" I screamed. I didn't care who heard me. I turned and I ran through the house. I picked up my shoes and darted out of the front door. The thought of my mother's face melting away in those flames made me feel sick. I didn't even care who saw me. I didn't care about Region 2's stupid rules. I ran through the streets as fast as my legs would carry me. I passed people, and they pointed, stuck up in their perfect little worlds. I didn't stop, and my instincts led me towards one place. Chapter 27. The sun hung low in the sky when I arrived at the massive warning sign where Rocco usually put his boat, and I wasn't at all surprised to see it lodged there on dry land. I strained my neck to look up and read the words on the sign. "Do not enter the water" was written below a yellow triangular hazard sign. The wood looked old and chipped, and the paint peeled away from the lettering. I didn't want to go back home. I swore right there that I was moving to Neverland. Anger coursed through my body like poison and warped my thoughts. My father had absolutely no right to do that to any of my things. I hated him, hated him, hated him. I kicked up some sticks and leaves that lay on the ground, and I growled and punched the air. But then I stopped, and my lips parted. I watched a large yellow and black bee zip from around the back of the bush and land on a wildflower near my feet. I'd never learned about nature, and I envied the people who got to live amongst it. Region 1 was overgrown and unkempt, but because of that, it was beautiful. With all our stone and cement floors in Region 2, not a flower in sight, I'd never seen a bee up close before. I slipped one shoe off and my toes touched the earth. It felt cold and soft. I did the same with my other foot and felt my body sink slightly into the ground. I pulled my camera out and began snapping photos. The little bee flew from one purple flower to another yellow one and then flew away. I took small steps onto a patch of grass and made my way over to the water. It lapped and swished on the soggy mud, and I winced as I dipped my toes in it. The sun beamed down on me, warming my skin, but the water cooled my feet, and I took another step in, up to my ankles. I wanted to leap forward and immerse my whole body in it. I wanted to feel what I had not so long ago, a stab of fear mixed with elation. I wanted to feel the wetness envelop my body and carry me out to sea. I put my arms in the air and lifted my chin, enjoying the feeling of the low-hanging evening sun blasting on my face. "Wow, never thought I'd see the day," Rocco said. "A mod enjoying themselves." I jumped and spun around, snatching my hands back from the air, my face heating up. Okay, I deserved that. He had every right to be mad at me after how I'd treated him. Usually he'd smile when he saw me, but this time he didn't. His face sat flat, and I knew he was still mad at me. I was just enjoying the sun. He ignored me. He had that white canvas bag wrapped around his middle. It looked lumpy, so I knew he'd most probably been out stealing. I felt a twang of guilt that I'd never brought any food for the children. But by Rocco's demeanor, I knew I was no longer welcome. He walked straight past me with Tink at his ankles, and I stepped out of the water and grabbed my shoes. While I shook out my feet, splashing water everywhere, Rocco disappeared behind the sign and emerged again, pulling his little boat by a length of rope. "Wait, Rocco, please." I hopped back towards the water when he made to jump inside his boat. "I have to go. We need to eat. I know you're mad at me, and I'm sorry. I just had this huge fight with my dad, and I have nowhere to go." Rocco stopped. I hadn't ever seen him so quiet and serious before. He dug around in the pocket of his black trousers and he pulled out a folded piece of paper and held it up. "And this," he said, "I didn't mean it. I was surprised he'd kept my letter. You were never meant to see it. It was just to throw Molly off." I stepped forward and snatched it out of his hand, and I tore it up into little pieces and let the gentle summer breeze take them away. "And my leg? I don't want to be around anyone who's embarrassed by me." He tossed the rope into the boat and hopped inside. Boy, I'd really maddened him. "I feel horrible about what I said." He ignored me. Tink jumped into the boat and Rocco used his oar to push himself further out. I swallowed, and I took my shoes off for the second time. I sprung forward and my feet went splashing into the water. It covered my legs and left splotches on my blue dress, and I chased him. "Bessie," Rocco said. He sucked in a breath and used all his strength to dig the oar into the ground, and the boat stopped, but continued to bob around. I held my dress up to my thighs, not caring that I had more on show than I was allowed to, and when I reached the boat, I clung on and hoisted myself inside, my camera still hanging from my wrist by its strap. I rolled onto the bottom of the boat with a thud, hitting my shoulder on the wooden seat, and I hissed through my teeth. Lying on my back, I looked up at Rocco, an orange sky above him, as he stared down at me with one raised eyebrow. "Are you crazy?" "Seems so," I said. I winced as I pulled myself up to sitting, and I shook the skirt of my dress out. I lifted myself up onto the seat and my shoulders fell as I sighed. "I learned from the best, though, right?" I tried to at least make him smile, but failed miserably. I sighed and blew a loud breath out. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have turned you away like I did. It's so complicated because of where we were born. I mean, it's ridiculous." Rocco sighed now. He jumped down from the seat and sat on it, facing me. "No, you were right. I shouldn't have turned up like that. I guess I just don't think these things through. I just go jumping in the deep end." He rolled his eyes and blew a puff of air from his lips. "I hate this." "Me too," he said. "Why did you fight with your dad? He knows what I've been up to, and he went crazy. He even destroyed some of my mum's things. Photos of her, some weird, banned items, even the flower you gave me." "Why?" "Because they were things that aren't allowed." Rocco nodded like he understood. "So I guess your mother was a little rebel, just like you?" he said, his lips twisted up into a smirk finally. I'd never thought about it before, but yeah, Mum must have been a rebel, just like me. It would explain her stories and her singing. Maybe she was also drawn to lower-class life, just like I was. Maybe she had a friend there too, just like I did. Maybe this was all just history repeating itself. But it didn't make sense, because Dad would never have allowed that. I don't get it. Why, as an R2, the second highest region in the land, why do we have so many rules? Rocco shrugged as he scratched Tink's head. The little dog, who couldn't put her tongue away, looked like she smiled. "How are you more free than I am, when I'm the one who is supposed to live in luxury and have whatever I want? Why don't I get to grow flowers and watch bees? Why do I have to go and look at the land of stone from my window and pretend I'm happy and perfect? They give the impression that R2s are free and we have what we want, but in reality, you are free and I'm not," I said spitefully. Rocco's eyebrows slid into a frown, and he shook his head. "Is that what you really think?" I nodded huffily. "You get to listen to music and make fires. You get to roam the streets and live in nature. You do whatever you want to do. And I'm stuck like this, in this dress, not a hair out of place." Rocco glanced up at my hair, then back to my eyes. There was something about him today, something different. I blamed myself for destroying that spring in his step. It was gone, and I worried it might never return. "You think I'm free? Let me show you something I've never showed you before, Bessie. Then we'll see which of us is free." Rocco dipped the oar into the water again, and the boat changed direction. Chapter 28. We traipsed through Neverland on the part of the island I hadn't been to before. It was located on the west side. Somehow, it felt dirtier and grim. The bushes and trees had been cut back, but not nicely. They looked like they'd been butchered. A thin, dirty trail had been laid between the chopped-up greenery, and I noticed bits of rubbish and cloth hanging on the branches of trees and lying on the side of the path. The first person I saw walked towards us, hid under a dark hooded jacket. He mumbled a hello, and Rocco did the same. The air felt somber here. Something different lingered in the atmosphere. We walked up a steep verge in the earth and out into the open. I looked at what I could only describe as a small town. Rows and rows of wooden, shoddy huts lined up for as far as I could see. People, lots and lots of people, hung around, stood outside their tiny square buildings that looked like at any moment they'd fall down. A lot of children, dressed in raggy, black clothes, played chase. Others sat around talking. I noticed more children than adults. Every single person had the white eyebrow and the D tag. "Rocco," one man said as we walked past him. "Hey, how's things?" a younger teen girl said. Rocco seemed to know everybody. Every person we walked past, and that was a lot, greeted him with kindness. "This is true Neverland. This is where people live. The government dropped them here after being assessed and tagged." "They also build those houses?" I said, wrinkling my nose, wondering how anybody could live in such a tiny, damp box made from planks of wood. I snapped a couple of photos, trying to be discreet. Rocco didn't care, as long as they weren't of the camp. I didn't dare tell him I had photos of the camp on my other roll of film. "No, the Neverland people make their own for shelter. Once tagged disposable, they don't care what happens to them. They just dump them here for them to wait for the next shipment. To keep the population down for us mods," I whispered, thinking how unfair life was for these people. "You see the women in the red bandanas?" he said. I nodded, looking at the women with red tied around their heads or in their hair. "Those are Neverland matrons. When a Region 1 family has a second child, or any more children than one, they are sent to Neverland. The matrons look after the babies until they're rounded up and shipped off. The government freezes the matrons' Neverland status, giving them immunity from being shipped off. In return, they look after the babies here. Why don't the parents just come here and take them back? Because nobody knows where they are. Kids are randomly scattered all over this massive island, and the roundups happen randomly and often. People try all the time. They either die in the water or get shipped out with the rest. Once they're gone, they're gone. Neverland children really are lost." He led me past the houses, and my shoes sludged through damp mud. The area opened up even more, and in the center a large circle made from stones. People sat around on the edges. Others had their hands inside the water that filled it. This is where they wash the clothes. We walked over to it, and I sat on the edge, looking at my reflection in the murky water. "Look," he said. He nodded over to a woman who looked to be in her 40s, a red bandana tied in her ponytail. Sitting on her knees, she leaned over the edge and rigorously scrubbed a piece of dark blue cloth between her knuckles. I took another photo. I took a photo of everything that stood out to me, from the pots and pans to the dirty-looking children with tags. "See, they use flowers to make a scent, and they wash the clothes in it." The woman, in deep conversation with another lady next to her, swiped up another item of clothing from a pile next to her and scrubbed. The lady next to her dipped her hand inside a shallow bowl, and they rubbed small pieces of a yellow flower against the fabric. I self-consciously put my arms around my middle, thinking about the blue dress that signified my wealth and perfection. "Over there is where they cook the oats they send in food drops." He pointed over to a dark patch in the ground with a couple of large, burned pots next to it. Life seemed so basic, and as I looked around at everyone, they all looked skinny. Their clothes hung off their bodies. "Over there are the showers. We don't come here. We just wash at the waterfall. I try to avoid coming here as much as possible." "Why don't you live on this part of the island?" Rocco shoved his hands in his pockets, and we took a slow stroll back towards where the huts were. "Because I'm on the run. These people have been deemed disposable. They have no worth and nothing to offer society. Soon, we don't know when, they'll be rounded up and sent away, and more will arrive. And we don't know what happens after Neverland." I said it more to myself, but Rocco answered, "Nope, that's the scary part. You don't want to live on Neverland, Bessie. Who would want this?" he said. "Look around you. Tell me where the freedom is. I dream of freedom. I wish there was something I could do. I feel so small, so useless. That's why you have to go back." I turned my head to look at Rocco and stubbornly folded my arms across my chest. "You said I could stay." You said, let's never go back. Lost in the moment, lost in the stories at camp, trying to keep the moral of the kids up. But really, it's time to go back to reality. It's time to remember that none of that is real. But you can make a difference, Bessie. You just don't know it yet. Chapter 29. I couldn't concentrate, and it didn't go unnoticed by Professor Pip. He stood at the front of the hall and waffled on about morals and loyalty to all 20 classes of children. We sat in long rows in full mod blue like we did once a week. The teachers and professors liked to gather the whole academy together and acknowledge outstanding students and mod ways. I looked forward, over a sea of heads with perfectly shaven hair and perfectly tight ponytails. 3 teachers stood up each side of the giant hall under tall windows and heavy velvet curtains that matched the color of their ties. Professor Pip took center stage. He boasted about the numbers of the population, how R2s were thriving, and praised us all for being so perfect and contributing to it by learning and growing. I put my hand in the air, and Professor Pip's bushy white eyebrows fell into a frown of confusion. I hadn't ever known anybody to put their hands up and ask questions in the middle of assembly. He humored me and smiled. Bessie, I do love curious students, he said. Sir, I think the people of Region 1 deserve more credit for what they do. Imagine where we would be if it weren't for them. Just like the last time I'd spoken up in class, his smile fell flat, and he tapped the ruler against his palm. Bessie, it isn't our responsibility to worry about waifs. A hum of laughter lifted into the air. But, sir, you speak of loyalty and morals. If we had morals, isn't it our responsibility to look after lower-class people, since we are so well off ourselves? I didn't have to look around me to know every set of eyes in the hall beamed into the back of my head. In the few rows in front of me, I saw students becoming unsettled. They turned to look at each other, but only slightly. Of course, the perfect little mods couldn't look the wrong way and risk being scalded. Professor Pip looked uncomfortably to his colleagues around the room, and then grimaced. We run things like we do for a reason. Those in R3 always have our best interests at heart. But who has the Neverland people and Region 1 people's best interests at heart? Professor Pip cleared his throat, his mustache danced upon his lips. Neverland people? Dear me, child. He half laughed, making me out to be crazy. Shut up, Bessie. Molly growled and nudged me. Let's move on to recognitions, shall we? He said. He shifted his larger body uncomfortably and walked over the stage and stood at the board. I would like to recognize Mr. Sanderson for all the work he puts in to make this academy run smoothly. Just last week, he said, but I wasn't interested. I leaned into Molly. If you knew you had to do the right thing, but something bad might happen to you because of it, would you do it? I whispered. Molly's eyes grew wide as she tried her best to keep her perfect posture. Don't you dare, Bessie Bennett, she warned. Something stirred inside me, like a big, ugly monster crawling from the deep, dark depths of my soul. It wanted to escape, to thrash out and find justice for Rocco and the people of Neverland. I sprung up to my feet, and my legs knocked the chair backwards. Molly grasped at my hand to try and pull me back down, but when Professor Pip stopped talking and looked at me, she retreated and went back to being a true mod, a robot. I have some things to say, sir, and I would like my fellow students to be aware. I walked past 3 of the teachers. They stood up straight and looked hopelessly between each other, because, of course, they hadn't ever had to deal with this before. But rage burned in my belly. I stepped up onto the stage and looked out into a sea of blue. Blue ties on the boys, blue dresses on the girls, blue bows and blue shoes, blue everything, every single one of them controlled. Society has told us that waifs are less. They're scum, they're worthless, they're disposable. But that isn't true, and I've witnessed it for myself. I said. All eyes in the room stayed firmly on me, but nobody moved. Do you know we even take a percentage of the money R1s make? Us, the rich, we take from them. Now, child, stop this nonsense, Professor Pip said. It's discrimination, it's classism. All the stories about Neverland are true. They even tag them and deem them disposable. Humans like you and me. Professor Pip walked towards me, and I ducked out of his way. The hierarchy is wrong. It isn't fair they don't get rights. We can all live together. We need to fight for the future, for the people of this land. I wasn't getting through to them. I looked at all the faces in front of me, and I knew they all thought I'd gone crazy. But I couldn't just sit and say nothing. I wasn't surprised at all that Rocco and the lost children liked stories and fantasies, because the real world sucked. The real world was dark and sometimes not something I wanted to be a part of anymore. It's true, I said. Okay, if they didn't care about waifs, I knew they cared more than anything about themselves. A little help here, please, Professor Pip said as I dodged him again. You're all suppressed and you don't even realize it, I shouted. I heard the hum of voices in the air, and my fellow students began to waver. They were listening. Our world is full of magical things. Imagine books filled with information and color, stories of pirates at sea and magic, trees soaring up to the sky, bees and wild birds outside your windows. I saw all 6 of the patrolling teachers rushing towards me, and I quickly ran to the front of the stage to make my point as loud and as clear as possible. All my fellow students were looking at me with shocked, wide eyes. Imagine dancing to music on rooftops, singing around campfires and swimming in the sea. I want color. I want flawed. I want defective and faulty. I want humans. The teachers jumped on stage and ran towards me. They jumped me and wrestled me to the ground. Chapter 30. I sat in the hallway outside the head teacher's office, scowling at all the grown-ups that went past. The kids looked at me like I was crazy. They walked by and whispered and sniggered to each other, not trying to hide staring at me like I was a waif. The only reason she's not going straight to that shame pod is because she's your daughter, Charlie. But you have to understand we cannot tolerate such behavior, and I will have to report this to Region 3. Mr. Tompkins, Bessie is a good girl. You know she works hard. She's always been top of her class. I can vouch for that, Professor Pip said. The girl shows promise, especially with her talent for photography. She could be an asset, especially to the regional weekly. I leaned my back against the wall, sitting in the little wooden shame chair, and listened to them through the cracked open window. I'd barely even been to my spot at the regional weekly. I'd been too busy running around with a waif. It was good, though, because they just thought I was out there snapping photos of pretty things. Maybe we could come up with something. Say she's had some kind of mental breakdown after her mother passed away. Stress? Something? Professor Pip offered. They went silent for a moment, and I rolled my eyes. Now I had to have the label of the crazy kid. I will have a word with some people I know and see what I can do. At the very least, I'm sure you'll get an amber marker, but you can buy your way out of that with the right offer, Mr. Tompkins said. I heard the sound of papers shuffling. You should have heard her. Charlie. I'd always liked him. He'd been the head of our academy the whole time I'd been there, and had always been nice to me. That's fair, gentlemen. I'll get on to that right away, Dad said. Molly appeared. She stopped in front of me and pretended to look for something in her little blue bag that hung at her hip. I can't stop and chat. I'm sure you understand why, she said. I cleared my throat and nodded. My eyes scanned the hallway for people watching us, and still, all the passing eyes were on me. I knew this would happen, Bessie. I warned you. I have my own family to think about, she said. What are you talking about? Your behavior is unacceptable, Bessie, and you're putting us all at risk. She sucked in a breath and shook her head. I'm sorry, but we can no longer be friends. My mouth fell open and I leant back. I couldn't believe what she was saying. We'd been best friends forever. Molly, I mean it, Bessie. I have too much to lose. My father's whole political career is at stake if I do the slightest thing wrong, and being seen with you, after that spectacle in there, is not an option. I'm sure you understand. She spoke to me like I was some kind of business associate, not her best friend. I'm sorry, and I wish you well for the future. Please never involve me with your secret waif life or speeches about freedom. Her eyes finally met mine, and she looked like stone. I'd never seen her pretty blue eyes so frosty and hostile. I'd never thought about a life without Molly before, and now that we were breaking up, it felt like my heart was being ripped from my chest. She walked away, shoulders back, head up high, and I had to stop myself from bursting into tears. Let me work on it. I'll be in touch. Thank you for going easy on us. I truly apologize for my daughter's behavior, Dad said. He didn't speak to me all the way home. I wanted to tell him all about Molly, but I didn't dare. Been having fun, I hear? Nana said sarcastically. I dropped my shoulders and sighed. What could I say? I couldn't defend what I'd done, but I also didn't want to apologize for it because I felt so passionate, and I still 100% believed that what I said was right. When Dad walked in, I walked out, but I didn't leave the hallway. I hovered at the door to listen. Go easy on her, Charlie, Nana said. Go easy. I have no idea what to do with her. She's getting out of control. I'm lucky that I know those teachers. Now I have to sort out paying them off. Charlie, she's just a child. She knows better, Dad said. It's time she grew up. You can't talk, though, can you? Look what you did, and you weren't much older than her. Shh, nobody knows about what we did, especially not Bessie. I want it kept that way. My eyes sprung open at the sound of my father having a secret. I heard my dad's footsteps, and the kitchen door slammed shut, turning their voices to muffled sound. I took a seat at Dad's desk and spun myself around and around until the patterns on the walls all merged together, and I felt dizzy. I jumped when a hand slammed against the window. My heart beat faster and I slid off the chair. Outside the window, Rocco pointed at me, laughing. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating, but when he tapped again with his knuckle, I ran to him, a little wobbly and off balance. Rocco, I said after sliding the window open. Your face, he laughed. Here. He pulled his other arm from around his back and handed me a bright red flower with layers of twirling petals. I recognized it from the book, but it took me a moment to remember the name. A rose. I had to stop myself squealing with delight. I'm so happy to see you. Tink barked from under the windowsill in the yard, and Rocco picked her up. Her scruffy little tail wagged round and round like a spinning wheel. He closed his eyes as she licked his face, her little legs scatty like walking on air. I sat on the windowsill facing him. Then I lunged forward and wrapped my arms around him. I enjoyed the familiar sweet scent of his clothes. It triggered my brain, and thoughts of magic, dancing, and stories flooded my system. Rocco did the same, and I felt his arms go around my back, and he held me tightly. With Tink pressed between us, she licked both our faces, and we laughed. Why the solemn look, then? Rocco asked when I sat back. I had an outburst in school. I told everybody about Neverland. The teachers who wrestled me to the floor didn't agree that the rich shouldn't take from the poor, and that Neverland should be public knowledge, I said. I lifted my arm and looked at the elbow I'd landed on, waiting for a bruise to pop up. Well, never thought I'd see the day when a mod stood up for waif rights. Rocco swung his legs in the window and looked around my father's study. Nice house you have here. Fancy and big. He stood up and walked into the room. He put Tink down and strolled to the bookcase in the corner. He plucked a book from the shelf and opened it. His eyebrows sloped into a frown and he twisted his upper lip. No pictures. What's the point in that? I smiled at him. Can Neverland children read? I asked. I stood up and walked to him, looking at all my father's boring books that bulged with useless information about how fantastic Region 2 and 3 were. The rest about politics. Most of them can't, but I can. Not that it matters. There isn't much need to read on Neverland. He shoved the book back on the shelf and bent down slightly to look at the next shelf down. Where did you learn to read? Neverland children don't have school, right? Rocco shook his head, but he didn't answer my question. If you weren't in enough trouble before, you definitely are now, Dad shouted. I spun my head around and looked at him standing in the now open doorway. Dad, I squeaked. Rocco ran across the room towards the window, but Dad got there first. Tink stayed at his ankles, growling at my father. My body jumped when it slammed down shut. He aimed for the door, but my Nana stopped in the doorway. Give me one reason why I shouldn't call the commander right now to come and take you, Dad said. Rocco scowled at him. He reached down into his boot, and I knew he was going for his knife. No, Rocco. Stop. I lunged forward and grabbed his wrist. He stopped and straightened his back, knife in hand. I don't know who you are, but I know what's been going on. I will make a deal with you now, Dad said. Rocco lowered his knife but continued to scowl at my father while my Nana watched from the door. You both need to realize the danger you are putting yourselves in. I picked at my fingernail and my gaze went from my observant Nana back to my dad. I know you like my daughter, and you wouldn't want to see her in trouble. So what do you think will happen if you are caught with her? Do you want that for her?" Dad pressed his lips together and shook his head slowly. "Here, end this now. We can make a deal." Dad dug around in the pocket of his black trousers and pulled out his wallet. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted as he flicked through a wad of money. "Dad," I couldn't believe he was trying to bribe him to stay away from me. "There, take it, but I don't want to see you around here again. Do we have a deal?" Rocco looked at me. His eyebrows wiggled slightly as he thought about it. "Do the right thing, son," Dad said. He pushed the money further to Rocco. Rocco reached out and snatched it, and then lifted the knife up to point it at my father. He stepped to the side, closer to the window, and Dad stepped back. With slow, careful movements, they walked around the room until my father was next to me and Rocco was near the window. He pulled the window open and sat on the windowsill before tucking the knife back in his boot. "So, we have a deal?" Dad asked. Rocco had taken the money, and I obviously couldn't protest in front of my family, but I felt a twang of devastation. Rocco looked at my father, then at me, then back to Dad. "Never." He shook his head, and my dad lunged forward to catch him, but Rocco slipped off the windowsill and went running into the night with his dog. Dad growled and slammed the window shut. "You find this funny?" he shouted. I hadn't realized I'd been smiling. My face fell flat instantly, and I shook my head. "I clearly can't trust you, and I can't trust him to stay away either. That's it. You've left me no choice. Pack a bag." Chapter 32. My Nana lived all the way across the city, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd been to her house. Maybe as a baby, I couldn't remember. She visited us on special occasions, but apart from that, I didn't see her at all. I didn't think anything of it. It wasn't that unusual to me because I'd never had a big family, and this was how our family worked. Mum, Dad, Nana, and me. That's it. We pulled up outside a large gray house that looked similar to mine, and I bounced my suitcase up the yard and entered. A light floral scent triggered something in my brain, and I relaxed. Nana took me up to one of her spare bedrooms, and I unpacked my things. "Get out of your little fettle, love. You know your father has a lot to lose," Nana said. I scowled and stomped across the room to hang my dress up in the walk-in wardrobe. The room was just like mine at home, but it had none of my stuff. The walls were plain and white, the carpet the same blue as my hair bow, a desk in the corner, a bed against the wall with matching blue covers. So he just banishes me like, I couldn't think of the word, so I stomped my foot and growled. "He's even took my camera off me." Nana sighed. "Your father loves you. Give him a break. Everything he and your mother have ever done has been for you." I rolled my eyes and tucked a metal hanger into the collar of my dress to hang. Well, if Mum were here, things would be different. She wouldn't do this to me. Mum was fun, Dad. He's such a toffee nose. Now, dear, don't talk about him like that. There are things you don't know, and you need to trust that he has always done what's best. What things don't I know? I eyeballed her from across the room. Nana shook her head and blew lip bubbles. She patted my suitcase and cleared her throat. "I'm going down to make some lunch. I'll see you when you're finished. I think a break will do both of you good." I narrowed my eyes and watched her walk away. She slipped out the door and silently padded down the stairs. Being here actually felt good because I never got to come, but I had the awful niggling feeling of everything else on my shoulders. Like, what would I do when I returned home? What about school? Everybody now thought I was insane. I'd been labeled the weirdo, the odd one out, the girl who sympathizes with waifs. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I cursed myself. But then I thought about Rocco and how it was worth it. But then I thought about my father and how I'd risked his career and our life as R2s. Whatever. My head hurt. I needed lunch. Over the next 4 days, I enjoyed having no responsibilities of school, homework, or being perfect. My Nana worked at City Hall, just so she had something to do since she lived on her own. When she wasn't at work, I spent all my time hiding out with her. She liked to cook and bake, so we made cupcakes and apple pies. "What do you do with all this? You can't eat it all?" I'd asked. "I'd donate it to Region 1, she'd replied. "Are we allowed to do that?" What they don't know won't hurt them. She'd held her finger up to her lips and lifted her shoulder as she shot me a cheeky grin. I thought about Rocco and the children, and how they'd love all the goodies we had made. The more I learned about my Nana, the more I realized something. She was just like my mother. As I stood in her conservatory, in front of a large white canvas and a paintbrush in my hand, I studied her. The sun shone from behind. She dragged the brush along her canvas in long, sweeping strokes, splashing color everywhere. I looked back at mine and wondered what to do. Maybe I could paint one of the many perfect gray streets from Region 2, or maybe I could paint a pretty flower from Neverland. My dad had taken my rose, so maybe I could do a painting of that. But then my head nearly fell off my shoulders when I spun around to look at my Nana. She swayed and she started humming a song. It was like she'd suddenly been sucked down a portal and into her own world where nothing and nobody else existed. "I never knew you liked music," I said. Nana, looking almost as if I dragged her back to reality, stopped still and looked at me. One side of her mouth lifted into a small smile. "Nobody can hear, so what's the harm?" She shrugged and dipped the tip of her paintbrush into a dollop of red paint. I didn't remember every little detail about Mum's face, or every aspect of her personality, but I always remembered Mum's glow. She had an energy that I'd never witnessed in anybody, but there, in front of me, a little flicker of that light that shone so bright in my mother was right there in my Nana. That's where Mum had gotten it from, my Nana, her mother. It made me wonder why I'd never spent more time with her. "I didn't know you were so creative either." I dipped my brush into a bright orange dollop of paint and carefully dabbed it against the soft canvas. Most retirees spend their life either like zombies, surrounded by their wads of cash, or swooning R3s and buying bigger and better houses. Oh, I love to paint. I love to be creative. There's something so liberating and freeing about creation. How we can turn nothing into something, it is magical. Dad never let me do anything like this. He says the most important thing about life is education, because education can free you. It is best for society. Nana seemed to ponder for a moment before dipping her brush into a jar of water. "Your father is correct. Education is important, but so is creativity. I never understood that about the mods," she said. "Robots," I added, and Nana laughed. "Well, you can't argue that we have a good life here in Region 2. We don't have curfews. We don't lose a percentage of our already low wages to higher-ranked people. We can have as many kids as we want. We don't have to worry, do we?" she said. "So do you believe me about Neverland? About the children?" My Nana stopped still and sucked in her bottom lip. She sighed heavily and her shoulders lifted. Her face flat and unreadable, then she dropped her paintbrush into the water and pulled off her cream-colored apron that protected her dark blue dress. "I cannot answer that, Bessie. Come on, I have something to show you." I copied, dropping my paintbrush, untying my apron, and I followed her out of the conservatory and into the house. My bare feet glided over the glossy mahogany floors. We turned into the lobby and passed some rooms and ended up in the kitchen at the side of the large house. Nana's dryer spun and pumped out a fresh summer day smell into the room. I looked at shelves up on all the walls, filled with detergents and softeners. A line of blue dresses hung on a clothes rail on the back wall. There were no windows to let in any light, and only a vent above the dryer filtered moist air. Nana pulled the rail of clothes to the side, and I leaned on the washing machine to watch her. She stared at a plain white wall for a few long moments, almost like she was deliberating in her head. "Come over here," she said, waving her hand. I did as she asked, and I stood beside her. For a while, I wondered if I should be worried, and if my Nana had suddenly gone crazy. "What I'm going to show you I haven't shown anybody," she said. "It's my magic room." We both turned our heads to look at each other before we looked back at the wall. "You really have went crazy, huh?" Nana smirked. "Just knock 3 times and we can enter." I had to stop myself from laughing, but I humored her. I lifted my hand and rapped my knuckles 3 times against the wall. This was so stupid. She put her palm flat on it and she pushed. It made a popping noise and the wall opened. She gripped it with the ends of her fingers and pulled it like opening a door. My lips parted and my chest lifted as I gasped at the sight of inside. Chapter 33. I stepped inside the darkness. The light from the bulb that hung in the utility room behind me cast a light inside the room. My shadow made a dark slick across the tiled floor, and a faint, sweet smell filled my nostrils. I couldn't speak, not at first. Nana rushed past me and pulled the string light on the ceiling. She clasped her hands at her waist and stared at me like a child waiting for approval, a nervous energy radiating from her. "Nana, how?" I said. I walked slowly around in a circle, taking in every detail, but every time I looked again, I'd see something else. The walls were each a different color: pink, yellow, orange, purple. The ceiling had a painted mural of bright white clouds and blue skies. On one wall, floor-to-ceiling shelves held ornaments I'd never seen before. I walked over, my attention captivated by a little porcelain girl in a pink dress who looked frozen in time, mid-dance, an arm in the air, the other held out at her side. Little pink flat shoes covered her feet, and her red hair in a tight bun at the back of her head. There were ornaments of ladies and little girls with wings, just like lilies. On the other wall, a desk spanned from one side of the large room to the other, filled with all sorts of fabrics and bundles of fluffy yarn. And finally, near the door, were clear plastic boxes filled with glitter and stationery. "Nobody knows I have all of this," she said. I picked up a little girl with blonde hair and pink wings. She reminded me of Lily. She even had blue eyes, just like Lily did. Oh, how those eyes had stared right into my soul many times. "You like her, huh? She's one pretty little fairy." "She certainly is. She reminds me of someone I know." I ran my fingertips over the smooth, shiny surface of her face, fascinated by her beauty. "How did I not know you were this cool?" I said. I put the little fairy girl down and rushed over to the desk. "You were the Nana who sat me down and explained how mod life was important. I made a promise to your dad a long time ago that I would never ever involve you in any of this. I'd never show you, or in his words, put ideas in your head." I remember my Nana sitting me down at the kitchen table at home, and we made a deal that she'd pay me for each set of times tables I learned. I thought she was cool for that, for encouraging me, rewarding me, showing an interest in my life, and trying to help me. But I never knew she was this cool. But it made me resent my father for keeping me away from it all. Watching you the past few days has made me see so much of Julia in you, and you should know this stuff. You should enjoy this stuff. I felt the need to pick up everything in sight, just to see what it felt like. The fuzz of yarn, the softness of cotton, the roughness of glittery buttons. I picked up spools of tulle and unraveled it, my mind racing thinking about the things I could do with all of this stuff. Creating makes me happy. Nana stepped up beside me and smiled. "Quite the little rebel, aren't you?" She smiled, but her smile seemed sad, and I didn't know why. "It's yours, all of it. Whenever you want it, you can use it. Let your imagination run wild." I couldn't believe it. It was like stumbling across a trove of buried treasure. Where would I even start? I looked back down at the roll of tulle, and I knew instantly what I had to do. I had to make Lily a new set of fairy wings. I'd put sparkles on them and gems. I'd make them pink, the same as her worn ones. "Have fun." Nana put a comforting hand on my shoulder and left me to it. "Oh, and this," she said. She patted across the room and flicked the switch on the wall. She clicked a button on a square black box and music played, upbeat and dance-worthy. "Oh, Nana," I squeaked. I clapped my hands together excitedly. "How? How is this possible? It's an illegal radio station. They broadcast from the coast somewhere. They track the signal and hunt them down every 6 months or so, and then it will pop up again." It was official. I was in heaven. As much as I loved my Nana, I couldn't admit to her that I knew all about the pirate radio. And I definitely couldn't admit that I knew Oliver and had been to one of his little hideaways. I wanted to, but I had to keep their secrets. I barely slept a wink in days. I stayed in the magic room until I dropped off to sleep at the desk, and then my Nana would come wake me and lead me up to bed. I wanted a room like this. I wanted to get lost in creating, in looking at beautiful things. Nana learned me how to use a sewing machine, and I spent all my time practicing sewing and gluing things together. I used bendy wire and tulle to make the wings, and shimmering elastic so they'd slip over Lily's shoulders and sit on her back. I glued on sparkly gemstones and sprinkled silver glitter. and by the 7th day, they were done. "Bessie, your dad's just called," Nana said. She poked her head through the door as I tried to rethread the sewing machine. "I'll call him later." "I'm busy." She stepped into the room, seeing my frustration at not being able to thread the bobbin. "Actually, he just called to say you're expected to attend Molly's family ceremony before they move up to Region 3. I stopped, thread in one hand, scissors in the other. "Molly got accepted?" Nana nodded. I wanted to smile, because I knew how happy Molly and her family would be, but at the same time I wanted to cry. The whole thing cemented the fact that I wouldn't see her again. Or if I ever did see her, she wasn't my friend anymore and never wanted to speak to me again. "What you making now?" Nana picked up the bobbin case, and like an expert, she attached the pink thread and snapped it onto the machine. "I'm just tinkering." I shrugged. Someday soon, I knew I'd be moving up to Region 3 with my father if he ever let me back home, and I hoped that life there would be better. It felt scary and unknown. It had always seemed so far away, but hearing about Molly made it real. I wondered if, when I moved up, that I'd ever have a connection with Neverland. I wondered if I'd be able to make a difference. I pressed my foot on the pedal of the sewing machine and the bobbin spun, filling with thread. "Does he want me back home?" "Not yet. You'll go see Molly and come back here in the evening. Remember, you can't tell anybody about this room." "I promise. Our little secret." We wrapped our pinky fingers together. I just can't understand why they tell us such wonderful things are wrong. The world is a strange place, Bessie. It revolves around money, power, and control. We are lucky we are on the right side of it. I nodded. I couldn't imagine being a Neverland child and tagged as being disposable, or living poor like the R1s did. I feel like there's something more. Something is missing, and I can't figure out what it is. I know someone else who felt like that. I sat back in the white wooden stool and turned to look at her. "Who?" I watched my Nana's neck bulge as she gulped and her smile disappeared. Her eyes reeked of sadness. "My Julia, you remind me so much of your mother, a free spirit, a big heart, a force to be reckoned with." I wasn't a force to be reckoned with. I tried to make people listen to me, and where had it landed me? Nobody cared. Nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to change. They were all just wrapped up in their own little perfect lives to worry about the bigger picture. That's not who I am. I'm just a failure. I'm Dad's biggest disappointment. He doesn't believe in any of it, and I wish I could just turn it off. I wish I didn't care. I wish I didn't even meet Rocco, because now I know him, I can't let him go. Nana pulled the bobbin, clipped it into its case, and snapped it into the machine. She sighed and shook her head. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. There was some kind of inner turmoil going on inside of her, but I didn't know what. "There's something I should tell you, Bessie. We all agreed we would keep it from you, but only to keep you safe." My head cocked to the side and I frowned. "Nana, what's wrong?" "I just can't bear to see you so lost. Maybe it's time we told you. I think you're mature enough to know, and you have a right to know the truth." Chapter 34. Nana got up and scurried across the room. She seemed flustered. She bent over and pulled out a box from underneath the massive desk I'd been sat at for days on end. She sat back down next to me, with the box on her lap, and she traced the outline of pink stitching. "I think it's time I gave you this." I sat up and shuffled around to face her. She placed the box on my lap and I lifted the lid. Inside were 3 books filled with color. Stickers littered the front covers of 2 of them. Lipsticks, love hearts, letters, and in the center my mum's name. Graffiti filled the other one, doodles of shapes and faces. "Julia," I whispered as I traced the letters of my mother's name with my fingertips. I flipped the cover open and saw her swirly, neat writing. "These are her diaries," Nana said. I couldn't believe it. It felt like I had a part of her, a piece of her mind or life. Mum had diaries? I swallowed a lump in my throat before I looked down to read. I saw him again today. Charlie. He's so handsome, and I think he looks even cuter in his uniform, although it is a reminder that we must be careful. And the best thing? He treats me like I'm human. I've never met an R2 who looked at me like he does. Like I'm someone, like I'm an individual. I don't just get lumped in with a group of people because of my status as an R1. I gasped so hard a spitball hit the back of my throat, and I coughed. Mum? Mum was an R1. Nana nodded slowly. She looked excited, but at the same time she looked scared. I flicked through pages and desperately tried to gather as much information as possible. They came for me yesterday, and we didn't have any clue it was going to happen. Mum tried to fight them, and we tried to run, and so they took her too. They haven't given us a reason, but the others in the crates are saying it will be because the population has hit a certain number, and they are doing another clear out to keep the numbers down and controlled. I'm scared. Just arrived on Neverland, and it's just as bad as people say. Mum didn't stay. She gave up her freedom to come with me. The book was filled with this stuff. Nana, you lived on Neverland? She nodded again, pain in her dark eyes. But Mum wasn't tagged. You aren't tagged. Back in those days, they didn't tag us, but people kept escaping and disappearing, so they brought in the tagging system to distinguish between R1s and Neverlanders. This is proof that they take kids and even adults. Nana shook her head. They will say this is the ramblings of a crazy person. A few words scribbled by a child in a diary is not proof of anything against a government. Nobody is going to believe us. Nothing is going to change. Bessie, not while those people are in power. And no R2 is going to risk their status to defend a waif. I don't understand. Did society just go backwards? Nana nodded again. It wasn't more than 200 years ago. Life was different. People had freedom, free speech, gadgets, and technology you couldn't even imagine. But people got greedy and vain, and society destroyed itself and ran resources into the ground, destroyed our oceans. Governments came up with a plan to save humanity. They set the rules and the classes, they knuckled down on our use of the planet's resources, and everything good was snatched away. Slowly over time, everything got worse, at least for us lower classes. The books in the library, Mum's things I found in the attic, it all makes sense. I don't feel that I belong because I don't. But how? How are you here? How did you beat the system? Read, Bessie. Take them with you and read. But please do not tell your father. Not yet. All the answers you seek will come. I looked back down at the books, my heart pumping at a steady pace. All the answers I wanted were right here at my fingertips. Chapter 35. I stood in the front row of the ceremony and listened to Cold Cassius, one of the head people at Region 3, give a speech about how being in Region 3 was an honor. How Molly's family had earned their keep and been loyal. They'd worked tirelessly and had an immaculate record. I thought about Molly running through the streets of Region 1 with me, hiding from the commander. The time we took the dog or danced in my room. She had all my secrets, too. I'd talked to her endlessly about Rocco's stories on Neverland. She knew I'd been on his little wooden boat. She knew everything. But as I looked at her up on the stage with her chin in the air, I barely recognized her. The massive crowd of hundreds of R2s clapped so loudly it stung my eardrums. Cassius walked across the stage to where Molly stood with her parents, and he presented them each with an emerald green robe. Molly smiled, a pretty, genuine smile that I loved so much. Her curls bounced on her shoulders when she walked up to the table and signed the document that all new R3s signed. I'd never moved up, so I didn't know what it said, but I imagined it to be loads of agreements to silly rules, and that they had to be fabulous all the time. I felt a bit guilty for hating on my region so much, because it had given me a good life. I'd never had to go without food or education. Like most upper-class people, we like to go out and socialize, go to fancy dinners and fill our houses with lots of pretty things. I had always been free to roam my region, and the markets between R1 and R2. We got to make choices, and the adults had influence. I was free, there was no denying it. I just didn't feel free. We will celebrate with a great banquet, please. Everybody join me in welcoming the Mayer family to Region 3. Cassius smacked his large hands together, and all of the crowd copied. Molly looked at me, and I smiled and waved. I wanted her to see there were no ill feelings towards her, and I hoped that she'd apologize for what she'd said the last time I'd seen her. I hoped we'd go back to the way we were. But my face fell flat when she didn't even acknowledge me. Her eyes scanned over me like she'd never met me before, and she turned back to her family. I waited patiently out of respect for my ex-best friend, and when the crowds broke up to head to the banquet, I sneaked the opposite way. I knew Rocco usually went out onto the mainland in the evening, so I walked casually through Region 2, through the border town, and into Region 1. I'd promised my dad to stay away, yet again, but how could I stay away from Neverland now that I knew I was part of it? Mum was part of it. Neverland was in my blood. Rocco smiled when he saw me, his eyes lit up. He had that spring in his step that he always did. "Come for a story?" he asked. "Actually, I have something for Lily, but I wouldn't say no to a story." We jumped in the boat and he played his little flute. I stroked Tink, admiring her different colored eyes and wonky face. I enjoyed the feeling of floating on the water, and once on land, we headed past the two sirens to the oak tree. 3 of the boys were in the middle of a sword fight with sticks. 2 others were sitting near the campfire, and Lily sat brushing her hair with the little blue hairbrush I'd given her. I couldn't wait to give her the wings. I bit my bottom lip and tensed my shoulders, trying to hide my excitement. We walked over to the logs, and Rocco sat down. He took the white canvas bag off and put it down at his feet. "Hey, Lily, I have something for you," I said. She looked up at me with her see-through blue eyes, and I sat down beside her. I noticed the dirt under her fingernails, but she never had a hair out of place thanks to her constant brushing. I slipped my backpack off, feeling giddy with excitement at my creation, and I unzipped the bag. "How can a fairy fly if her wings are broken?" I asked. I dipped my hand in and pulled them out. I reshaped the wireframe and held them up. Lily's eyes grew wide and her plump, pink lips parted. She looked over her shoulder in an attempt to see her wings, then back at the new ones. She slipped the straps off her shoulders, and the tatty, worn wings hung lifelessly from her finger. "Here, try them on," I said. Lily stood up and turned her back to me, holding her arms behind her so I could slide the elastic up over her arms, and it snapped down onto her shoulders. They fit perfect. I couldn't stop a smile from beaming on my face with pride. She twirled and gnawed on her bottom lip. Her ankle rolled as she twisted her neck to look over her shoulder. Seeing her so happy filled my heart with joy. Chapter 36, April 26th. He came again today, and I sneaked off the island. Mum let me. We crossed and left Region 1, and I got to see Region 2, where the wealthy live. It was just as I'd expected, beautiful, massive houses filled with beautiful things. A big change from our shack on Neverland. Even our house in Region 1 looked like a hut compared to the ones in R2. He took me to his home to meet his father, and I couldn't believe how nice the man was. He looks just like Charlie and had a heart just as big. Dad had a cheek nagging me about Neverland. By my mum's diary entries, he had done the same thing. He'd met Mum and sneaked around. Why hadn't he ever told me this? What a hypocrite. June 9th. They've just left. We've just had another roundup, and they've took my friend. I can't believe it. I tried to help her. I tried to pull her to safety, but the men in the masks dragged her away. I'm scared. I'm scared for her. We don't know where they take the people after Neverland. I'm scared for me and Mum for the next time they come. Maybe we won't be so lucky. July 1st. I met Charlie on the mainland today, and we went back to his house. We ate all sorts of different foods, and I stole a few pieces of bread and meat to give to Mum when I got back to Neverland. He even took my photo and will have it printed for my locket. His dad said that maybe he could help me get off Neverland for good, then I wouldn't be taken away. Maybe he could help Mum too. I wouldn't leave her, ever. July 5th. Today Charlie told me he loved me. I said it back. I love him so much it kills me being away from him. Sometimes I wonder what I did to deserve him. How is it possible for a Neverland child to fall in love with Ahmad, and Ahmad whose job it is to get rid of people like me? But the first time I saw him there in his uniform, I knew he was different. We need to be careful, though. Chapter 37. Even when we ran from Hook, I felt safe with Rocco, camouflaged in his dark sweater. He gripped my hand as we ran through the border region. Hook had spotted us in Region 1 and was relentless. Nana thought I was at home sewing and making pretty things in her magic room. Dad felt happy that I was behaving at my Nana's, if only he knew. We skidded around corners and ran up back lanes with Hook not far behind, shouting and cursing and waving his fist. The little window on his carriage had been fixed and his horse as angry and determined as ever. "There," Rocco said. He pointed to an open door on a little red-bricked house, and we ran towards it. The galloping sound of Hook's large black horse not far behind us boosted the muscles in my legs to keep going. Hook had noticed us in Region 1 as we strolled through the streets. But something was different. I didn't feel scared. I felt like it was a game. Hook was the cat, and we were the mice. I felt adrenaline pump through my body. My heart raced. It was exhilarating. We laughed, and we didn't let go of each other. We ran in through the back door, into the first home in Region 1 I'd ever been in. It looked a lot different to my home. A plain brown carpet covered the floor. A small box of toys sat in the corner. A small box-like sofa on the other wall. Nothing luxurious at all. "Oi, what you both doing in my house?" a man said, jumping up from the brown sofa on the main wall. "Sorry, Hook's on our tail. Just taking a short cut." Rocco pulled me harder, and it felt like my feet were running too fast for my body. We pelted through the living room and out the front door. "There's some empty buildings up there. Let's go," he said. We ran up the street. People waved and said hello to Rocco as we went. We stopped at large metal fences and slipped inside. I could hear the hooves of Hook's horse desperately barreling around Region 1 to find us. Thorns snagged my dress as we brushed through overgrown grass and weeds towards a large, desolate building. Its windows smashed and the outer brickwork crumbled. It looked like nobody had set foot in here for many years. Rocco checked behind us at the same time he pried open the metal door, and I slipped inside sideways. The silence made me fully aware and conscious of my heavy breathing. I leaned against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pumped hard against my rib cage. I looked up, and the ceiling had gaping holes where the sunlight blasted beams onto the floorboards. The walls looked bare and crumbled. I could see the wooden slats inside. Piles of wood and dust heaped up in different places, along with human things like clothes and buckets. Random objects scattered around. It looked like somebody or some people had been sleeping here. What is this place? I stood up straight and stepped further inside. "It used to be a theater, apparently," Rocco said. He pulled the door shut and took a moment to catch his own breath. "A theater? You know, where they put on shows." "Fictional shows. Used to. This place is old. Really old. The mods shut it down and declared it unsafe. R1s kept having parties here and putting on shows for entertainment, so the mods eventually just ripped the stage out. I couldn't understand why. I mean, I knew why, but I didn't understand it. But life is so much more magical with music and dancing and stories." "Tell that to the mods." Rocco stood beside me and wiped his dusty hands on his sweater. He fixed his green hat with the feather and walked away. "I know of something you'll like. Follow me." We stepped over bricks and pieces of drywall. I hopped when I almost stepped on a long, old, rusty nail sticking out from a chunk of wood that had been part of the stage. He led me over to the other end of the room, where pieces of furniture, maybe seats, had been smashed to pieces and scattered the floor. "This is one of the very few things that's left, and it's only here because the mods couldn't find it when they pulled the stage apart. The R1s had it hidden behind a fake wall." I crumpled my nose at the sight of it. What is it?" "It's a piano. It plays music." I twisted my face, wondering why all things that played music looked so weird, and like they wouldn't be something that could play a song. The thing looked just as battered and bruised as the rest of the room. It had large chunks taken from the mahogany body, and the wood looked like it was peeling. Rocco pulled the tatty old stool out that had a red velvet cushion, and he sat down. He lifted the front and revealed a long row of black and white keys. I'd never seen a piano before. "I think it's crazy how Region 1 has all this cool stuff." "Yeah, but we aren't allowed it, remember? But there's always a way. If something is banned, there's always a market for it. People want what they can't have. It's human nature." That made sense. I was the perfect example. I wanted to have my comfortable life in Region 2 and move up to Region 3, but I also wanted to roam the streets with Rocco and dance in summer rain on rooftops. I wanted to create magical things like fairy wings and tell stories of pirates and wonderlands. My behind sunk into the seat next to him, and he lifted his hands and hovered above the keys. I wasn't sure what noise I expected it to make, but when he pressed down, I was pleasantly surprised. He pressed again on another key and then another, and like he was doing something so natural, like talking or thinking, he played a beautiful song. Here, have a go. He stopped and put his hands on his lap. Our humongous surroundings fell to echoey silence again. I expected a beautiful melody to play out when I touched it, just as it had with Rocco. But when I slammed my fingers down, a loud, brassy noise roared out into the room, and I instantly sat back with fright. Maybe Rocco had magic music powers. Not like that, silly, like this. He laughed and stood up. The brick dust crunched beneath his feet as he stood behind me. He leant over, his chin rested on my shoulder. I felt his breath on my ear. He took my hands in his and placed them gently on top of the white piano keys. Now be gentle, he said. My breath hitched when he placed his palms on top of my hands, like we were one. He pressed down on top of my pointer finger on both hands and then the middle fingers, and for 3 whole seconds, actual music played. It was like I was playing it. I was a puppet, and he was my master. You can play all this beautiful music, how, Rocco? I asked. He took a seat back beside me, his smile beaming. I really liked his smile. It lifted his upturned nose and lit up his eyes. For a boy who had nothing, Rocco had something that brightened up any room. I learned when I was little. I imagined Rocco to be a little terror as a child, and it made me smile. But how? My father. He taught me. He called himself a musician. He used to play music on the street, and passing people gave him spare change. That was your father's job? But music is banned. No, that was what he did on the side. He was actually a police officer, but the mods take such a huge chunk of R1 wages, they need a side hustle. My father's was music. Wait, what? If your dad was a police officer, that means he didn't live on Neverland. Police officers are R1s, but that means you weren't born on Neverland? No. I opened my mouth to question him further, but his demeanor changed. His lips fell flat, and I watched him swallow. He stared down at the piano keys sadly in thought before he played again. Did it really matter who he was? Where he'd come from? All that mattered now was how much I liked him, how much I needed him. The music played slow, yet mesmerizing, weaving a sweet melody into the air around us. I stood up from my seat in a small space between planks of wood and rubble. I closed my eyes and swayed my lower body, my feet gliding side to side. I wanted it to take me away, far away to Wonderland. Or maybe right here with Rocco was good enough. He freed me. He lit a light in me that I did not want to go out. I wanted to dance and sing and live with my head in the clouds, right here, with him, forever. The beautiful thing about being human, Bessie, is the ability to feel. Experience the ups and downs of life, to feel love, heartache, joy, anxiety, sadness, elation. We need to feel to be human. Don't let the mods rob you of that. We spent at least 2 hours at the old theater hall before Rocco walked me home. We used the darkness to disguise ourselves and stopped a few meters down from my yard. The houses in my street were spaced so far apart and were so far back behind their own yards that it would be hard for anyone to spot 2 small figures in the darkness. I will see you tomorrow, right? Rocco said. I have a story to tell, he said. One where a waif boy saves a princess mod. Rocco smiled down at me, a whole head taller. He slowly nodded his head. Yes, but she saves him right back. That's my kind of story. I smiled and felt my face heat up. Does it have a happy ending? I'm not sure yet. We'll find out. His lips lifted up into a slanted smile and he squeezed my hand. I felt like I was falling in love with Rocco. He leaned forward and he planted a soft kiss on my cheek. I could have melted at his feet. Meet me at the water edge, usual time. I bit down on my lip in an attempt to not squeal in delight and jump for joy and punch the air. I slipped his jumper back over my head and gave it back. I would have loved to snuggle up in bed with it, but obviously I couldn't. I nodded, and Rocco grinned before he turned and walked away. Halfway down the road, he looked back, tipped his hat, and disappeared into the darkness. I straightened out my dress and cleared my throat. I pulled my backpack off and pulled a book out and held it at my chest before I walked up my path and into the house. Bessie, right on time. Your dad needs you over there right away. He's sending someone to pick you up, Nana said when I walked in the door. Really? But it's late. I kept my backpack on and put my book on the dining room table. He said it's urgent. Nana saw me into the carriage, and all the way home, I tapped my leg and chewed my lip. I wasn't keen on going back home yet. I enjoyed the freedom I had at Nana's and the ability to create. But I nodded and done as I was told. With my backpack hanging off one shoulder ready to fill with more stuff to take to Nana's, I made my way into the living room. I tried so hard to keep myself under control, and my gasp inside my lungs, but I couldn't hide the terror I felt when I saw Commander Hook sitting on the edge of our gray leather sofa with a cup of tea clasped in his hands. "Nice to see you again, Bessie," he said with a smile. Chapter 38. Dad took my backpack and I tried to protest. I reached out to take it back, but he snatched it away again. He unzipped it and pulled out another flower Rocco had given me. He held it up and shared a concerned look with the commander. "When is this nonsense going to end?" Dad growled. He tossed it onto the sofa near the commander and rubbed his eyes with his thumb and pointer finger. "While you were away, I've had some meetings with the commander, and we've come to an agreement." "This is the only reason you wanted me home from Nana's?" "I had no other choice. I can't find another way to get through to you." I wanted to stomp my foot and scream at him, "I know what you did, hypocrite." I wanted to yell about Mum and how he'd done the exact same thing as I had. I couldn't say that in front of Hook, though. He'd probably have my father carted away and tossed in the shame pod before midnight. I hated Hook. I hated everything he stood for, and I couldn't believe that my dad trusted him. "Sit," Hook ordered. I stood firm and glared at him, thinking about all the kids he'd captured and sent to Neverland to be shipped off on a government boat, no longer our problem. "Sit," my father said louder. I closed my eyes in an attempt to not roll them, and I sauntered over to the chair facing Hook like I hadn't done anything wrong. My dad sat down next to him, and I clasped my hands together on my lap and crossed my ankles. "We don't blame you, Bessie," Hook said. His long, black hair was tied up at the base of his neck now. I narrowed my eyes at him. "We understand when you're young and you think something is fun. We've all been there, haven't we?" He laughed loud, and it boomed around the room. I only noticed now how brown his eyes were, almost black to match his hair. Something told me Hook hadn't ever been there before. My eyes trailed down to his massive hands and the tattoo of a hook that wrapped around his knuckles and disappeared into the sleeve of his tailored jacket. "I don't understand what this is. What's going on?" "You need to tell the commander where that waif is staying," Dad said. "What?" I sat back and scowled. "I don't know where he is staying," I lied. My dad looked at me with a raised bushy eyebrow, knowing I'd lied. "Bessie, I don't think you realize just how dangerous this situation is," Hook said. "Dangerous? Rocco isn't dangerous. He's suppressed by people like you." I snapped. Dad gasped and opened his mouth to tell me off. But Hook stopped him. He held up a hand in front of my father and smiled calmly. "Tell me what you know about Rocco Reed." Hook's voice was dirty and gravelly. It had a forceful undertone, but at the same time, he tried to seem sweet. "Not much," I shrugged. Then I realized how little I actually knew about him. But that didn't matter. I didn't need to know his life story to know how much I cared for him. "Then let me fill in the details for you," Hook said. He leaned over and placed his half cup of tea on the coffee table. "I've been chasing him for 6 years. He has cleverly evaded capture, but it's important he's found. Do you know why he was sent to Neverland?" I shook my head and gulped. "Did I want to know?" "He is a dangerous boy, Bessie. He murdered a girl." Instantly, my face crumpled, and I shook my head. "Impossible. I understand how alluring Rocco Reed can be. He's easy to be taken in by, just like the girl before you was, too." "The girl before me?" "Yes, the other Region 2 girl, running around with him, taking him food and blankets until it all came to a head and the unthinkable happened." Hook shook his head and tucked a loose clump of thick black hair behind his ear. His eyebrows slid down his lined forehead into a sad expression. "The unthinkable?" "Well, he killed the girl, of course. He drowned her in the water. Then her poor family were thrown in the shame pod. Poor souls." Hook looked absolutely devastated at the thought. "He killed a girl? I don't believe you." "Oh, you better believe it, Bessie. It is true. And the poor children he's taken need proper homes, Bessie. Think of the children." I did. It was all I thought about. But I knew Hook was lying to get me to reveal Rocco's camp. We have homes lined up for all of them, and we have help for Rocco, too. So he's not being shipped off of Neverland. Hook's eyes sprung open, and he tilted his head. Why? No, girl. Of course not. We plan to help the boy. He didn't even try to deny Neverland. Maybe he knew that I knew too much. Maybe he was afraid that if I did keep pushing for the truth to come out, that it would, and then what? The whole system would collapse. But maybe he also knew that I was scared to keep pushing, scared of nobody believing me, or believing me but ignoring me. Did I really have the guts to stand alone? Maybe we were both stuck knowing these things about each other, stuck in a head-to-head, both scared to make the first move because of the consequences for ourselves. It was like I could feel this invisible thing between us. He knew that I knew, and I knew that he knew. Please, Bessie, we need to stop this. That boy is a murderer. His poor family, for goodness sake. I can't tell you. He's my friend. It is the best thing for all of them. Think of the children, Bessie. Think of what's best for Rocco. If he continues on the run, stealing from hard-working people to feed the children he took, think what will happen to him. If we do it this way, I promise he won't be hurt. We will do what's best for him. Hook leaned forward and his large hand patted my shoulder. If we can end this now, I've made a deal with your father that your antics will be erased. No red marker, no shame pod, a fresh start, and you can still have the chance to move to Region 3. It isn't just about Rocco. Think of your family, your father. I felt like I was going to vomit all over Hook. I swallowed and my palm rested on my queasy stomach. I just wanted him out. The longer he sat there with his dark eyes burning into me, I thought he'd soon be able to see right into my soul, or read my thoughts, see every little moment of my time with Rocco. The cave on the East Coast? I lied. You'll find the camp there. Hook grinned like the cat who'd got the cream. He picked up his hat from the coffee table and put it on top of his head. You're sure? He tilted his head to the side, his voice laced with suspicion. I nodded my head. Thank you ever so much for your cooperation. I'm sorry I had to be the one to tell you. He stood up, and my dad followed. They shook hands and muttered some words as they walked across the room to the door. Once Hook had left, my father rushed over to me to comfort me. You've done the right thing, Bessie, he said, rubbing my arm, not having a clue that I'd just told bare-faced lies to the commander. I didn't believe a word the old dingbat said, and I never would. My loyalties lay with Rocco and the lost children. Am I going back to my Nana's now? Dad shook his head. Now this is all over, you can come back home. What he really meant was, Rocco would soon be caught so he didn't have to worry about me sneaking off with him anymore. I didn't show him how disappointed I felt. Can I at least visit my Nana on the weekends? Sure. Dad patted my shoulder, his strong arm wrapped around me. Can I have my camera back? It's in my office. I'll get it once we've ate. I think we all just need to move on from this mess. And I mean it, Bessie. This is the last time. You've no idea what I've had to do to sort this out. I nodded. If he found out I'd lied, I'd be in big, big trouble. But I decided to worry about that later. I knew that when Hook went and found that Rocco and the kids weren't there, he'd just think they'd moved on. At least, I hoped that, anyway. After my dad left to get takeout, I went upstairs and changed before I headed for my dark room, my most favorite place. I remembered taking photos with Mum. She'd show me how to use her camera, and then we'd come back and develop all the images. I'd spend endless hours in there with her, and now, nothing had changed. There was something so special about capturing a moment and being able to keep it forever. But once I crossed the threshold, I stopped, staring at the units and shelves where my photos were usually neatly kept in piles and inside cardboard tubes. Now, the lids had been pulled off and were lying on the floor. My tidy piles were messy and mixed up. My eyes averted to my desk, and in the bottom drawer where I kept the secret photos of Neverland, the lock was missing, leaving just a perfect circle in the wood. I'd put the photos in a file inside, and now they were gone. My other photos were scattered around in piles. There were a couple left of the kids eating on the rooftop from Mod Day, mixed in with some others, but the ones I wanted to keep hidden were gone. I hurried downstairs into my dad's office. He'd obviously been rifling through my stuff while I was away to see what incriminating evidence he could find, to get rid of every last trace of Rocco from my life. But I needed those photos. Nobody could see those photos. I promised Rocco that I didn't have any photos of Neverland. I didn't see them or my camera anywhere, not on his desk, in his drawers, or on any of the bookcases, so I opened the unit in the bottom bookcase near his desk and turned the knob on the front of his safe, entering my mother's date of birth. It clicked and the door popped open. Mum had given me the camera for my birthday the year before she died. It was her first camera, too, and I treasured it. Inside the safe, I spotted the camera straight away and snatched it up. I gave it a kiss and held it at my chest in an exaggerated hug. No photos, though. When I went to close the heavy door, I noticed a folder with a red symbol stamped on the front. Being the daughter of a politician, I knew that symbol, and I knew it meant something important from Region 3. I glanced at the study door before I pulled the file out and loosened the twine that kept it tightly closed. I ran my fingers over the bumpy front page and opened it up. My eyes scanned through pages of things that were of no interest to me, like percentages and charts, until one document caught my eye. By the time I reached the last word of the 2-page report, I wished I'd never read it, because now I had information that I wasn't sure I could keep to myself. I debated for a while, and when I heard the front door closing, I folded up the report and shoved it into my pocket. I had to think carefully about what I needed to do next, if anything. I put the camera back inside the safe, and the paperwork that was of no interest to me, and I left. "Dad, did you move my photos?" I said, catching him as soon as he walked back through the door. "No." "Why?" He put a brown paper bag on the counter in the kitchen and opened it up, letting the smell of supper waft up into the air. "My photos, they're gone." Dad shook his head. "Never even been in there." "So who has?" I panicked. I stepped forward, picking the blue polish from my fingernail. "Nobody. Apart from the commander. He wanted to look around before you came back home." "And you let him?" "Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? I don't see why he would have touched your photos." Dread filled my body. He had the photos of Neverland. Hook had taken them. Chapter 39. It's happening. It's really happening. Charlie and his father are meeting us at midnight. All we have to do is cross the water. I can't believe what they have done for me, for us. He sold his house on the upper north side of Region 2 and bought another on the other side of the city. He's bought us some R2 clothing from a crooked guy in Region 1, and he plans to tell everyone we met at a moving up ceremony last May. I'm not sure it will work, and I feel guilty in case they get caught. I don't even know what would happen if anybody realizes I'm actually a Neverland child. I know of people escaping, but to move and marry an R2? Never been heard of. It's nearly time. I'm shaking as I write this. I just hope all goes to plan. I slammed Mum's diary shut and shoved it behind the radiator in my bedroom when I heard the sound of taps on my window. I crept across the carpet and looked through the glass to see Rocco in my yard. I almost fell over at the sight of him, even though I'd been waiting for him to turn up. Dad was keeping a very close eye on me and never let me leave the house, so I'd been waiting for Rocco to come to me. I unclipped the latch and pulled my window up, and a little stone he'd been throwing hit me in the face. "Rocco, I've been waiting for you," I said in a shouty whisper, pressing my fingers against my cheek where the small stone had hit me. He looked happy, like he always did. He held his arms out wide at his sides. "And I can't stay away from you." My lips automatically lifted into a smile. "I have something for you. Come down," he said, waving his hand. I crept down the stairs in bare feet and leaned over the rail to see my dad listening to mod radio. The sound of the presenter's monotone voice blasted out, talking about something mundane. I ran out the door and closed it carefully and quietly behind me. I pulled him around to the side of the house and we stood in the shadows. "I brought you this." He dipped his hand inside his pocket and pulled something out, clasped in his palm. "I just got back from Region 1, and I couldn't wait until tomorrow to give you it." He opened his fingers, and a locket fell and dangled from his hand on a long gold chain. My jaw dropped, and I looked back up at him. "Is this stolen?" "No, I promise it is all legit." He smiled and undone the clasp. "I know how much you loved your locket. I can't replace the picture, but I wanted to get something that you could keep forever. And you can put a new photo inside. I'll let you take one of me if you want." He burst out in laughter, but I could only manage a small smile back. "But how did you buy this?" I said. I reached out and it fell into my palm. It was slightly smaller than my mother's and had pretty flowers engraved on the shell. I clipped it open and looked at the empty inside, a photo waiting to be put there. "Your dad's blackmail money," he snorted and laughed. "I have the receipt. I swear it's legit." "I believe you. It's really beautiful, Rocco. But there's something I have to tell you," he said. I stood up straight and my ears pricked up. "That's funny because I have something to tell you too." "All right, you go first," he said. "No, you." I wanted to put it off for as long as possible, like it would actually change anything. "I know where your real locket is. Rosie took it." "Rosie? That barmaid stole my locket?" My fists clenched at my sides. "How? How could she do that?" "She's a master thief. She'd rob you blind in front of your face and you wouldn't know about it." Clearly, I stamped my foot and growled. I felt like storming over there and strangling her. "So where is it? Did she give it back?" "No, that's the thing. She sold it." "Sold it to who?" Rocco shrugged and leaned against the wall of my house. "Sorry, Bess, I'll try find it. I will. I promise. I won't rest until I do." "What did you have to tell me?" he asked. I shook my head and took a long, deep breath through my nose, trying to soothe my rage. "Hook came here. He had a setup with my father. He was asking loads of questions about you, about the kids." Rocco's eyes grew wide when he realized what I was saying. He stepped back as if I was fire, ready to burn him. "You didn't tell him where our camp is, right?" he said. I swallowed and sucked in my bottom lip. "No, of course, I didn't tell him." "You had me worried for a minute there." He blew out a breath of relief. "But there's something else." I twisted my fingers together and my shoulders tensed. "I think he took my photos. I had them hidden in my dark room, inside a wallet and inside the cabinet locked. But they're gone." "Ah, you can take new photos, Bessie." Rocco rubbed my upper arm and smiled. "No, Rocco, you don't understand. The photos I had in there were of camp, of the kids, of the waterfall." Rocco's eyes grew wide. "I'm sorry." He said nothing, and I found it hard to see into his eyes under the shadow of his hat. He turned and he speed walked down my yard. "Wait, Rocco." I chased after him and grabbed his elbow. He snatched it back and spun around to glare at me. It was the first time I'd ever seen Rocco angry, and I didn't like it. "You stupid girl," he growled, and I leaned backwards. "I said no photos of camp." "I know, I'm sorry." "You've put us all in danger. I have to go. I have to move the kids and Tink before Hook finds them." I said I was sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. "You're just a stupid rich girl mod like the rest of them around here," he said. He glared at me, and I felt frozen to the spot. He turned around and he ran, faster than I'd ever seen him run before, leaving me standing in the street not knowing what to do next. Chapter 40. "I wish you were here to guide me, Mum. I'm so lost. I don't know what to do." I clutched Rocco's locket that hung at my chest. The spot at Dad's desk where she hid the story she used to read to me about Wonderland seemed to be silently calling my name. Mum wasn't here, but I'd never felt closer to her than I did lately. I felt like I understood her more. Reading her diaries gave me a piece of her, immortalized. "Dinner will be ready at 5, Dad called from the kitchen. "I have some homework to do. Just call me when it's ready." I closed the study door behind me and walked over to the part of the wooden bookcases and desk that I knew she kept the book. I pressed it first, and I half expected the door to open like my Nana's had, revealing a cave of treasures. But nothing happened. I wanted the book. I wanted to feel close to Mum. I hadn't had the courage to look at it in years, but now I felt like I needed the story. I dug my fingernails into the ridge and I pried the small panel of mahogany wood off, revealing a void inside the bookcase above the desk. I saw it, its colorful cover, flowers and animals and patterns. Its edges were worn and bent out of shape. It looked old. It was old. I reached in and picked it up, bringing it to my nose and closing my eyes as I sniffed the paper pages. It smelt foisty, yet pleasant. It reminded me of her, of our time lying on the sofa over there as she read to me. I picked up the panel and made to close it. but I stopped when I saw another book inside. I tilted my head and tried to remember if Mum had ever read anything else to me, but she didn't. It had always been the same book. The only book I remembered was Wonderland. I dug my arm inside and pulled out a small but thick blue book. It looked nicer than the plain blue ones we used at the academy. It had a spiral spine, and when I opened it, thick, cream pages. Like the diaries my Nana had given me, this one was filled with writing too. The first page was dated the same year as my birth. I made my way over to the same sofa I'd sat on with her, and I started to read. My Bessie is the most precious thing in this world. She looks like me, and Charlie says it's his favorite thing about her. We're his girls. I flicked through further, and she'd written about my first steps, my first time eating carrots. In one page, she mentioned my Nana moving in to help. I didn't know that. Nobody had ever mentioned that to me. I thought my Nana had always lived across the other side of the city and just visited on special occasions. Lately, my family felt like a puzzle, and I struggled with the missing piece. I flicked to the last few pages to see how long she'd been writing in it, and my heart fell when I read that the last entry was just a couple of days before she died. I slammed it shut. I thought about that day. I was only 8, and I'd been to the academy, learning all about my region. I got dropped off, as usual, by a cart driven by an R1. As soon as I went running in the door, I knew something was wrong. I could feel it. A heavy energy hung in the air. I didn't even take off my shoes that day. I walked cautiously through to the kitchen, and I saw my father and my Nana talking, wiping their tears and looking through papers. She hadn't been sick. We'd had no warning, and my little world fell to pieces when I found out she was gone forever. Did I really want to read it? I swallowed and uncomfortably shifted on the softness of the cushions. I opened the book back up and took a deep breath. It's happening again. They found me. Community services know I'm here. I'm scared. They came to visit, and I showed them the fraudulent paperwork Charlie's father had done, my fake birth certificate, my license for Region 2, but they're suspicious. I know they are. They are cracking down on waifs because so many are escaping. There's a new commander roaming the streets, and I've heard he's tough. He even uses a hook to catch the strays. Hook! I flicked to the next page, which was dated exactly 1 week later, the last entry before she died, and my heart stopped when I saw my name at the top. It looked like a letter addressed to me. My Bessie, you are the most important thing in my life, and I cannot imagine life without you. You must understand I do this with regret and a heavy heart. I am doing this to protect you. If they find out I'm a grown Neverland child, I put you and your father in danger. We received a letter yesterday saying they are performing background checks and will do an official visit. I have no choice. I have to leave. I have to disappear. Ethan has tipped them off. He was asking me questions and prying. He knows, and he told me he knows. I know it was him. I just don't understand why he would do that. You and Molly are best friends. I told him your father didn't know who I was, that I'd conned him too, and he said he wouldn't report me to the authorities if I just left. But I didn't leave. I stayed and called his bluff, and then they got a tip-off. I'm hoping you find this safely, and I hope you can find it in your heart to one day forgive me. Hold on to the magic, Bessie, because life can be cruel. I'm leaving you my locket. Keep it safe, and it will lead you right to me when the time is right. I hope one day you'll understand why I had to leave. I love you all the world, baby girl, and I pray we meet again soon. I'll be waiting for you, sexcats. By the time I'd finished reading, tears streamed down my face and I shook with anger. But I didn't know who to be mad at first. Mum? Dad? Nana? Molly's father, Ethan? How could any of them do this? I jumped up from the seat and stormed through my house to the kitchen. My dad stood over the cooker, stirring a pot, like nothing was wrong. He had no idea I knew about any of it. My knees felt weak, and my hands physically shook. When he looked at me, he smiled. Then when he saw my tears, he dropped the spoon and hurried across the kitchen. "Bessie, what on earth is wrong?" he said frantically. I slammed the diary down onto the island, my fists balled up at my sides. "How could you?" Dad looked at me confused. "I know everything. I know about you and Mum and Neverland. I know she's still alive." I watched Dad swallow, his face drained of color, and I knew right there that all of it was true. Chapter 41. You remind me so much of her, Dad said. You have no idea how hard it has been over the years, keeping those secrets from you. He placed a cup of hot chocolate onto the island in front of me, which I didn't want. If anything, I wanted to pick it up and fling it up the wall and scream as loud as my lungs would allow. Why didn't she just take me with her? Mum decided she wanted you to stay, to have the best life possible, the best opportunities, and to have that you would need to stay here in Region 2. Why did you tell me she was dead? I didn't look at him. I looked at the little bubbles that had formed in my cup. They bounced and bobbed, like Rocco's boat, until eventually they popped. She didn't want you to wait for her. She knew what life as a waif was like, and she didn't want that for you. How could you hate Rocco so much and punish me for the exact same thing you did? Because I know how hard it is, okay? He raised his voice. I looked up into his wide, furious eyes full of passion. Falling for a waif, having to live life like we did, running, scared, looking over our shoulders for the rest of our lives. No, I will not have you live life that way. Where is she? Do you know where she went? Dad took a breath. His large shoulders lifted as he sighed, and he shook his head again. I have no idea. The night I said goodbye to her, we dropped her off at the border region. I gave her enough money to see her through. She hugged me, and she hugged you. As much as your Nana protested, she wouldn't let her go with her. She wanted a better life for both of you, a life that I could give you both. She said she wouldn't be back in touch because it was too dangerous. If they found out you were the daughter of a runaway Neverland child, they would take you too. I had to choose my battles wisely, Bessie. We all did it for you. I blew a puff of air out my mouth in frustration. You remind me so much of her. Her wildness was what attracted me to her in the first place. You know, back then I just left the academy and I was working for the government of Region 3 as work experience. I was in the green uniform, tasked with overseeing food drops on Neverland before I moved up to sorting crates and shipments. But I quit after I met your mother. I could have been an R3 long before now if I'd kept that job, but I didn't. I loved her too much. I finally looked up again from my drink. You've never told me this before. You were one of them who has always denied Neverland. Dad smiled down sadly into his own drink, deep in thought. We were preparing the food on the edge of the mainland, and there she was, dancing. Dancing? Yes, with her feet in the water. I hadn't ever seen anything like it. I marched over to her to put her in cuffs and drag her to community services for dancing in public. But when I looked into her eyes, I couldn't. She ran from me and hid behind a tree, peeking out. It was like trying to tame a shy, wild animal. He smiled in thought. So what did you do? Arrest her? No, I warned her to hide, and I told her what time we'd be gone. I risked everything. A week later, I went back and I saw her again. I just couldn't keep away. Boy, I knew that feeling. So you admit Neverland is real and all the conspiracy theories are real? He didn't answer me, and it enraged me how every single person I spoke to about it pretended like it didn't exist. We all knew it did. I never knew she left this. I thought she'd taken all her diaries. She must have left this one for you to see your firsts. She loved you, Bessie. She really did. What was I supposed to do with this information? Part of me wished I never found out. Dad flicked through the pages. How could you even stay friends with Ethan after what he did? How could I be friends with Molly for so long, and all the time you knew it was her dad who tipped them off? Dad's bushy eyebrows slid down his forehead. What? What on earth are you talking about? Wait. Dad didn't know. I swiped the book off him and turned to the last entry, and Dad began reading. I watched his eyeballs follow each word on the page from left to right, and his eyes grew bigger and wider on each word. Now it was clear he had no idea it was Molly's father who had destroyed everything. He slammed the book down onto the counter, and he stormed out of the room, straight through the front door. I wanted to squeal and run as hate and anger coursed through my whole body. Things as they were needed to end, and I had to choose my side. Chapter 42. I know you hate me, and I understand why, but I need you right now, I said. I didn't have Molly. I didn't have anybody who I could spill my guts to about my not-so-perfect family. I didn't know who to trust, and my dad was on some kind of rampage. You know they've took Lily, right? And it's your fault, he growled. He didn't even emerge from Neverland waters. He'd been sitting on the grass, staring over at the little island when I'd arrived out of breath and my head ready to explode. They're all gone. All the boys. I don't know if they're spread all over Neverland or if they've been shipped out already. There's nothing left. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He picked small strands of grass and tore them up, ignoring my apology. They didn't even use the sirens. They just went and took her. I wasn't there to stop them. I wasn't there to help her. I made a mistake. I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have took the pictures. I wanted it to last. I wanted to hold on to that moment. Nobody was ever meant to see the photos. I knelt down on the grass beside him. I really didn't care that my dress was being smushed against the dirt on the ground. You and that stupid camera. Maybe if you weren't so secretive, if I knew anything at all about you. You want to know about me? Follow me. He jumped up from the grass and stormed away. I scurried behind him. Even Tink ran faster than me. We walked for at least 10 minutes, and my bare feet stung from loose stones and uneven floor. He led me up a street that had a small row of detached houses with little gardens and metal gates. It was quiet, and I didn't see another person anywhere. The houses had small windows covered with sheets and worn wooden doors. It looked run down, yet cozy, a world away from my big house on my massive street. We stopped at the top, and Rocco stared at a vacant patch of land. It took me a moment to catch my breath, and I had the urge to just lay on floor under the hot summer sun and find a bucket to go dip my feet in. Why are we here? I said. I put my hands on my hips and caught my breath. This is where I lived. He nodded to the empty lot that was just patches of grass and mud. On the dirt, I didn't understand. We had a house like that one, like all of them. He nodded at the houses further down. I woke up in the middle of the night surrounded by smoke. I didn't realize at first that the house was on fire. My mouth fell open and I stared at the space. There was flames everywhere, smoke choking me. I couldn't see, but I got out and I stood right here, where I am now, and watched flames flying from my parents' bedroom window. Rocco. I didn't know what to say. My words got lost. But I heard her. I heard Lily. She was only a baby, barely 2 years old. People were scrambling and screaming, throwing buckets of water, but the fire ate away at the house within minutes. But she didn't stop. Her cries continued, so I went in. I covered my mouth with my hand, while Rocco stared. His temples bulged slightly when he stopped talking and began to grind his teeth. Tink sniffed around on the ground where the house once stood. I ran in and I got to her room, but I was suffocating, and so was she. The fire had already started eating her crib. I got her out, but when I turned to get her out of that room, the fire had spread and raged in the doorway. Black smoke surrounded us in her tiny little bedroom, and I had no way out. I wrapped her in a blanket while I coughed and spluttered. I've never been so scared, Bessie. He turned to look at me for a moment, and his eyes reeked of sadness. It was like the fire was alive, and it followed me. I heard people outside screaming, and I realized the only way out was going to be the window. What did you do? I panicked, and I smashed the window. But it was like doing that gave it more power. It overcame me, and I caught on fire. That's how I have these scars. He ran his palm over his side where the scars snaked around his body. I did the only thing I could think of, and I jumped from the top window, clutching her at my chest. That's all I remember. Your parents. The fire department came and tried to save them. By then, I was already in hospital and sedated, going in for surgery and skin grafts. I broke both my legs, and my right leg was amputated because of the severe burns. He shuffled uncomfortably. They had to operate. They had to try to save my life and my leg, because back then I wasn't a Neverland child. I was an R1, and my father was a police officer. If I'd been a Neverland child, I'd have been left to die, and so would Lily. So, you were sent to Neverland because your parents died? Not exactly. I tilted my head and waited for him to carry on. I didn't want to push him because I could see how hard it was for him to talk about it. Lily was sent to Neverland. I wasn't. You know why she was deemed disposable? Because Lily was the second child. She was illegal, a drain on the system. So I took her, and I took care of her on my own, on Neverland, where we could hide. That's how you don't have a tag. You were never supposed to be a Neverland child. You gave up your freedom for Lily." Rocco reached up to his hat and pulled off the red feather. He brushed it through his fingers a couple of times and swallowed. "What is that?" I asked. "Why is it so special to you?" "My mother gave it to me. You build your wings with bravery. That's how you learn to fly." She'd say, "Grow your wings and fly, Rocco. You're destined for great things. Soar, Rocco, soar." He twisted it again before he knelt down on one knee and he lay the feather on the dirt where his home used to stand. "I failed," he said. Tears pooled in my eyes and my throat burned. It hurt me to see him so hurt. It was the first time I'd ever witnessed Rocco in this state, and I just wanted to be there for him. I wanted to fix it all. He stood up and walked away, and Tink followed. I wiped my eyes and picked up his feather before chasing after him down the street. I hopped and skipped and jumped to try and save my feet, and we ended up in the main part of Region 1 where little shops were and people stood on doorsteps. "I'm not going to let you give up this easily, Rocco. There must be something we can do. Life cannot go on like this." "And what are we going to do, Bessie?" he asked. "You aren't going to change the world, Bessie Bennett. Go home. Enjoy mod life." Rocco pointed in the direction of Region 2, then walked away. "My mum, she's alive," I called after him. "She was a Neverland child, and I need to find her." Rocco stopped still in the middle of the road. He slowly turned around, 10 feet between us. I wanted to run to him and wrap my arms around him, be comforted by his glow. "So now we've both lost someone. Good luck finding her," he said. He turned and walked away. I'd ruined everything. "There's something else." He stopped, and I watched his shoulders lift as he sighed. What now?" I reached into my pocket and pulled out the document that was in my dad's safe, and I hurried over to him and he took it. His eyes scanned over the words. The further in he got, the further his eyebrows lifted up his forehead and under his hat. "It's government proposals for a sterilization program for R1s, so the mods have more control over how many people are born on the mainland. Oliver should see this. He can use this." Rocco's eyes met mine, and he swallowed. We both knew how serious this was. "I have to go." He shoved the paperwork in his pocket and hurried away, disappearing into a crowd of people on Main Street. I stalked towards Oliver's radio HQ, but I didn't see Rocco anywhere. I wondered if he'd gone in, or if he'd taken it somewhere else. I didn't feel like I had the right to just stroll in there looking for him when he was so mad at me, but I didn't want to go home either. Everything was such a mess. I sat on the grass and ran the strands through my fingers. I liked the feeling of the warm sun on my face, the beauty of nature as a butterfly landed on a purple flower 4 feet away. I didn't know what to do if Rocco did come out. Maybe following him was creepy and clingy. He clearly didn't want to see me. I wondered if I'd done the right thing by giving Rocco that information. Once it came out, I imagined the R3s would deny it and start a thorough investigation into how the document was leaked. At least 40 minutes went by before I got up and left, feeling lost and alone. I planned on going home. My plan that consisted of moving to Neverland and never returning fizzled into nothingness. I'd only taken 5 steps forward, and I felt something cold wrap around my neck. It pulled me backwards, and I fell to the grass. My fingers tried to pry the metal away as it choked me and pulled me across the ground. "Gotcha!" Hook said. I gasped for a breath when he removed the hook, and he stood above, staring down at me. "You can't do this. I'm an R2, I shouted. "Watch me." He grabbed a handful of my hair, and I cried out when he twisted it round his fingers. He pulled me up to my feet and lifted me in the air before he tossed me into the back of his cart. "You can't do this," I protested. I crawled across the hard floor, coughing, and I tried to shake the back doors open. I heard the slap of Hook's whip, and the horse galloped away, taking me into the unknown. Chapter 43. Fighting didn't help. I spent what felt like 6 hours banging on the back doors, kicking them, and screaming protests, but the world seemed in darkness as Hook took us in circles. I guessed that even if there were people around, they'd just think I was some wayward little waif that had been captured, and the world would be a little better because of it. When he finally stopped, I scurried across the floor and put my face up to the bars. The only thing visible through the dark was a run-down old building, but I could hear the swishing of water. I didn't know where we were. Poor little Bessie, Hook said. He appeared in front of the window, and I felt like I'd swallowed my heart. I flew backwards and twisted my ankle. Why didn't you just take my warning? Scumbag, I spat. Attitude. There it went again. My heart dropped and pumped in my ears. I knew you'd lead me to Reed sooner or later. I scowled at him and booted the window with my bare foot. I felt rage building inside me like I'd never felt before. I heard the bolt being dragged across the metal door, and he swung it open, letting a blast of dry summer air into the back of the carriage with me. He was such a huge man. He leant in and grabbed me by my ankle and pulled me across the carriage, out, and my body landed on the grass. My head bounced back and hit the ground, and I heard a buzzing in my ear. Come on, Rocco. Last chance. Hook shouted, come out now, and I won't hurt your little girlfriend. His voice echoed around me and pulsated through the darkness. I pulled myself up to my hands and knees, but Hook put his heavy booted foot on my back and stomped down, pinning me to the ground. That's when Rocco appeared, and I finally realized that I was Hook's bait. He slowly emerged from the side of a tatty little brick building and stared head-on at Hook like they were locked in a duel. Let her go, Hook, Rocco demanded. Maybe he did still care? How did he even know where we were? Had he been watching? Following? Fair swap, you for her. Like I'm gonna come that quietly. Rocco laughed. Tink hovered at his feet, growling at Hook. Hook pressed down harder on my back, and I winced and spat out bits of grass that had gotten caught on my lips and in my mouth. It felt like at any moment my spine would snap in two. When I heard the familiar sirens of Neverland going off, I stretched my neck to try and look up. Straight across the water, through the darkness, I saw the red siren flashing. The red sirens meant round up, and I knew that on the island, those horrid people would be rounding up all the children to ship them off. Look at that! Just in time, Hook said. I'm going to give you to the count of 5. If you don't hand yourself in, she's being shipped out, not just to Neverland, but to what comes after. And believe me, you don't want that for her. Rocco didn't say a word. He looked as cool as a cucumber. He leaned on his good leg, his hands hanging at his sides. I hoped he had something up his sleeve, like an army to come save us. I expected a gang to turn up, a booby trap to be set, but instead, nothing. Don't do it, Rocco. Don't give up your freedom. He can't do this. I'm a R2, I shouted. Hook's foot moved from my back, and he put pressure on the back of my neck. My face pressed down into the dirt, and I struggled to breathe. It felt like an eternity as I waited for something to happen. Hard bits of mud stuck to my dry, cracked lips, and the more I tried to spit them out, the more went into my mouth. Fine. I'll come. No, don't do it. Don't give yourself up, I shouted, muffled by the ground. I heard Hook snigger, and the pressure of his boot lifted. I turned my head, and my cheek dragged across the dirt. Rocco took slow steps forward, not breaking eye contact with Hook. Hook lifted his foot completely, freeing me, and I rolled over onto my back and sucked in lungs full of air. You have to let her go, her and Tink. If I come with you, it's a swap, right? Rocco said. We have a deal. Go, get out of here, Rocco said. He clicked his fingers and pointed towards Region 1, but Tink didn't seem to know what he was saying. Or maybe she just didn't want to leave him. Go, he said again. She whimpered and stared up at him. She took a couple of steps backwards, and Rocco continued again towards Hook. But Tink didn't want him to go. She followed him again and stood at his ankles. Go now, he shouted this time. He stamped his foot on the ground next to her in an attempt to scare her, and she backed off. It brought tears to my eyes because I knew how much he loved her. Go, he stamped again, and Tink retreated, whimpering as she walked, her little tongue hanging from her wonky little face. I hoped she understood. The knife? Drop it, Hook said. He pointed at Rocco's shoes with his big, long, heavy hook. I sat up and watched Rocco pull his knife from his boot, and he tossed it away to the side. He held his hands up and walked slowly towards us. I expected him to put up a fight, to do something, but it looked like Rocco had lost all his fight. I blamed myself for that. Hook reached out and hooked Rocco around the neck and pulled him towards us. He slammed him against the back doors of the carriage and let out a loud laugh. He was finally victorious in catching Rocco Reed, and it was all my fault. Victory at last, you horrid little waif, he said. Rocco, I shouted. He didn't look at me. He didn't put up any sort of fight. Hook picked him up by his collar and tossed him into the back of the carriage. This was it. I really wouldn't see Rocco again. Hook finally had him, and we all knew there was no way he was letting him go. I couldn't watch. I covered my face with my hands and cried. I wasn't expecting it when Hook grabbed me again by my hair and pulled me up to my feet. I expected a warning, but he lifted me off my feet and threw me like I weighed nothing into the back of the carriage, landing on top of Rocco. Hook, you rotten old dingbat. You said you'd let her go, Rocco shouted. I'd never heard him shout like that. I'd never seen such emotion on his face or in his eyes. Now you can be together forever on the other side, Hook said through the window with a cackle. Rocco began beating the back doors, punching and kicking until he was finally out of breath. When he realized he wasn't getting out, we were done for. He crawled into the corner alongside me, and he wrapped an arm around my shoulders. We had to accept defeat. Chapter 44. After 2 guards in masks put bags over our heads so we couldn't see where we're going, they led us through echoing halls with solid cold floors. My poor feet had taken a battering the last few hours. When they pulled the bag off, the light on the ceiling stung my eyes, and I retreated backwards. I didn't know who grabbed me at first, but somebody gripped my arm with strong fingers and pushed me down into a seat. Neither of them have tags, Hook said. I couldn't mistake his voice. It rumbled like thunder. I squinted as my eyes adjusted and noticed we were in a room with plain white walls and a solid metal door. Beside me sat a blue, leather bed that looked like it had been taken from a hospital, and a matching one sat opposite. The room smelt sterile and clean. Rocco, who had his hands tied behind his back, his ankles tied with rope, and a cloth around his mouth stopping him from talking, scowled at Hook. His trademark hat was even missing, and his dark hair stuck up messily. Tag them both and get them ready for the next shipment. Sir, she has an R2 dress on, a man to my right said. He had blue gloves on and a plain white mask. A clean, disposable blue apron covered his podgy belly. I noticed a tattoo of a snake poking out from under his collar. She's a little thief. She's been impersonating an R2 for months now, and we've been tracking her. I shook my head and opened my mouth to speak. Help me. I am an R2. This isn't supposed to happen to me. You have to help us, I begged. The man with the gloves looked at Hook in hesitation. Do it, you fool, he scalded. This isn't the first little calculating waif you've had, is it? No, sir. Then do your job. The man nodded and opened the drawer of his sleek metal desk. These ones aren't going to Neverland. They're going straight on the ship. So what's the point in tagging them? Just do it. The man looked up at Hook again, but he didn't dare question him. He ushered me onto the bed, and I lay down. My body felt cold, yet sweat dripped down my forehead. He cleaned my eyebrow with an alcohol wipe and turned my head away from him. I felt the sharp razor glide across my skin, even the little popping as it hit each hair. Close your eyes, he said. It will sting. I did as I was told. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. I knew what was coming. Please, I whimpered. It will be over before you know it. The man had a softness to his voice. He felt calming and professional, not cold like Hook. I will hold the tagging iron in place for 8 seconds, okay? Just get on with it, Hook shouted. I heard the sound of metal lids clacking together, and then a hiss. I closed my eyes so tight, my face ached, and my teeth cemented together. I could hear Rocco's muffled protests from across the room, but there was nothing any of us could do. We had sealed our fate. Stay still. It's going on now. He held his hand across my forehead to keep me in place, and then pressed the tagging iron hard against the bone on my brow. It felt cold, like I'd stuck an ice cube to my skin. I felt a sizzle, and then a sting and a burn so bad it made my toes curl and all my muscles tighten. I whimpered and pulled away, trying to suppress a scream. My hands moved straight up to comfort my wound. In my head, it felt like my skin had been melted off my face. But in reality, when I sat up and looked at the mirror above the man's desk, it was a small D, about the size of a 20-pence piece. It matched Lily's and all the other children and people of Neverland. The most noticeable thing was the chunk of hair that had been shaved off to make way for my new white streaks that would soon grow in. I'd been branded, tagged, My life forever would be different. My tag was in plain view for everyone to see. You may notice swelling and it might weep. To take care of your wound, you need to, the man started before Hook interrupted. Forget all that, it doesn't matter. Do the boy, Hook ordered. He's a squirmy one, been on the run for years. I've had to tie this one up. Don't bother with protocol, just do it where he sits. I watched the man's shoulders raise as he took in a breath. I knew he didn't want to do it this way, but clearly Hook was the boss. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I held my palm over my freeze-burned eyebrow as tears dripped down my face. It hurt. It hurt so bad. Hook grabbed Rocco's head and held him still, while the man with the gloves wheeled his chair across the room, pulling 3 metal containers on wheels with him. He lifted the lid, and icy smoke spilled out the top and down over the sides like a waterfall. The man picked up a sharp razor from the table and carefully but quickly shaved a chunk from Rocco's eyebrow. Rocco scowled at him. If looks could kill, his dark eyes would be lethal. I'm going to hold this in place for 8 seconds, he started. Just get on with it, Hook interrupted. The man took a moment to stare at him before turning back to Rocco, most probably deciding that arguing with Hook was pointless and not worth losing his job. He held a palm on Rocco's forehead, like he'd done to me. At the same, he dunked a hand in the metal container and pulled out a metal tagging tool. Long, thick, silver, with the shape of a D on the end. He pressed it onto Rocco's forehead, but he didn't scream and pull away like I did. He squeezed his eyes shut, and I watched the muscles in his legs and arms tense. I looked up at Hook with tears rolling down my face, and I saw the look of pure satisfaction in his eyes when he watched Rocco squirm. The tagger counted to 8, then removed the tool and dunked it back inside the pots and closed the lid. Now get them out of here. Put them in separate crates, he ordered. Sir, I need to tell them how to take care of the wounds. I need to at least put the dressings on to prevent infection. No time. Get rid of them now. Make sure I never have to see these sniveling brats ever again. The 2 guards who had brought us inside entered the room again and put the bags back over our heads, plunging us into darkness. I didn't even have time to take an extra breath. They marched me away with one arm twisted up my back, and eventually we stopped. He pulled the bag off my head, and I got to look around the huge room, with soaring ceilings and white walls. One side of the room, where I stood, gray, human-sized boxes sat in neat rows. They looked like pet carriers, but big enough for a human to sit in. Come on, get in there, the guard said. He nudged me forward and I climbed inside. When I curled up in the back, my head nearly touched the roof. This was it. It was all over. Everything I'd been doing had led up to this point, and it was my own fault. I'd been so stupid. H1 and H2, the guard said, Victoria Vance and Rocco Reed. But the boss told us not to do any paperwork on these ones. They are supposed to just disappear, the other guard said. I heard the stomp of their boots on the shiny linoleum floor as they walked away, and that's when everything seemed to hit me. My name isn't Victoria. Hook has kidnapped me. I'm an R2, I shouted, but I was met with silence. I held my hands up in front of me to see them shaking like a blade of grass in the wind. My heart hammered and my breaths harsh and heavy. No way out. No way out. No way out. I turned my back to the metal grate door and stared at the back wall of the crate. Taking deep breaths, I clasped my locket in my hand. It wasn't my mother's, but it was its replacement. And because Rocco had put thought into getting it for me, when he could have bought food or clothing for him and the kids, it was special. I wondered if this was how Mum felt. I wondered where she was. I even wondered if she could have been on Neverland this entire time. Or maybe somewhere else. She said the locket would lead me to her, and that she'd be waiting. I studied it, running my thumb over the flowers and swirls. I racked my brains, trying to remember all the details of her locket, inside and out. Her picture, the back of it, the chain, it had to have something on it. I had to find it. It was the only clue I had to find her. Chapter 45. I'd spent a very long 2 hours in my crate before I gained the confidence to turn around and look outside. That's when I realized it was Rocco sitting in the crate opposite mine. All the others empty, maybe just waiting for the next roundup. Rocco, I said. I crawled across the floor and clasped my fingers around the cold metal bars. He ignored me, sitting with his back to me, as still as the dead. Maybe he felt defeated, and it was my fault. If he'd never met me, he'd be on Neverland right now with Tink and all the children. Please talk to me. He stayed still and silent. I wasn't used to seeing him without his hat or his glow. Rocco, we need to get out of here. We need to do something. I can't do it without you. You're the street smart one. I'm just a dumb rich girl like you said. There is no way out. It's over, he mumbled, his words barely audible. I sighed and leaned my back on the wall. I thought about all the children who had been in this crate in this room, been tagged like us. I reached into the pocket of my dress and I pulled out Rocco's red feather. I twirled it between my fingers and looked back at him. I have something of yours, I said. I reached out, pushed my arm through the grate as far as I could get it, until the metal dug into my skin. Rocco slowly turned around, his face flat and defeated. He stared at the feather. Grow your wings and fly, Rocco Reed. I dropped it, and it fell to the ground between us. I pulled my arm back inside and rubbed the ache. He spent a lengthy amount of time staring at it, and after 5 minutes, I'd accepted the fact he'd given up. I stretched my legs out and sighed. I had to accept my fate. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Rocco moving, and I looked. He shuffled around, and he pulled the leg of his pants up past his knee, and he pulled his prosthetic leg off. What are you doing? I asked, turning back around to face him, my fingers wrapped around the cold metal grate with a tiny bit of hope in my heart. Maybe I've got one last fight in me, he said. He tipped his leg so I could see the top of it, and he pulled and snapped a piece of metal from the side. I scurried up to my knees, watching him intently. He bent the piece of metal and reached outside of his crate. You can do this. You can do this, Rocco. He fiddled with the lock, sticking the piece of metal inside, poking and prodding, but nothing happened, and I could see the frustration rising in his face. When nothing worked, he threw himself back and tossed the piece of metal with force. Come on, you're the great Rocco Reed, the famous waif boy. If there's any little rebel scallywag that can get us out of this, it is going to be you. Now pick yourself up and try again. Don't tell me you've never picked a lock before. Never the quitter, Rocco closed his eyes for a moment before he growled and picked up his prosthetic leg again. He fiddled with the mechanics again and inspected the join where the metal screwed into wood at the knee. He bent a piece of metal backwards and forwards, over and over again, until eventually it snapped off into his hand. The longer it took, the more I pressed myself against the grate. I wanted to just seep through it and have a go myself. But I knew that if anybody was capable of getting us out of here, it would be him. With his fingertips, he flicked the lock so it swayed, and he caught it. He slid the little piece of flat metal into the slit of the lock and shimmied it around. He tried, and he tried, but nothing happened, and I watched him give up again out of sheer frustration. He growled and punched the grate before he sat back and booted it with all his might, his dark eyes wild with anger. You can do this, Rocco. I know you can do this. He picked up his leg again and snapped another piece of metal. He sat forward, and I watched him close his eyes, his shoulders lifted and his chest puffed out as he self-calmed. This is it, he said. The other bits won't work. This is the last piece. Our gaze met as he held up the piece of metal, both desperate but hopeful. I gulped and looked back down at the lock. Soar, Rocco, soar. He did the same as before and slid the metal inside the lock. I watched his frustration build as he come to the realization that nothing was getting us out of here. But just as I was about to crawl back into my corner and cry, Rocco stopped for a moment and his eyes sprung open. Wait, I think. He bit down on his bottom lip and squinted, and when he jammed the metal further inside and twisted, I heard a click. Rocco let go of the chunky gold lock and it hung open. I couldn't believe it. I gritted my teeth as he reached further out and knocked the lock from the plastic casing. He'd done it. He was free. He leant back and kicked the door open, and after grabbing the piece of metal that had freed him, he dragged himself over to me. It was like I was going to burst. I couldn't wait. I could feel the metal grate digging into the skin on my face as I watched him fiddle and pick the lock that held me captive. It didn't take him as long on mine as it had on his, and within a few minutes the door opened, and I flung myself forward and wrapped my arms around Rocco. I hadn't ever been so grateful for human contact in all my life. I enjoyed the sweet scent of the flowers he washed his clothes in, the earthy smell of his hair. He was my home, my wonderland. "Who'd have known my disability would be the thing to save us?" he said, and I laughed. "We need to get out of here, and fast." "You can do anything, Rocco, anything you set your mind to." I leaned back before I scurried across the floor and into Rocco's box. I picked up his prosthetic leg. It was completely damaged. We didn't say a thing. I tucked it under my arm and stood up, before scooping my arm under his, lifting him up. He leaned against the crate. "One thing I can't do, though. I can't run, Bessie. Not without my leg. You go. Run. Get out of here." "Would you leave me here?" Rocco frowned and hopped to the side where it was more comfortable for him to lean. "Never." "Well, don't ask me to do that. We are in this together. Maybe we can soar together, huh?" I stopped and I smiled at him. Always. The double doors across the room swung open, interrupting our moment, and when I saw the person looking back at me, my jaw hit the floor. Chapter 46. "Molly?" I gasped. I saw her staring at the patch of shaved hair and the fresh sore tagging on my eyebrow, but she didn't say anything. She looked so perfect in her emerald green dress, her blonde curls pinned up and swinging behind her. "What are you doing here?" She swung her father's R3 all-access pass out in front of her, a little dimple prominent in her cheek when she smiled smugly. "Maybe it's time I apologized for being such a bad friend. Maybe my family owes yours." She knew what her dad had done. I dreaded to think what my father had done when he stormed to Region 3 on his rampage. I didn't want to ask, but if you're caught, you're an R3 now. "Yeah, well, some things are worth more than money and power. Some things are priceless, like friendship." She shrugged. She looked at Rocco, and I wanted to run over to her and pull her into a hug. The door behind her opened again, and I stepped backwards when the man with the gloves and the apron who had tagged me stepped into the room, but he no longer hid behind his mask. I knew it was him by the snake tattoo poking out from the collar of his top. "Behind you," I shouted in warning. Molly spun around. I ducked under Rocco's arm and prepared my body to take his weight so we could make a run for it. But Molly didn't run. She turned back to face me. "Oh no, Bessie, this isn't what you think. This is Stuart, and he's here to help us." I swallowed and looked up at him. How could I trust him? How could I trust anybody? "I guessed something was wrong when I saw your dress and what you were saying. I can't even count the amount of waifs I've had through my doors. But there was something about you. After you left with the guards, I looked up your records, and I saw there was no Victoria Vance. Hook is crooked, and I cannot sit back and watch him do this to an R2. If I did, I'd be going against everything I stand for. It's not okay to do this to anybody, not just R2s, I said. That's why I took this job. I wanted to make sure everyone was treated fairly and with kindness. We cannot change the world, but we can make it a bit easier with a little kindness and compassion. I can't go any further with you, but you know the way out now, Molly, he said. Molly nodded and thanked him, and before he left, he gave me a nod. The ship is set to lock down and set sail in 8 minutes, so we need to make a move, Molly said. She swung the door open and held it in place for us to exit. Wait, Rocco said. Lily, I can't leave knowing she might be here. I need to find her. He looked between all of us. I can't leave her. I cannot leave this ship until I know she isn't on it. I looked at Molly, hoping she would agree. She had that pass that could get us into every single part of this ship and every single part of every region back on dry land. That green dress came with more power and privilege than any of us realized. Molly lifted her shoulders and shook her head. One chance. We have one chance. I know where they store the crates. How do you know that? I asked. Molly looked like she didn't want to answer. Because I've been here before. I was part of the last shipment. I tried hard not to gasp and show her my shock and disgust. It's not what you think. After you started up this whole thing with Rocco, I was given the choice of what I wanted to do. And I chose this, but I chose it because I wanted to see what you saw in Rocco and the waif people. I thought maybe I could help. And did you? Molly shook her head. I didn't help, but I did see what you saw, and you were right. It's wrong. So you can change the rules on this. As an R3, you have influence, right? I said. It's not that simple. It's not like what we learned about. These guys are corrupt to the core. I don't want to be part of it. We have to move. They are preparing to leave. Rocco leaned his body weight on my shoulder and used his other hand to drag across the walls to help his balance as he hopped along beside me. We followed Molly through narrow walkways and empty rooms. Every second that ticked by, my heart felt like it beat stronger and faster. At the end of the hall, we reached a crossroads, and at the end of each narrow hallway sat a door. Molly stopped and looked between all of them. I silently prayed that she knew what she was doing, and I wondered if I could trust her. She ditched me, broke up our friendship because I was on the side of waifs. Or maybe she just wanted to make up for what her brown-nosing dad had done to my mother. This way, she said. She pushed open the door, and when we walked in, I couldn't believe what I saw. I looked inside the first crate and saw a girl sitting in the corner, staring with wide, scared eyes. The fresh tagging on her eyebrow bone prominent, the same as mine, and I felt her pain. The crates filled the room in long, straight rows, and each of them had a person inside. Lily, Rocco shouted. Lily! I have no idea who I'm looking for, Molly said and continued to look inside all of the crates. I wondered how our government could do this to people and how they got away with it. Rocco let go of me and hopped along, leaning on the crates of people, ducking down slightly to find his little sister. I didn't even know where to start. There were at least 50 crates in the room, and we were running out of time. I went the opposite way to Rocco so we could all cover more ground. But Molly hadn't ever seen Lily before, so she just kept saying her name in the hopes one of the girls would answer. I ran to the back wall, checking inside of every crate as I went, noticing a mix of boys and girls in black clothing, shaved patches and tags, waiting for their new white streak to come in, their D-scars prominent. Lily, Lily? Rocco shouted, and the pain in his voice etched away at my heart. I knew the chances of finding her here were slim, and that's why I was so stunned when I saw her along the 4th row on the back wall. I didn't know it was her at first. She looked like a tiny little ball of sequins, her fairy wings. The same crate that I barely had any room in looked way too big for her tiny body. I found her! I found her! I shouted. While Rocco hopped his way around the room, Lily slowly crawled to the front of the crate and pressed her small hand against the grate. In her other hand, the little blue hairbrush I had given her grasped tight between her fingers. Rocco checked the lock, then his pockets. I forgot the medal. Damn it, he cursed. Guys, we need to get out of here. 5 minutes and counting, Molly said. I ran to the other end of the room, and I smashed my fist into the emergency fire glass on the wall, and I grabbed the axe from its stand. Instantly, the alarms began screeching. Bessie, Molly screamed. They will find us. No, we're here now. I lifted the axe above my head, and in one swoop, I smashed the lock clean off the first crate. It felt liberating. I thought about all of the people in the room, all of the people in Neverland, all of the waifs and strays, even my own mother, and I smashed every single lock on every single crate. Come on, all of you. We are getting out of here. Rocco smiled at me like a proud parent as I stood still to catch my breath. The last lock was Lily's, and I couldn't wait to free her. I lifted the axe again and smashed through it, and her crate opened up. The lock hit the floor with a heavy thud, and Lily crawled out, hiding behind her hair, and into Rocco's arms. She'd been tagged long ago, so she didn't have the same bald spot or burning scar like the majority of people in the room. Her white streak was already prominent, hiding half the letter D that meant she was disposable. Let's go, people, I ordered, and after a few moments of hesitation, they all jumped into action. Each looked dirty and run down, scared and tired, their future unknown. I knew that getting so many people off this ship was impossible. We couldn't go quietly, so we had to go loud. Run as fast as you can before they lift the walkway and this ship sets sail. They all looked at each other, and then chaos erupted. People ran in all directions, and we were stuck in the middle of it. Molly tried her best at shouting over the crowds of young people, directing them where to go. Rocco lent his weight on me, his arm draped over my shoulder, and Lily's arms wrapped around his neck in a piggyback ride. We ran through corridors and hallways, and the first people to see us were two guards near what looked like a giant opening in the side of the ship. That was our exit point. For a few moments, everything seemed to go silent, and our crowd of Neverland children faced off with two guards who looked like they didn't know what to do next. Go! I screamed at the top of my lungs, and like a rolling snowball, when one child ran, the rest followed, and a sea of people ran towards the guards. The two guards ran in the opposite direction, panicked, as all of us ran for our lives out down the ramp and onto land. Chapter 47. The first thing I noticed when we entered Region 1 was the state of it, and then all the people. Crowds of R1s lined the streets with protests and banners. We pushed through an ocean of people to the border town and Region 2, but I barely recognized it. "What is going on?" I shouted over the masses of screaming people. An R3 document about a new sterilization program was leaked on pirate radio, and copies of it posted through every door in all three regions. People are going insane. "Well done, Bessie. We've officially destroyed society," Rocco whispered. The police had tried to build a border with a line of officers and tape with "Do Not Cross" printed in big black letters, but it was futile. People still streamed past them, determined to make their point. The R1s were angry. They threw bottles, and somewhere in the back someone set off fairy dust. It was pure chaos, and Region 2 was at risk. "The commander and community services will be looking for all of you. You need to get out of here," Molly said. "I know where we'll be safe," I said. "My Nana doesn't live far from this part of the city. I promise you we will be safe there with her." "We can't come with you," Rocco said. "I need to go find Tink. She's on her own somewhere. And the boys, they weren't on the ship. If they aren't already gone to Afterland, I have to find them." "I'll come with you." "No." Rocco stopped me. "It isn't safe anymore for you to be out here. Go home. Go to your Nana's. We will be fine." "But your leg." I untucked his damaged prosthetic from under my arm and held it out to him. "You'll be surprised at the amount of friends I have around here who can help me. I'm not alone. These are my people." He looked around us, and I copied. I felt torn, like they were my people too. Only they weren't, because I'd been brought up in R2. But my blood was R1. My blood was Neverland. I wanted nothing more than to fight for the people I stood with. "I promise I will be fine." "She can help you. We can fix your leg and you can leave to find Tink. Please, don't walk away. I need to know you and Lily are going to be okay. We can get you some food. If you're going to walk amongst this chaos all the way back to Neverland, you need to be prepared. Stop being stubborn and let us help you." Rocco shook his head. He looked exasperated. He ran his fingers through his hair, dodging his new tag, and then he nodded. He draped an arm around my shoulder, the other around Molly, and we set off again. We pushed through the crowds and walked all the way, me in my bare feet, across the city until we reached my Nana's area. The R1s hadn't spread this far yet, and her street looked as it always had, quiet and perfect. But I had a horrible feeling that it wouldn't last long. We checked all around for anybody watching before we ran to my Nana's door. I expected it to be unlocked, and I bounced back off the wood when my body hit it. I hammered my knuckles on it, and it swung open within 20 seconds. My Nana stood staring at all of us with wide eyes, one hand still clutched onto the door handle. "Oh, my Bessie," she cried. "What have they done to you?" She stepped out onto her path and lifted up my face, and with big, sad eyes she looked at my tagging. I was now disposable. I was on a list somewhere. I couldn't go out in public ever again, because as soon as anybody saw it, they'd know I didn't belong on the mainland. It was Hook, that old crook. I wiped my tears away and stood up straight, now struggling to take Rocco's weight. Noticing, he let go of me, and he steadied himself against the beige-colored pillar at the side of her door, and Lily slid down his back and onto her feet. "I have to go. I need to get across to Region 3 before the chaos spreads." "Stay safe, all of you," Molly said. She began backing away, but I wrapped my arms around her. "Thank you," I whispered into her hair, and she hugged me back. "I'm sorry, Bessie. I had no idea what my dad had done. Forgive me." It was probably the first genuine hug I'd ever received from Molly in all the years I'd known her. That's how I knew she was scared, But I also knew that she still loved me, and she'd risked everything to save us. It wasn't your fault. You didn't know. When I pulled back, she pressed her lips together. Sadness glowed from her eyes. Keep in touch. As she hurried away, I turned back to my Nana, ready to tell her all about what had happened to me, but I stopped when Dad appeared in the hallway behind her. I waited for him to go crazy, tell me it was my own fault for everything I'd ever done, but he didn't. Bessie. He eyed the D on my face and shook his head. I'd never seen him look more devastated than he did now. He knew as well as I did that life as we knew it was over. He walked up to me and I felt safe when he hugged me, my face pressed against his big, strong chest, his huge arms holding me close. I could feel his warmth, smell his familiar cologne. Come on, inside, Nana said. She looked at Rocco and Lily and then waved her hand. All of you, inside. She ushered us into the kitchen and we sat at the table. Dad kept staring at my scar. It looked like it ate him up inside. It seemed like he didn't even have any fight in him to take on Rocco. He didn't seem to care anymore. They can't just take and tag an R2. We have rights, Nana said. Oh, there's going to be riots when people find out about this. Speaking of riots, what is going on out there? The streets are filled with people. We've seen nothing like it before, Bessie, Nana said. They are protesting and calling for the hierarchy to be demolished. Nana rushed across the kitchen and turned on the little black radio. Waif rights, waif rights, waif rights, people chanted. In the history of society as we know it, we've seen nothing like this, and the authorities are struggling to cope. An emergency meeting is being held in the top tier of Region 3 as we speak, a man said. Yeah, David, another man started. I mean, the shame pot is overflowing. We've seen nothing like this, ever. We are hearing they are thinking of just rounding up all R1s and shipping them out. Sort of like a cleanse? I suppose you could say that. But that opens up a whole lot of doors and issues, like what about our police officers? Our food producers? These people are all from the lower region. There's talk of a stricter curfew, and any R1 out on the street, not in their region, will be shipped out without question. But that gets us talking about the issue at heart, doesn't it? The question we are all asking, should waifs have rights? The man said. Well, that is the burning question here. This supposed leaked document of a sterilization program has brought all of these questions to light. The people want answers. We all looked around the table at each other, none of us with any clue what was going to happen next. We need water. Can we have food and water? Especially Lily. Nobody knows the last time she ate or had any liquid. I nodded toward the skinny little girl with scared blue eyes. Nana didn't hesitate. She jumped up to her feet and made her way over to the fridge, and I knew that, at least for tonight, Rocco and Lily would have full bellies and somewhere warm to stay. As the sun set and darkness covered all the regions, we all stayed up in Nana's living room in front of her real wood fire. We had all had a shower, and I sat brushing Lily's hair ready to put in some braids. My hair was naturally very dark, so the thought of a bright white streak growing in on my eyebrows scared me a little. My dad sat on the sofa, staring at Rocco, who was looking through my Nana's toolbox in search of something that could help mend his prosthetic leg. He'd had a shower too, and his hair kept flopping into his face. Here, let me help, Dad said. I was shocked to see him get up off the sofa and sit next to Rocco at the wooden table near the window. I could feel the tension between them as Rocco stared up at him, but he nodded, and Dad took the broken leg. He examined it, scrutinizing every crack, screw, and broken metal piece. Used to be a bit of a dab hand in DIY, Dad said. Sometimes you just have to improvise. As we all watched on in silence, just the sound of the fire crackling, Dad took the whole thing apart, and for a while I wondered if he'd ever be able to put it back together. I hadn't ever known my dad to be a dab hand at DIY. He was more of a numbers guy. He was smart. He liked graphs and sums. He wasn't really good with his hands. He used hinges and new screws, new pieces of metal that Nana had lying in the bottom of the toolbox. Dad kept looking at Rocco from under his bushy eyebrows, and Rocco wasn't afraid to stare right back at him. This isn't personal, you know that, Dad said. Rocco didn't reply. He sat with his back straight against the wood of the chair, his palms face down on the surface of the table. I'm not at all prejudiced against the other regions and Neverland. My wife, my Julia, she was a Neverlander. I made a promise on the day she left that I would do whatever it took to protect our daughter, and that includes keeping her away from Neverland and out of trouble. He pressed his lips together firmly as he screwed a sharp new screw into the knee joint on the prosthetic where it attached to Rocco's leg. Rocco's dark eyes met mine briefly, and I struggled to focus on Lily's hair. I like you. You have spirit. You have something in you that Julia had in her, and my daughter is obviously attracted to the excitement, the danger. Dad stopped for just a second and looked straight across the table at Rocco. But Bessie, she has a future. She has to grow up. I rolled my eyes so hard I saw the inside of my forehead. I didn't want to grow up. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Bennett, and I will leave right after you have finished with my leg, Rocco said respectfully. Dad's shoulders lifted as he sucked in a breath and he shook his head. That isn't what I'm saying. He snapped the head off the screwdriver and attached another. What I'm saying is, I understand. I get it. It's wrong. And at least for now, you are free to stay, and I promise that I will do my best to protect you, both of you. He glanced over at Lily, then back to the job at hand. Oh, Dad, I said. I dropped Lily's hairbrush and hurried across the room, wrapping my arms around my father, overjoyed, filled with hope that Rocco and Lily were now safe and accepted. Dad struggled to hide his smile at my random act of affection, and he patted me gently on the back. All right, no getting soppy on me now. We need to figure out what we are going to do. I'm so very grateful for the offer, Mr. Bennett, but I must politely decline. I stopped still. Dad's eyes looked up from the prosthetic leg he had clamped to the table, and Nana looked up from her knitting needles. But Rocco, you can't. You have to stay. It is safe here. You have food and warmth. You have family. Rocco's lips lifted into a slanted, closed-mouthed smile, and he nodded. That is exactly why I cannot live in such luxury without my boys and Tink. I have to find them. I have to leave. None of us knew what to say. It was evident by the heavy silence that hung between us all. I understood. I admired his beautiful heart and his loyalty to the most vulnerable of our society, to his little friends, his family. But at the same time, I wanted nothing more than for him to stay with us and be safe. Well, if you need shelter or food, you know where we are, Dad said, not even trying to talk him out of leaving. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Rocco, I'm forever in your debt. You saved my daughter's life. But she saved mine right back, Rocco said. He smiled at me, and it felt like my heart melted in my chest. Because together we soar, I said, and Rocco nodded. After Rocco left with his bodged-up prosthetic and Lily by his side, the next 7 days riots on the streets continued in all regions apart from R3. People were out of control, and because nobody had ever had to deal with this kind of thing before, the authorities were overwhelmed. They'd smashed people's windows and pulled fences down. They'd shattered glass bottles in roads, cut the reins of carts, and the radio said that the whole border region marketplace had been destroyed. They gunned for anyone in blue or green, demanding respect, equality, and rights. The city was on high alert, and apparently it was all my fault. For the first time in history, every region had been put on lockdown and curfew. We weren't to leave the house unless it was for food or water, and nobody was allowed out at all past 11 p.m. It made it easier for the authorities to round up every person who rebelled against them. Hot chocolate, Dad said. He opened the door to my Nana's magic room and approached me. I took my foot off the pedal of the sewing machine and thanked him with a smile. I knew that one day he'd go into his little safe and know it was me who took the document and ratted out the government. Dad shoved his hands in the pockets of his smart gray trousers and mused around the room, taking long, slow steps. Dad was a huge man, not really in weight, but in build. He picked up one of the ornaments on the back wall, then put it back. He flicked a little bell that hung on the wall and then stared down at my project. What are you making? I shrugged, just playing around, still trying to get the hang of it. Dad sighed and shook his head. I never understood why your mother enjoyed this stuff. It's fun, it's creative, it's something to get lost in. I've always craved knowledge, facts, order. I thrived on it. Good old Dad, that was him. R2 ran in his blood. I think that's why I enjoyed your mother so much, Thaf. She was different. I slurped some of the hot liquid from my cup and sat back, looking up at him. She was so chaotic and messy, he said. I smiled, thinking of Mum. You really were opposites. He lifted his eyebrows and nodded, a side smirk on his lips. She was the light of my life, just like you are now, and that's why we're going to find a way to fix this. How? How can we possibly fix this and go back to how we were? We'll have the tag removed. I will pay them. A bribe always works. They will do anything to cover up that an R2 was taken and tagged, believe me, because if this gets out— Not this time, Dad. It's different. And this cannot be removed. They made sure of it. That's why they chose this way to tag. You know this. Maybe Dad was a bit delusional. Maybe the stress of the whole situation was too much for him to handle. And believing there was a way out of this was some kind of comfort for him, or even a distraction. He was always a determined man in anything he did. Maybe he really did think there was a way to fix this mess. Dad shook his head stubbornly. There is always a way, Bessie. I'm not even sure I want to go back to how things were. His head snapped sideways to look at me. Are you telling me you like that tag? You like being labeled a waif? You want that scar? I shrugged and nodded at the same time. Truth was, I didn't know what I wanted, not really. In a way, I felt a loss of my old life, the one I'd never see again, but I also had the feeling I should be proud of my tag. It represented the good in me, my lower-class bloodline, my fight against classism, my time with Rocco. So this whole thing about a sterilization program is true then? Dad didn't answer me. He blew out a breath and shook his head. Ever the politician, not able to answer a simple question. We need to find her, Dad. She's out there, and she's waiting. The atmosphere shifted, and Dad's smile disappeared. Your mother is gone, Bessie, and I don't want to hear any more about it. Tomorrow morning, we are going to Region 3. I have a few contacts there. They can help. The sooner we put this to bed and get back to normal, the better. I hope they close off all those regions and that Neverland. And I'll tell you now that Commander is in so much trouble, they can't just go around kidnapping mods. But, Dad, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. Tomorrow we leave, and you will leave all this nonsense here too. Pack up and get ready to go tomorrow. He waved his hand around the room at all the things, and he walked out. I felt anger bubbling inside me. I pulled the fabric so hard from the machine that I snapped the needle tip clean off. I huffily stomped across the room and shoved everything back in its box. This would probably be the last time I saw the room, and everything in it. Something told me Dad would be a lot stricter. Now our future was uncertain. Nana tried hard to make awkward conversation around the dinner table as we ate supper, until loud hammering on the front door made us all jump and stare at each other. Community services, open up, a loud voice yelled through the letterbox. Chapter 48. Hide, Dad ordered. Nana panicked. Follow the plan, Dad said to my Nana. Bessie upstairs. I darted as fast as my legs would carry me, up the stairs, and I hid around the corner of the hallway. I heard the lock of the front door opening, and I leant forward to peek through the wooden spiral spindles. We have information that you are harboring a waif on these premises, a male voice said. I saw only his feet, legs, and a piece of paper attached to a clipboard in his hands. His chunky black boots looked polished and so shiny I could see the reflection of the hallway light in them. No waif here, Dad said. He made to close the door, but the door knocker clattered when the man put his hand out to stop it. We are here to take a look around, sir. You don't have a choice in the matter. By order of the commander. Well, before you enter this house, I would like to see your proof of entry. And by law, you cannot step a foot in here until I've read every last word. The man sighed, and someone else stepped forward. He handed my father a small pile of papers. At the bottom of the stairs, my Nana put her hands behind her back, flicking her wrist, and I knew she was telling me to run. She then walked away, appearing back a minute later. Dad flicked through a couple of sheets of paper and then closed it when my Nana approached them from the dining room. He took a large black holdall from my Nana and dropped it onto the floor in front of them. He unzipped it and opened it wide so the men could see piles of money inside. Like I said, no waif here, Dad said. I couldn't see their faces, but I watched them converse for a moment before he shook my father's hand. Ah, the joys of being able to buy your way out of trouble. But what would happen? As an R2, soon to be R3, my dad would buy us out of this trouble, have my tag removed if that was possible, and life would go back to being perfect? No way. It couldn't. "We will be back, sir," the man said. I heard the slam of the door and my dad and Nana talking. I clutched the locket around my neck. My heart raced so fast. I was a waif. Officially, I was a waif. I dragged myself up to my feet and hurried across the landing and into my Nana's spare room where I slept. I felt flustered and hot, and when I unzipped my backpack, I noticed how bad my hands shook. I didn't even look properly at the clothes I stuffed inside. All I knew was I had to act upon how I felt, right at this very moment, because I knew I'd talk myself out of it if given the chance to think rationally. The only thing I was missing was my camera, still tucked up in Dad's safe. "I'm sorry. I love you both. Don't worry about me. I have things I need to do. I'll be in touch," I scribbled on the notepad on the desk. After opening the window, I slipped my backpack straps up over my shoulders and looked down at my Nana's yard. If I fell, it would be guaranteed broken bones, but I didn't have time to worry about little things like that. I swung my legs out into the open air and took a few deep breaths. I thought about the time Rocco turned up on his horse, and I'd slid down the drain pipe. It did nothing for my nerves, since it had been such a disaster, but it did make me feel that spark in my belly. It reminded me I wasn't made of glass, and I could do these things. I could soar. I was braver than I knew. I twisted my body, and holding on to the thick plastic pipe, I swung sideways and outside. I closed my eyes and hoped for the best. As my shoes scraped down the wall and I descended down to the ground, I felt my heart pumping in my ears, and my legs felt like jelly. I took one last look at my Nana's house, and then I turned, and I ran. Chapter 49. I ran through what felt like a ghost town. Piles of glass and debris from the riots had been swept into piles on the side of each street. Most of the houses had their lights on behind their curtains, holed up, scared of the savage lower classes. I wondered if they took the time to get to know the waifs and the people of lower regions, that they'd see how human they were, how kind and how fun they could be. I wished for them to listen to their stories, to realize that the people of lower regions were, in fact, just that, people. Humans. They all had a story to tell. They all had struggles. I wondered if it would make a difference to know and see it for themselves just how bad other humans had it. I made my way home. My house was in complete darkness. I quickly slipped the key in the door and headed inside the pitch black. I turned on the hallway light, but my house didn't feel the same. It felt empty and lonely, creepy even. I didn't feel like I wanted to be here. I ran upstairs to my dark room and combed through my photographs, plucking out the photos of the children with their tags prominent, the ones from the rooftop where I danced with Rocco. I left everything else as it sat, and I hurried downstairs into Dad's office. I grabbed Dad's notepad from his desk and his pen. "Do the right thing, Quinn. Bessie." I scribbled down and slipped it inside a brown envelope along with the photos. It wasn't enough that the lower regions were kicking off and rioting and demanding rights. We had to get the higher classes on board too. We had to prove that Neverland was real. We had to make people question our government. We had to make people care. I had a good feeling that if Quinn, who I was certain knew about Neverland, had the guts to publish these photos, Rocco's boys' faces would be enough to make people relate. You would have to be completely heartless to look at those children and their tags and not feel anything. There were good people in the world, and I believed in them. I believed in the power of good. I grabbed my camera from Dad's safe and stuffed it in my bag before I left my house in darkness again and slammed the door shut behind me. I used darkness as my cover as I passed Region 1 workmen who'd been tasked with cleaning the streets up, and I slipped the envelope into the bright blue postbox of Region 2. The shame pod light was definitely brighter as I looked up at it. The workers worked silently with shovels and bags, their only light coming from the hanging moon in the sky and the glowing orange light of the shame pod. When I reached the border region and barely recognized it, all the beautiful stalls had been trashed and torn down, leaving an empty cement square. The place I loved to shop, to converse with people from all walks of life. It was the place I'd first seen Rocco and Tink. I stayed on the outskirts of Region 1 to get to Neverland, like I always did. But once there, I stopped at the sight of groups of people on the water's edge. I hid behind a chunky tree and silently watched them, trying to figure out what was going on. I didn't know what else to do apart from hide. If the people in the darkness in front of me were the authorities, they'd catch me. It was probably Hook looking for me, knowing I couldn't stay away from Rocco or Neverland. But the longer I watched, I realized the people weren't police or community services. They were Neverlanders. They streamed out from the water's edge and stood in many groups of around 10 each, filling the empty land that I'd stood on many times waiting for Rocco and his boat. "Last one," someone shouted. They waved a hand, and I watched Rocco's little wooden boat approach land alongside 3 makeshift rafts made from barrels and the wood from the shacks on Neverland, and they eventually beached on land. "Come on, people, start moving," Rocco said. I didn't see him at first, but once the people on the boat started to climb out, there he was. He jumped out with Tink at his feet and stood in the grass. "All right, we stay together in our groups. If anything happens, we split up," he shouted so the people further back could hear him. There were many, many people, too many to count. At the sight of him, I felt safe, and I stepped out from behind the tree. "Let's go!" He waved his hands, and all the children, a few adults, started to disperse, heading north. He turned back to the boat and helped Lily, Ivo, and Ricky out, and I was so glad to see some of children were okay and he'd found them. They started to walk away, leaving his boat in plain sight for anybody to take. Something was wrong. "Rocco, wait!" I shouted. I waved my hand in the air and ran towards them, my perfect blue shoes sinking in soft mud. He stopped and looked around, and when his gaze landed on me, he ran towards me. "Bessie, what are you doing here? What's going on? Are those Neverland people?" I asked, ignoring his question, leaning to the side to look past him. Rocco looked over his shoulder, then back to me. Tink chewed on the grass next to Rocco's feet, and Lily waited patiently, brushing her long hair with the blue brush. "We're leaving. The government have ordered a clear out of Neverland, and every person must go. It isn't just a roundup, they are starting fresh, so we need to get out of here before it happens." "Where will you all go?" "We're heading north. We've heard of a place called Scotland where waifs have more rights. Once everyone is safe, I'm going to find Afterland to find the rest of my boys." "You can't. I won't see you again." I protested. I began to panic. The thought of never seeing Rocco Reed again made my stomach turn. "It is time to move on, Bessie. I will miss you too. But don't worry, this isn't the last you've seen of me." I shook my head frantically. How could I just watch him walk away? How could I give him up just like that? "Take me with you. I'll come with you. I brought my things. I can't go back to mod life. Not now. Not after everything I've seen, everything we've been through." Rocco shook his head, his hair hidden behind a new green hat. "My Bessie, you have things to do here. You are capable of changing the world, of making it a better place, and you cannot do that as a Neverlander." He pulled the red feather from his hat, and he placed it in my palm. "You can soar, Bessie Bennett. You already have your wings. You can change the world." After I got over the fact he called me his Bessie, I slowly came to the realization that this was, in fact, goodbye. "Bessie, the lost Neverland girl," he said with a smile. "I knew there was something different about you. You aren't like them. You and me, we're the same." I didn't know what else to do but to fling myself forward and wrap my arms around him. He copied and held me like it really was the last time we'd see each other. I hadn't ever felt safer than I did with this waif boy. He had turned out to be my everything. "I knew to take your hand was something I would not regret," I whispered. He pulled back and looked down into my eyes before he leaned in and kissed me. My body jolted, like a current running through my limbs, when his warm, damp lips met mine. I savored every second, my fingers gripping onto his black R1 jumper. I wanted to stay like this forever, in his kiss, in his arms. "It was enchanting to meet you, Rocco Reed. I'll always remember you. I'll always believe in you. I'll always be waiting for you." I kissed him again. He stroked my cheek with his thumb, his eyes intensely staring into mine, and then he turned and walked away, just like that. He patted Lily on the head, Tink at his feet, and before he disappeared into the darkness, he looked back at me one last time. My heart felt like it broke in two. My chest felt tight. I looked back over my shoulder and thought about going back to life as a mod, living in our classist society and being perfect. It filled me with dread. I wanted to live, and Neverland blood ran through my veins. I had everything I could ever want back at home, but it wasn't enough. I wanted more than materialistic things. I wanted real love, real life, real adventure. I wanted to surround myself with real people. Wait, Rocco, wait! I shouted so loud my throat stung. I ran towards the darkness, jumping over dirt piles and weeds, tripping on tangles of ivy and years' worth of more weeds. I'd lost sight of him, and for a moment I worried that he was gone forever. Out of the darkness he emerged. My muscles ached as I ran and closed the distance between us. Don't leave me. I'm coming with you. Please, take me with you. I can't go back and fight. I'm not made for that. I'm a waif, like you, like all of you. In here, I said. I pressed my palm against my chest, on top of the locket he'd given me, as I looked up into Rocco's eyes. His shoulders lifted as he sighed, and he shook his head. He looked down at the floor. When he looked back at me, his lips lifted into a smirk. If you're coming with us, you need to cover that god-awful dress. I looked down at myself, and a laugh escaped my lips. Rocco pulled his jumper up over his head, and underneath it, his t-shirt lifted just enough for me to see more of his scars snaking around his side. I reached out and I touched him, my fingers running over the bumpy, warped skin at his side, under his elbow. He pulled the jumper off his arms and looked down at his own body. I try to keep them hidden, he said. I shook my head. Don't ever hide. These scars are proof of your bravery, your love for Lily. These scars represent your wings, Rocco. He smiled, and I slipped my backpack off and pulled his jumper on, grateful for the warmth he'd left in the material. I stood on my tiptoes, reached up, and pinned the red feather back onto his hat. This was our moment. This was our beginning. You'll take me with you? Sure. That was just a test. I gently hit his arm and blew a breath of relief from my lungs. I couldn't believe it. It was happening. I need to find her, Rocco, I said, putting my hand on the locket. I have to find the original locket, my mother's locket. We will. We will find her and Afterland and my boys. Ready? He asked, and I nodded, filled with excitement, with fear. We slowly turned and trod through the mud towards the Neverlanders, who hopefully headed towards a better life. Bessie Bennett, stop right there, a man's voice from behind us shouted. I froze. Chapter 50. I had the urge to just make a run for it, to never look back to see who called my name. That would make it so much easier, to just pretend I never heard anything and bolt into the night. But I couldn't. The familiarity in the voice stopped me, and I turned around. My dad, red-faced, bent over, his palms on his knees, catching his breath, waved his hand, gesturing for me to stop. Dad? I left Rocco's side and rushed over to my father. This time, though, I wasn't terrified that I'd been caught, because this time I knew what I wanted. This time I knew where I was headed. Young lady, what are you thinking? Running away like that? Leaving notes and disappearing? He still had the note in his hand, and he waved it at me. I twisted my lower lip. You were never meant to actually see me, Dad. The letter was a goodbye. Bessie Bennett, don't you be smart with me. He stood up straight, his mouth forming an O as he slowed his fast breathing. Wow, Dad, you should start working out more, I said. Dad's lips closed and he gave me side eye. I've just ran all the way from your Nana's. I'm not exactly a young man anymore. I shook my head and smiled. They've gone. We are fixing this in the morning. Come on, say goodbye to your friend. I'm saying goodbye, Dad, but not to Rocco, to you and to Region 2. But just for now, until we figure things out. Dad shook his head stubbornly. Home now, he ordered. He glanced at Rocco over my shoulder, then back at me. I didn't say a word. I stood my ground and shook my head. Bessie, don't do this. You aren't one of those people. The funny thing is we are all these people, just some don't even realize it. Being lower class could happen to you one day. You're just one silly mistake away from becoming a Neverlander. We all are. We've just all forgotten how unpredictable life is. Dad's angry expression disappeared, and he seemed pained. He twisted his face and gritted his teeth. I can't just let you go. You let her go. You said goodbye to Mum because you knew it was the right thing to do. You have to let me go too. You be the one to stay and fight. You're good at this. You were made for this, and we need you. He looked at the people behind me who steadily disappeared into the night. That was different. Was it? I'm one of them now, Dad. I'm going to find her. She's out there, and I'm going to find her. I grabbed my locket and pressed it to my heart. I need you to go back and fight for me, for the people of Neverland. He closed his eyes and shook his head. I stepped up to him and wrapped my arms around his middle, taking in every little detail I could. The smell of his cologne, the scratchiness of his jacket, the strength in his arms. When you find her, bring her back, he said into my hair, and I smiled. He kissed the top of my head and sniffled. Maybe it hadn't hit me until now how much I would actually miss him. He was my everything. Goodbye, Dad. I love you. I love you too. I'll be here. I'll be fighting. He held up his fist as I walked away. Rocco held his hand out, and I took it. Take care of her or I'll find you, Rocco Reed, Dad said, pointing at Rocco. Rocco bowed his head in a nod and squeezed my hand tighter. I took one last look at my father before we turned and headed away from the place that taught me who I was, the place that changed my life. Neverland. If you enjoyed this book, let me know what you thought in the comments. If you want a physical or ebook copy of this book or my other books, you can get them on Amazon. Please consider popping over there now and leaving me a review. Reviews are so important for authors, so their books can reach more readers. I really appreciate it. Thanks for reading.